is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? We got the vibe music going, right? Vibe music is going. I figured, since last night we, we're going through some other stuff. Didn't have a normal show. I didn't have anything specific to cover today, but I felt like I needed to come and hang out with you guys. Who we got in the building? We got HR Death Poet. Welcome. Shout out TB Viewerski. Well, as you always like to make fun of me, we probably won't get done rolling up very quickly. And of course, we got Marilyn. Welcome to the party, guys. What are you guys up to? So actually, so what are we gonna do? We'll share that. But wait, not yet. You fell asleep last night? That is what the nighttime is for most people. That is what the nighttime is for most people. I fall asleep most nights. So good on you. You're gonna well, all around the world. So we'll probably come back to this a couple times, but I did want to show this because I know that you guys care a lot about Morty, and these milestones and stuff are important enough, right? So I have a little thing here that I want you guys to see. This is reload. There we go. So this is from, let's see exactly what
having a
wait 6 months ago, June 27th of 2025, I posted this video, and nothing crazy, but
having a senior dog means that every time I get one of these, is this the last one he'll ever need?
It's his food. Chewy is, dog stuff, if you didn't know.
I honestly don't know. I sure hope not, but I mean, they do last a long time.
Either way, we've had quite a ride, right, Mort? He will never look at the camera. Good boy. Oh, he knows what it is, too. He knows what it is. And so I just, I wanted to post that because I very much did not fully understand if that would be the last time that I bought a bag of food for him. And guess what, guys? We got another bag Morty rides on. And I can only think that is somewhat due to you guys and the love that we show him. So just wanted to show that. A little update. We are riding on. To get anywhere with OBS, yes, I think everything is set. So what I don't want to do is do another stream where it's like, okay, we're gonna play this game, and then it's a bunch of like figuring stuff out. So after tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna do a little bit of just basic testing, downloading the game, make sure the game works, everything looks fine. And just get in there and do it. And then either Thursday or Saturday, we'll actually start getting into the game. And we got a new bag. And like I said, it's a 30-pound bag, so it lasts forever. About 6 months. And he's still, I don't like give him a scoop. I just, take the whole bowl and I'll just scoop it from the bag and I'll just leave it there over the course of a few days. So, he's got a little bit left, and then we're on to the new bag. Shout out to Adam. Welcome. The Amish. I'm always forgetting about the Amish. Well, I didn't get a new bag, but I did get a new jar of some pea, and I ordered here. Actually, let me show you this shit. I ordered this thing online. It should be coming next. Excuse me. It should be coming this week. They said Thursday. I'm very excited. I don't know if it's gonna work the way I think it's gonna work, but let's see. This shit. So CBN isolate. So if you guys remember, oh, I just fill that out. I think I just do that. Where is it? Okay. So we had the Camino sours. Oh, there we go. And so you can tell that for every Jesus Christ, this being mirrored is not easy. Okay. Okay. There's 10 milligrams of THC, 10 milligrams of CBN, and 10 milligrams of CBD. So first of all, usually when you get something that is THC and something else, it's usually like a little bit of the something else and mostly the THC. But this is just 1 to 1 to 1. And if you guys remember the old days when I used to have the tincture that I would just eat, I would have like 70 milligrams. And it wouldn't necessarily put me to sleep. I would just get stuck. And the next morning I'd be groggy and whatever. With the CBN, bruh, I take two 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams, and I am out. So what I did, before we do that, let's shout out Unwanted Foe. Speak of the devil. What do we got for you today? We got Morty pretzels. Yeah, we got a Morty. Oh, we got a Morty pretzel. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Thank you so very, very much. Steak. Well, neither of us are eating steak, so we'll work up to that. You said I got some purple shit last week. Nice. Yeah, I'm getting close, so I gotta see what's I have a situation there. So let's update this banner here. Our new sponsor, Unwanted Foe. Thank you so very, very much. And if we do hit the goal, of course, I will be doing push-ups. But also, this special treat, Morty is going to get a bully stick, a full bully stick, and he will love it. So yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, CBN. So it was 5 grams for $18. 5 grams. This is 2 grams. So it's like more than, and I mean, this isn't like full because this stuff is kind of compact, but I mean, that's 2 grams. So more than twice of this. And the best part is that it's edible. It's an edible thing. So I can just sprinkle it into, what I plan on doing is just, I'll take a little, like bathroom cup of water, scoop some in there, swish it around, take it like a shot, then smoke like normal, and I should be out. And there should be, I should be able to save a lot on flour, and by extension, save money on keef, because I'll have the CBN, and I won't need to smoke as much. Hopefully. Looks like face cream, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll rub my face in that. You know what I mean? All right. So let's get to rolling up. Shout out to SS Games. Welcome. Well, my great grandparents are from India. I'm from Jersey. Welcome to the party. We are just rolling up and chilling. I gotta get that out of the frame. Y'all gotta pay me for that, but since you already synced it, if you, I'm like looking for the microphone. Since you already synced it, bruh, the waffle version of Cinnamon Toast Crunch is so much better. It's so much better. The Cinnamon Toast, the OG Cinnamon Toast Crunch, of course, is amazing, but the problem is that, because of the little squares, it could cut the roof of your mouth. These are like puffed up a little bit, so they're still square shaped, but they're like they're more like a waffle, and they're much better. A shout out to India. There we go. Could not have the Indian Jesus without India. We got Zippy DSM Lee. Welcome to the party. Well, stick with us, brother. Stick with us. Yep, my dad just emailed me. He was like, make sure. What did he say? Where is it? What are we doing? What's going on? Yeah, I just opened this email. Did I not open it? From my development. Said, dear residents, due to the below freezing temperatures forecasted for this week, we would like to remind everyone a few best practices to help frozen pipes and ensure a safe and comfortable winter. Set your thermostat no lower than 68 degrees. Well, mine goes to 66 because it's hot as fuck up here. Turn on both cold and hot faucets. Keep away from all that stuff. Flush toilets periodically. Well, if you're not flushing your toilet periodically, then I think you got bigger problems. But and then using the ceiling fan. I got my ceiling fan fixed. For those of you who know the lore, broke that shit. Ooh. And where are you from? Are you Minnesota? I don't. That's OD. That's OD. That's like Alaskan shit. I have a friend who, see, I remember. But yet, that doesn't stop the protesters, right? That's usually the thing that stops all the protests, the cold weather. But these liberals are built different. Warm, cold, all that shit. Usually warm weather predictions for my area. Haven't had a snowstorm yet. Well, last week was warm-ish for the time of year. But yeah, this is what we dealing with. So that I think that's coming over from you guys over to here. So I will start as always. I should remember to get my other grinder out. But you can tell I am a small dude, but I'm not that tiny that your eyes are not playing tricks. This is not a normal size grinder. A shout out to Big Soda. Welcome. Morty is doing just fine. I'm gonna play this every single time because it's adorable and I love him, and I don't care if you guys don't. So 6 months ago, where are we? 6 months ago, I put out this video, and nothing crazy, but well, having a senior dog means that every time I get one of these, is this the last one he'll ever need? I honestly don't know. I sure hope not, but I mean, they do last a long time. Either way, we've had quite a ride, right, Mort? He will never look at the camera. And today, he knows what it is, too. And guess what we got today? Another bag of food. We ride. So he is doing well. I don't always want to be using Morty for like negative things. So, not that it's the biggest deal that we got food for him, but I want you guys to share in it with me. Welcome to the party. Good pajamas. I'm wearing them now. Those are, I gotta do laundry. There's a whole pile of clothes over there. Zippy said, Summer to Love 3.0 inbound when warm weather comes. Gonna be insane. These states are supporting terrorism. Well, here's the thing about that is because of the fact that we're seeing more isolated instances, like the Renee Good situation, where it wasn't like a big to-do. It was just kind of something local that was happening. Those situations, I think, are going to happen more often, and we're going to see more people go the way of Renee Good, which I don't think is a good thing, but I think that's what's going to happen. And it's going to take more people dying for them to see Just like the video of the girlfriend. Like, why were you using real bullets? Like, what do you mean? Why would you even think that we weren't? Why would you think that? So I think they're going to need to come to terms with reality that, yeah, they're not playing games. They're not bringing paintball guns or rubber bullets. Like, there's here, let's check this thing. I showed it on stream, but not everybody was here. Can you see this? Can you see this? Oh, convenient.
We're paying for 3 square meals a day and rec time and job training for child sex offender illegal aliens in our prisons. Do you understand that? And then add context to that and your guys' protecting child sex offenders.
Recording. We're here to arrest a child sex offender.
Very clearly.
And you guys are out here honking.
Oh, we're not. Oh, no, we're pressed.
Oh, we're
And
pressed.
clearly Hispanic.
No, we're just hanging out.
That vehicle right there is honking and impeding our investigations while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender.
How about you just
That's who you guys are protecting.
just hear that and go, oh, we're sorry.
Insane.
Please carry on.
They got nothing to say.
Jeez.
Maybe a thank you. Thank
My
you
warrant's
so
not
much.
for you.
That's entitlement.
That's not a real warrant, sir. Think about that. Hey, stay out of my business.
Yeah, right. And then the secondary irony of, are you stopping me to check if I'm supposed to be here? That's what we're doing to them. So I do think it is going to take a lot more people doing that, feeling like they can take things upon themselves and then just get clipped, and it's not gonna go well. Shout out to Colby. Welcome. Very good to see ya. We're doing a roll up stream. You got low toes. Welcome. I should have saw because I'm on probation. They don't really drug test me. I didn't tell you to do anything. I'm just saying, in my personal experience, when I was on probation, they tested me the first time, and I told them that like I wasn't gonna pass. So they tested me the first time, never tested me again. I didn't stop I stopped smoking the entire time. There was like a 2-month period over the 2 years where I was like, fuck it, I need to smoke, but not a single test. But it's not my fault if you go to jail. I'm with ICE in this matter. However, that officer could have simply been lying. Cops lie all the time. Let's say that he was. It's not like there are not real situations like that. So if it was something that was so fake that was depicting something that we were not expecting to see at all, then that would be one thing. But even if you remember back when the video of the Indian dude taking out the black woman, and she's like, I'm not getting out of the car at Cheesecake Factory. That was all fake, right? But it started a lot of real conversations because of the fact that it was real enough. So whether or not that specific instance was real, that was caught on tape, like that really does happen. And again, Renee Good. So again, guys, always remember that if you want to be, smoking more than usual and you want to be using a bigger grinder, pay attention to the size of the teeth and the holes. Pay attention to the size of the teeth and the holes, because a bigger grinder like this is going to give you significantly coarser ground than a typical standard, where is it? It's in here somewhere. Grinder that's going to have teeth that are much closer together and a much smaller holes. So again, make sure you know the difference. But I like it. I don't want to have to fill this 5 times just to do what I'm gonna do. So we got a little shortcut. For those of you who have been to a roll up and chill before, you know that we got newbies. So always check, see how much you got. We got a little bit, but not enough. And then I got one rolled up already. So we're gonna do a 3 dog. $3. So that's going to start the night because that one's from yesterday. So we put that in there, ready to go. Shit, I don't know. Whoa. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. I was like, oh man, I'm running low. And then I was like, maybe we're good for now. Maybe we're good for now. All right. So then you obviously want to get rid of any kind of stem or seed that you can. Now, usually the higher quality, the less you have to worry about it. This is not the highest quality, which is why we're going to add the key. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. And so like even like little pieces, little things like that, like it's tiny, but it's hard enough that if it goes, because again, I pack the raw cones. If I go to pack that in and it's in the wrong position, it'll rip the whole thing. Yeah, I think that was how mine was too. It was like I would just go there and check in. Just like, you doing good? Like, I'm doing good. Like, all right, bye. I mean, still have to fucking wait for an hour and a half to sit there. But it's like, couldn't we do this over the phone? Couldn't we do this over the phone? Santa Cruz, Santa Cruz or Sharpstone. That's where you want to go. Now, again, because of the fact that I bought this in person, I didn't buy this. I didn't check, but I was specifically looking for a larger grinder, and so that's why. And again, see, we have just at the like where it all comes together. Just can you even see this tiny that little piece right there? That can rip the whole thing. That little bitch. So, Better Bud is not supposed to do that, but you know. So I tried some of that rich people low sugar one time. Apparently, it doesn't do anything because I have ADHD. Well, I mean, in terms of never becoming a cokehead, I guess that's good. The non-advice that I would tell somebody else would be just do more. But like, as I see in your next chat, it's fucking expensive. So yeah, maybe it just ain't for you, bro. It ain't for you. Unless you're actually trying to get shit done. And then you're like, oh, I'm focused in. Yeah. I always say, look, if you've never done blow, just don't. Just don't. It's fun enough. Like, it's fun. But if it's not something that you do, then you're not going to miss it. Whereas every once in a while, you just get that, if you have done it, you just get that feeling like, I want some blow. And someone like me, I don't even like the upper feeling. I just like doing the blow. Does it make sense? Nope. But since when did drugs make sense? And so again, because we don't have a great strain here, I have to go through every little piece and make sure that when this gets ground up, I don't have all the stems in there. That's specifically why I like the fluffier strains, because those are less likely to have that kind of stuff. If you're grinding like an ounce at a time, then those are good. But like one time I saved my stems to make into I don't know, some kind of edible, and I used the coffee grinder to break up the stems. But I wouldn't again, unless you're doing it with a lot of weed, I wouldn't do that, just because of the way that the coffee grinders are built. They have like nooks and crannies and stuff in there, and you're gonna lose a little bit, you know, not like a lot, but that's why I say you're better off doing that. I just got my special little trick here. Yeah. I'll try it. I would try it, but depending on if it's offered and free. Yeah. I mean, hey, if somebody's like, you want a line? You don't say no. You don't say no. But definitely not worth the money. Not worth the money. Drugs make sense when you're big pharma and many congressmen in your pocket. Yup. Yup. Gotta have that happening here. I mean, it would be. I was looking for some kind of electronic grinder situation, but because of all the stems, like the thing is, with the coffee grinder, because of the stems, at least in this strain, I would still have to go and pick through it. So by that point, I may as well just fucking, put it in here and not lose any. But if I have a good strain where I could just throw, take a handful, boom, and press the button, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Hey, shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Exactly. Nobody turn down free blow. Shout out to No Name. Welcome to the party. It assumes is where it's at though. That makes sense because I don't, both with either acid or shrooms, I don't really love the upper aspect of like the upper part of it where it's like what I mean, psychedelics are awesome, so I'll take what I gotta do. But I've also, because I don't like to do any kind of upper or anything that's gonna have me up, whether it's blow itself or if it's psychedelics. I don't like to do them unless I have some kind of benzo to bring me down when I'm done. Like especially with shrooms, like when I do shrooms, I as soon as I don't want to go through the, like, I'll ride it up, ride the peak, and then about here. But once I get past here, coming back to normal, then I'm like, okay, like I'm done. I'm not tripping anymore. I just feel weird, and like I know the good part's over. So like let me just take a couple Xannies and call it a night. It was fun. But I haven't done them in a while. I need another trip. Grinder and a pasta strainer for what? What do I need a pasta strainer? Really? Well, but isn't that gonna then affect the quality of the smoke? Because if you have ground up stems in with your ground up flour, that's not gonna be good. Yeah, I'm good. Never done meth. Probably, very likely, will never ever do meth. But hey, never say never. Yeah. The thing is that you have to understand the monster that you're dealing with. I feel like I talk about this every time we do a roll up and chill stream, but I'll just go over it quickly. The point of when I first started getting into drugs, for some reason, the scene at the end of the movie Saw came into mind. And there, if you remember, it was the doctor and then the photographer in the room. And they, the game is they have to figure out how to get out of the room. And the big twist is that Jigsaw was the guy in the middle of the room the whole time. And so they're near the end of the movie and they're trying to figure it out. And the doctor is like, oh, this guy did this. And the clock is brand new. Everything is so set up. This is great. And the other guy is like, well, what are you talking? It seems like you admire this guy. And he said something that clearly to this day has stuck with me. And he's a doctor. So he's like, if you are going to understand how to defeat a disease, you have to have an understanding on what it's capable of. And just that line, well, I mean, in the context of what we were talking about, it was probably not quite 10 years later when I did my first hard drug and thought about that. But it stuck. And I was like, okay, you have to realize that you are now dealing with hard drugs. And if you're, because Xanax used to be part of my addiction. But you have to realize that, okay, there's a certain point where, when I started, I could take half a pill and I'd be good for the entire night. But now I got to take 3 just to feel anything, and then I black out. It's like, okay, well then maybe you gotta give it a rest. Yeah, you're done. You don't need specific laws, labels. You don't need specific law. Labels prevent poisoning. Fools who act up should get some time breaking rocks if they do not maintain stability. Are you talking about? Are you talking about? What does guns have to do with with poisoning? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you don't want stems in there. You don't want stems in there. No. So all that would do is like mush it up, and like it would grind it, but it doesn't grind it in the way that we're trying to grind it. And because of the juice aspect, you wouldn't get any juice. There would be no liquid. And so the thing would just like the bottom part would have just like sloppily chopped up wheat. Because again, the way that a juicer, it has the thing, the little basin where all the actual fruit goes into, and then off of that has the little spout. So you take the fruit and you put it in, and it squeezes, and then the juice comes out of the spout, and then the rest of it goes into the basin. So if you put wheat in there, then it's just gonna chop it up, but not grind it up, and go right into the basin. And then nothing's going to come out of the spout. Well, no, exactly. So for that, you need a press, because the liquid that is in here is just the straight THC liquid, but it has to be heated to be separated from the molecules of the flower itself. I don't know exactly the science, but so even if I just had superhuman strength and I squeeze this really hard, I wouldn't get the extract from it. I would need to heat it up and squeeze it so that again, it's activated or whatever the scientific process of separating the solid molecules from the liquid molecules. And then the press is essentially doing what the juicer would do to an orange. But of course, you need a lot more squeezing with the weed than you do with the juice. All right. So we've got our shit rocking ready to go. YOLO with the YOLO. Someone's boring. Get the fuck out of here. That is me. It's the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of nonsense. Welcome to the party. Just chilling, having a little bedroom chill, a roll up stream. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, down in the studio. So if you are not subscribed, definitely hit that subscribe and ring the bell. You know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. You want that bell. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, so all that stuff. I did see that. Where, let's see. Arrested for soda.
Surveillance footage shows this young man enter a Firehouse Subs and ask for a water cup. An employee then catches him getting a soda instead of water, and she approaches him to choose the water option for him on the touchscreen. However, the male then backs out of the water option and pours himself more soda. He then leaves, leaving the employee frustrated. She then calls the police, as the male is now sitting outside the restaurant watching YouTube while sipping on his stolen soda.
A lot of people might say, like, oh my gosh, she's so petty for she's so petty for calling the cops over $3. But first of all, they knew him. As we will see, the cop knows this dude. And then it's very likely that this was not the first time he did this. But before we, right, exactly. Yeah, you want the oil, not juice. Exactly. So before we go there, again, the magic trick. Remember, we have everything filled up, but we have those big ass teeth and those big ass holes. So if I just grind it like normal, I'm going to have these little balls of weed that, again, might rip the paper. So shout out again to Verdant Archer. Boom. You just flip it upside down. Give it a nice slow. And so now, because it's upside down, if you think about the super, super basic two-piece grinders, that's basically what this is. So there's nowhere for it to fall, so it just continues to get ground. Then we give it a nice... Beautiful. Beautiful. I want it as fine as we can get it. Number one, it smokes more smoothly, but also you could pack it tighter and still get a good airflow. Whereas with bigger nugs, you're just not going to get as much bud in the thing because it's going to take up more space. To Jamie, welcome to the party. We're doing a little bit of a roll up and chill, and about to watch this dude get arrested over $3. Let's see.
Surveillance footage shows this young man enter a firehouse subs and ask for a water cup. An employee then catches him getting a soda instead of water, and she approaches him to choose the water option for him on the touchscreen. However, the male then backs out of the water option and pours himself more soda. He then leaves, leaving the employee frustrated. She then calls the police as the male is now sitting outside the restaurant watching YouTube while sipping on his stolen soda.
Brandon. Staff called because they want you.
Brandon. Come on, Brandon. And then real quick, we look and we got a nice fine grind. And there's still gonna be little stems in here, so I'm gonna have to make sure with every single scoop that I'm not getting stems. But again, a better strain will prevent that. One right there. Come on, Brandon.
Stolen soda.
Brandon. Staff called because they want you trespassed from here. Staff called because you've been going in there taking water and stealing soda and not really serving any purpose being here, so they want you trespassed. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
It means you're no longer welcome here, and if you come back, you're going to get a ticket.
Yeah, so who just asked about that? Was that Lil Toes? Yeah, dude. He could have just left. He could have just left. You're like, oh, my bad. All right. That would have been the end of it. That would have been the end of it. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Hey, shout out to the horseradish. Welcome to the party. Amazing debate channel. Definitely, everybody, go check him out. Oh, you're on Twitch. All right, let me get that right quick. Gotta drop that link for the horseradish. I did I was a judge in a debate. Oh, I was a judge in a debate for IP rights. Oh, you don't have your channel on here, right? You have your channel on. We'll put it. Oh, actually, I just shared it. We'll put it on. Why? Give me a second here. We want to do videos. We want to do posts. There we go. Show the posts. Nope. What did I just do? Oh my God, just play the video. There we go. Oh, There we go. Everybody go give him a follow. If you like debates, those are good ones. Those are good ones. Welcome to the party, brother. Let's dive right back in. Brandon.
What that means? Means you're no longer welcome here, and if you come back, you're gonna get a ticket.
You're going back to firehouse subs?
Correct.
That's for yours.
I can't hear you.
That's for yours.
That's what?
What they're saying is I stole what? What I stole?
They said you've been going in there taking water, drinking soda, not really serving any legitimate purpose, being there, being a paying customer. You're none of that, so they want you trespassed.
Yeah, so even though it's not even the first time, it's not the first time that he's done this. They aren't looking to arrest him. They're just like, dude, just please go away. And you're still making trouble. You're still making trouble. I'm fatigued. Thank you. Yeah, please do. I'm definitely down to do judging. People were saying they liked it, so yeah, hit me up. I want to get back into debating as well, but yeah, I am down. I am down. Feel free to bug me always. All right, Brandon, what you up to? Brandon? Yeah, Brandon.
Okay. Today?
Yeah, right.
Today, but I'm paying for food.
Okay. Well, you can't just go in there and take water and take soda and.
What? I asked for a cup of water and they gave it to me.
Yeah, okay. And what's in that cup? What's in that cup? Is it Lane?
Okay. Well, they don't want you here anymore, so. Any questions about that? Okay. If you come back, you're gonna get a ticket, so that includes like this whole area here. All right. So then you gotta get up and walk away.
Oh. No dignity, no pride.
What's up?
You gotta talk louder.
I don't think you trespass me unless it's the manager.
I can trespass you.
Ah.
The manager.
He left and then he came back. He left. He was scot-free. He was gone. He was gone. And of course, well, actually, bruh, what you doing?
I don't think you trespass me unless it's the manager.
I can trespass you.
No,
That's
it's the manager can trespass you.
or I can. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, they want you to trespass.
Oh, the manager.
No, it doesn't matter who.
Yeah,
An employee here.
yeah.
I'm telling you to leave now, or you're gonna get a ticket because I've already trespassed
Can't
you.
give you a ticket.
Yes, I can.
Are you the owner of Firehouse Subs?
It don't matter.
Are you the manager of Firehouse Subs?
It does not.
You are not the manager of Firehouse Subs. Therefore, you have no jurisdiction to give tickets of any kind. They're being so nice. They're being so nice. I bet you it's because no, eating posts. Oh, Twitch. Again, with Rumble, I have to do a separate thing to get the code for it to stream over there. So when I'm up here, I usually don't even bother because we just have like one or two people, and then you guys are here, and then sometimes like, oh, okay. But hey, feel free to put it in the Discord. Speaking of Discord, guys. Speaking of Discord, before we get into rolling all the rest of this up and seeing what happens to Brandon, I'm not exactly sure yet. I want to talk to you guys a little bit more and figure out exactly what I want to do. But we are going to have a contest where you can win $100, and it is absolutely free. So I don't have this all worked out yet. But the Discord used to be, it was a small channel, small thing, but it was a nice little community where every day you go in, people are having conversations about this and posting videos and whatever. And then I let a couple trolls get a little bit out of hand, and everybody just kind of stopped doing whatever. And now those trolls are gone. But everybody's still like not posting. And I mean, we have a bunch of you who come to the after party, but we got to get that moving again. So I'm going to do something like if you for the month of February, you have to post a link. So like a video, an article or something with some type of relevant caption that I will determine if it counts or if you're just spamming. and then you've got to reply to somebody else. So like if you, like if you wanted to post this video and then somebody else was talking about Renee Good and you reply to them, you're like, oh yeah, that would count for the day. And so then at the end of the month, I'll see who are the people that qualify, who have posted and replied every single day in February. And then either going to do a random drawing, or we'll do it by points or something. You're going to win $100. So make sure you join the Discord. It is absolutely free. I think, did I pin the link? Either way, let me drop it for you right now. Again, it is absolutely free to join, and the February contest will be worth $100. Shout out to Crewfest. Welcome to the party. Very, very good to see you. All right, so before we hop back in with Brandon, let's see where my setup is. Ready for the scoop. And so again, we have one already, so we need 3. So we got the 2 backups and the active. This is our situation right now. And we're just gonna roll it up. We're just gonna pack. Doing well, brother. Doing well. Thank you so very much for asking. Just hanging out, chilling up, rolling up, and laughing at this dude. Don't forget about Morty, guys. He still does get a treat for every single donation, and that special treat is on the board. 15 supers in total, or $75 total. Either one will get us there. So 14.99 super chats will hit the goal. All right, man. Again, he took the water cup. He took soda. He sat outside. Then he came up and they said, it's all good. Just leave. He left. And then he came back.
I'm telling you to leave now, or you're going to get a ticket because I've already trespassed you.
Give you a ticket.
Yes, I can.
Are you the owner of Firehouse Subs?
It don't matter.
Are you the manager of Firehouse Subs?
It does not matter.
It does matter.
Get off the crap.
Yeah, you can post that in Disciple Chat. That's where the pictures can go. But yeah, in terms of Discord, that is absolute free speech, free whatever whatever your heart desires. So in the free chat, if you're not a member, you won't be able to post pictures. But if you have a membership, or if you've been in long enough to get grandfathered in, which is a whole thing. Again, it's free to join, but when you type and chat with people, you get like XP and points and stuff, and so it raises your level. And so if you get to a level 15 just by talking to people, then you get membership privileges, or you can just become a channel member. But yeah, drop those pictures. All right, Brandon, you're fucking your shit up.
Manager of Firehouse Subs.
It does not matter.
It does matter.
Get off the property.
Get me.
Leave the property now. I'm telling you to leave.
Are you the manager of Firehouse Subs?
It don't matter.
It does.
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. You need to leave.
Dude,
Leave.
have an issue. Let's go.
Leave.
I just touched
Yep,
Dude.
Do you want to go to jail?
You can put me in jail?
Yeah.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Get off the property.
Only the Firehouse Subs manager can put people in jail, right? Shout out to Dan. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm very much aware that a better camera and lighting setup looks better. Welcome to the party. But I got a dude trespass because he was being aggressive and yelling for no reason at my work. He calmed down. I was like, you can leave, dude. Cool story, bro. Cool story.
You can put me in jail?
Yes.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
You can't put me in jail.
Get off the property.
Off the property.
Are you the manager of Firehouse Subs?
That's the only
It
one.
don't matter.
It does.
Get off of the property.
Dude, you're gonna go to jail. Just walk away.
Can you get them to contact the manager?
No.
It's not worth it. They
Yeah.
want you to trespass. They want you to trespass. It's not
Let him
worth
walk
it. Let's
past
go.
and see what he does.
Get them the manager to contact
If he
Firehouse
walks
Subs.
past again.
We got to get that manager. We got to get that manager. Yeah, we all a little deep is just right on point. And so then we've got, you know, just the little before we add any keef, just a little base, because I don't want any of the keef falling through the mouthpiece. So give that a little knockaroo, little peck, and so now you can see I've got a little base, so that when I throw the keef in there, it is gonna stay where I want it.
And why you trespass? Not
Let him walk
Let's
past
go.
and see what he does.
Get the manager to contact fire.
If he walks past again, we'll take him to jail.
Take him to jail. Yeah, take me to jail.
Leave the
Sit down
property.
outside the firehouse sub.
Dude,
You can go stand over there. You can go stand over there. You cannot go on any UWSP properties or this building.
But as soon as you
Shout out to Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya, brother. Are you debating tonight? Are you baiting tonight? Tuesday night's debate night, right? Manager, Brandon needs a manager. Well, Brandon doesn't want the manager because, again, according to Brandon, the Firehouse Subs manager is the one that actually has the ability to arrest him and all that stuff. Dylan Burns and then Jake Barr. Awesome. Well, hey guys, I mean, you guys know how to keep the party raging, so we could definitely tune into some of that stuff if we get those donos in. Welcome.
Stand over there. You cannot go on any UWSP properties or this building.
But as soon as you contact
No,
the manager,
I'm not doing
Firehouse Subs is when
anything
I
that
leave.
you request. You don't get that
As
right.
soon as you contact the manager, Firehouse Subs
No.
is when I leave.
Brandon, we don't have an issue. If you just walk away, we're all good. But if you try walking back, you're gonna go to jail.
Contact the manager.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, it's definitely how that works.
No.
As soon as the manager says I have been banned from Firehouse Subs is when I'll be banned from Firehouse Subs.
Arrogant ignorance. How do you be this confident and this wrong? How do you be this confident and this wrong? Insane. So now that I've got this, now I've got a little, where am I? Got my little keef here. I'm just gonna mix it up. Just mix it up. And then I've got stronger weed.
Get off
Manager
the
never said
property.
I've been banned from Firehouse
Does
Subs.
it help if the employees don't want you there? Because the employees don't want you
Doesn't
there.
matter with the employees.
Okay.
I'm sitting outside of Firehouse
You're out on
Subs, not
bond too,
inside
aren't
of it.
you?
Can you contact the manager so we can
No.
situate this? Okay.
223 what are his bond conditions? Do you understand what bond conditions are?
No.
Okay, so you're out on bond.
$700. God damn, you really went in. Let's see, what are we looking at? And with the first time patient discounts. Yeah, damn. The rosin vape. How do you feel about those? I feel like any of the vape stuff is never really what they say it is. Yeah, see, that's why okay, can I pull this picture up? For $750, the fact that this is the haul, not bad at all. But because each of these is going to be an eighth of weed. These look like the vapes. This looks like some pre-rolls, and then what is this? Tincture or concentrate or something like that. And so the fact that you're getting for not even an ounce of weed with all that. The dispensaries, bro. The dispensaries, they're so expensive. They're so expensive to the point where it's almost not even realistic to expect that you could do that regularly. The fact is that when there's still a bustling black market where like I said, I got this again. This is less than great weed, but $600 for half a pound of it. And yes, we've got to pull out. Oh, did I get it? I got it. gotta pull out little things like that so it doesn't rip it. It's $600 for half a pound. And then between the CBN that I'm gonna be doing and the keef that we add to it, and they won't even let you buy that much. Like I wanted to just get mostly what they sell is just those little jars of 7 grams, and it's like $50. They only have like the lower tier strains in an ounce, and the ounce is the highest amount. Sneak fuck. Oh, we got a rip. See, this is what happens. That's why you want good shit. God damn it. All right, what do you guys say? This is how people get road rash on their faces and charges instead of resisting and refusing a lawful order. Directly refusing. Indeed. First time flowering. It's the 710 that's the rosin. Gotcha. Oh, that's good. Wear it up. The 1 grams. Gotcha. Yeah, but that's I suggest. Actually, I don't suggest, but I may or may not be in the position of using the dispensers only for the extracts, edibles, and stuff like that. Flour, too much. 6/8, 5 1 gram pre-roll. The squares are the rosin. Oh, okay. So it's the replacements. Gotcha. And so I mean, like that'll last you a couple weeks, maybe. I don't know. It depends on how much you smoke and like when you smoke what. I don't like. I have my vape thingy here, but I rarely ever even hit this thing. This is like if I run out of the flour that I roll up, and I wake up at like 3 a.m. or something, or like 5 a.m. or something, I'll just take a couple hits of that. Hey, who we got there? We got Daddy D's. Welcome to the party with the big 5. Said long live Morty. And living he is. Where are you, Mort? There we go. Get a double there. Yummy. There you go. He's loving it. Thank you so very, very much. And I said I was going to play it every time, so I'm going to play it every time. Oh, God damn it. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the last time that I ever brought him food. But we got new food today. So we are riding. Thank you so very, very, very much. Dane says, stay out of jail many times and still technically resisted, but you have to handle yourself in a different way than what he's doing. In a nutshell, resist by asking questions. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, as long as you're not physically resisting, you're allowed to have the conversation. Now, and again, it's situation dependent, but having court on the side of the road is not the best place to do it. But depending on how strong your case is, you might be like, yo, it's right here. There you go. I'd only get, like, say, probably 3 G's disposable 75. Damn, yeah. Used to primarily only having flour, but it's easy to take the fucking disposables everywhere. Yep. Yeah. Well, obviously no rips there, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I don't get the oh, is that you? Thank you very, very much. I don't know. They're fucking around. But thank you so very, very much. He will hopefully live forever, and when that doesn't happen, I will cry for weeks. But other than that, once I get my shit ready, then we ready. Yeah. So and you got what, 5 of those? So that's that. Plus, like for me, an ounce is probably gonna last 2+ weeks. and like that. This is about, this is about a full ounce. So this will last about 2.5, maybe 3 weeks, depending on how strong the strain is. But yeah, I bought the half a pound day after Christmas, and I'm already more than halfway through. Horseradish, I am from Jersey. Washington, we can find bargain flour most places and get an ounce of mid-grade for $5 to $80. God damn. So, I mean, yeah, I guess it's, there's only been a couple years that we've been having legal weed here. So maybe it takes time. Let's see now what we're gonna do. So I could try to fix this, but ain't no point. So we're just gonna leave it as is. Now we just got a little roach. And the next time I get a hole somewhere that's less convenient, let's say we get a hole up here, then I have all this paper to plug it up. Boom. So now we've got repair paper, and we've got a little thingy. All right, take two. Take two on joint number 1. The problem is that I've got the keef mixed weed in here already. So let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I was talking about the CBN. Oh my god, I can't wait till that shit gets here. CBN is the fucking best. Yeah, I've been to jail 3 times. But all my shit has been expunged because I was a good boy after that. Hey man, anything is very much appreciated. Thank you. We got Bulk Broman. Welcome. So they don't use soft words when describing us. So why are we still using soft words like leftist to describe them? I don't know what you're talking about. But welcome to the party. Walt said you don't hold court out on the streets. Conversing with cops is retarded. Indeed. We got one more picture. Let's see what we got. Oh, Jesus, no. Ooh, the glass setup. Yeah, buddy. There you go. The reason I can't do glass consistently like that because I'm just too lazy to clean it that often and it gets nasty. So, Okay, I was gonna say like $5. God damn. Dang, said I had the cops hold me in the Walmart parking lot a few 4th of Julys ago over some BS. They had the whole entry shut down because there were 5 cop cars. It was over nothing. And yeah, so like when they get that many people there, they're not just gonna be like, whoops, all right, see you later. So like at best, you just you get arrested, you bond out, you fucking go to court, and you sue them and whatever. On the other side. All right, let's see what is good with Brandon.
You understand what bond conditions are?
No.
Okay, so you're out on
we got
bond.
Dixie Insider. Welcome to the party. Well, I would judge somebody who uses these if they didn't know how to roll, but I was a Dutch Masters guy. So I would take one Dutch, you unwrap the outer paper, you split it, empty it, rip off the strip, and I'd be able to make 2 0.75 blunts out of one inner fucking paper without needing the outer paper to roll up. Gangster. Yes, I am. Yes, I am a gangster. I mean, not this much gangster.
You understand what bond conditions are?
No.
Okay, so you're out on bond because you committed a crime. Okay, so you can't commit any other crime.
I'm not committing crimes.
No, not yet. But if you come back on this property, I'll take you to jail for DC.
I'm not taking you.
Actually, I can.
Okay, no, you cannot. You definitely cannot, because the manager never said.
It does not matter.
The manager never said that I was banned from Firehouse Subs for sitting outside of Firehouse Subs.
Do you want us to physically remove you from the property? Do you want us to do that?
This is why it makes sense that the cops shouldn't argue with you either if you try, because this is the level of argumentation that they usually get. So even if you're right, they're expecting that you're going to be as retarded as Brandon. So just take your licks, get locked up, and deal with it afterward. It's not going to be fun. That's why cops suck. But no need to make it worse on yourself.
You literally can't. You literally can't.
We will physically remove you.
You can't. Contact the manager of Firehouse Subs.
Dude.
Well, we'll see where he goes. If he wants to go to jail, he'll keep going. You're making a choice. Go ahead. Go ahead. I told you you're trespassed. I told you to walk away.
Don't do it. Don't do it. So again, then a little bit smaller of a base, but a base nonetheless. And take 2.
You're not listening.
They never said I'm trespassing.
It don't matter.
You're a random police officer.
It don't matter.
They said they want you trespassed.
It's control of Firehouse.
Stay there with that officer. You're not free to leave yet.
Hello.
Hey,
Someone.
the manager?
I am. I'm the one that called. Yeah, let's talk over here. And she can give you information.
tell
too.
him.
She's coming on nights that she's here. If you need.
He stole soda?
He sold soda today, yeah. So we gave him a water cup. I walked right up to the machine. I said, the water's right here. He went back and took something else. And
Took a soda?
took a soda, yeah.
Dude, they said they want you trespassed. It's not that big of a deal.
Again, bringing up the point that, bro, you could have just left. You could have just left. Yeah, right. A random police officer, as opposed to the ones that know you really well. Systemic racism. Hey, welcome. They're all dumb, aren't they? They're all dumb. This is why we need to watch to make sure you don't be dumb. Don't be like Brandon. Welcome.
Took a soda?
Took a soda, yeah.
Dude, they said they want you trespassed. It's not that big of a deal. Just don't come back. Why does that matter, dude?
I'm just chilling. I'm just watching about YouTube.
Yeah, I understand that,
You come out to me, you
dude.
talking about you're bad for Firehouse Subs. You're trespassing. You gotta get the fuck out of here.
He's refusing to.
That's how that works.
So I'm gonna take him to jail.
Perfect.
Actually, I'm gonna come back in with some paperwork. I want to take him to jail for theft.
Okay.
Did he cause any disturbance in here?
I wouldn't say disturbance, but there was an incident where like he made a few people feel uncomfortable because he stood up and went really loud
Screaming
on
in the
Sunday.
store?
Yeah, so he screamed a little bit.
Oh, but that was on Sunday.
Fatigue. And again, just making sure we gotta get these guys out of there. The strain matters. Spend a little bit extra to get a good strain so that you don't spend forever picking out little bullshit out of your weed.
Really loud
Screaming
on
in the
Sunday.
store?
Yeah, so he screamed a little bit.
Oh, but that was on Sunday.
That was on Sunday.
So
It was not
stole
today.
soda.
Today he took soda again. And the funny thing is, not funny, but if you look at the table that's out there in one of the chairs, there's a clear solo cup. That's literally the cup he used to come in and take soda on Saturday.
All right, I'm gonna get him tucked away and I'll be right back.
If you would like to watch this video without my commentary, I did just drop the link into the chat.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
What's the point in this?
Because I don't like people trying to come up to
Dude, I understand that.
saying that I do something
It's
that
about respect, bro. You don't understand? It's about respect. In my world, where I'm from, respect is all we got. It's all we got. Behave said, I am very, very boring. No, I'm just kidding. Chronic black fatigue. I mean, at this point.
because I don't like people trying to come up to
Dude, I understand that.
saying that I do something that I don't have to do.
And
Brother,
don't do things you're not supposed to
On my
do.
YouTube, I watch a little water cup.
I understand that. But they're saying
How much-
you're
And you
stealing
try
into.
to tell me I'm bad for Firehouse Subs.
Bro. Okay. It's a $3 soda, right? It's a $3 soda. But let's go in the most infantilized, liberal-minded way about this. Well, he's just a poor black man. Maybe he doesn't have $3. Did you ask? Did you ask? Did you say, Hey, manager, I'm broke as fuck, but I would really love some soda. May I have some? You're like, yeah, sure. But he goes across the street, be safer at McDonald's or Taco Bell. Ain't nobody calling the cops over there. But no, I want to do what I want to do because I want to do it, because it's what I want to do. Not really, not to the same degree. Not to the same degree. And then and that's fine. Look, I understand. Sometimes you need a little flavor in your life. Sometimes you need a little flavor in your life. Fair enough. But just ask. Just ask. And then there's a bunch of people in there. Ask somebody else. Oh, I'm so sorry. Could I? Do you mind if you just get a fucking a cup for me? The last time I went and got my my gummies, that was the other complaint I was gonna have about the dispensary, is that because I bought that shittier strain, it was an ounce. That was maxed out. I wasn't allowed to buy anything else. I was like, what do you mean? I want to get 2 ounces of this. I want to get 3 things of edibles. I want to get come on, what are you limiting me for? Do you want my money or not? Insane. Horseradish just bumped it back and verified she does indeed say she's the manager. Therefore, she has the ability to have him trespass, even by his own logic. Yep, she was the one who called in the first place. He's just on his own thing. Dave said the way liberal whites are hilariously racist, poor, dumb, ignorant blacks. It's basically that on repeat. Yep. It's gotta be Firehouse, bro. It's gotta be Firehouse.
Tell me y'all for Firehouse subs.
Great. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
I'm not under arrest for
Don't fight.
Don't fight us.
Don't fight. Do not fight.
And then you're still fighting.
All right, we're gonna stand here.
All that time.
Now you got resisting arrest.
All that time you were standing there, and they were telling you, you're being trespassed, you have to leave, you could go to jail. And then you said no. Why are you now surprised that that's what's happening? We told you this was gonna happen, and now it's happening. What? Insane. Insane.
Stop. 241, he's fighting. 241, he's fighting.
Yeah, I never actually stolen anything. You just put me in jail.
You did.
No, I didn't. Stop.
You did.
They gave me a cup of water.
Stop. Put your hands behind your back. Do it now.
I'm not losing my job. I'm not losing my job.
Stop. I have one with cuffs.
I have his hand.
I'm not losing my job.
You made a choice. This man, I got one cuff in his left hand.
I'm not losing my job. I didn't steal anything. Give me a cup of water. That's right here. I didn't steal anything. You can't put me in jail over this.
Yes.
No, you can't. You're not putting me in jail over this. You literally can't put me in jail over this.
Literally about to do
that. I did. That's put me in jail over this. That's dumb. I didn't steal anything. They tried to put me in jail for that. I didn't steal anything. They gave me a cup of water. That's what the f- I did. You can't put me in jail over that.
They're
saying you took soda. Soda? Soda. They gave me a cup. That's not fucking stealing.
So you said they gave you a cup?
They gave me a cup. That is not stealing. That is not stealing.
too big on that squad.
What kind of cup? Did they give you a soda cup? Or a water cup?
Hell no, I'm not putting me in jail. Hell no. Okay. Hell no.
My key fob doesn't work. It's good.
I'm not going to jail over this. They gave me a cup. I'm not going to jail for this.
You are
I'm not going to jail.
Brandon, stop resisting.
They gave me a cup. It is not fucking stealing. It would be stealing if I took the cup. It would be stealing if I.
No, honey.
Thanks, guys.
No, honey. No. Ironically,
Okay.
if you just taken the cup, that would have been fine because they gave you the cup. It was the soda that they didn't give you. Tyler said, in the South, most businesses give you a water cup free, and people constantly use them to take drinks. Well, and I think that's the point is that, on an individual situation, is that the worst thing in the world? Like, Should we be calling for those people who use their water cups and fill it up with soda? Should we be sending extra resources to make sure those people are prosecuted? Of course not. But like, if you're going to go to the same place and do the same thing, and then you get caught, and then they call the cops, it's like, well, how many opportunities did you have to not be in this situation? And like, it's funny to joke about it, but do you think soda's the only thing that he thinks this way about? It's just the soda. Everything else in life, he pays for perfectly fine. But when it comes to that Firehouse Sub soda, no way. No way. And I mean, now he's really costing the taxpayers because 4 cops out there, 3 what is it? 3 hots in a cot. There we go. I couldn't figure out what the rhyming of cot was. Shout out to Variax. So these people must have once had the ability to speak thoughts into reality and don't realize the power is gone. They insist on what is gonna happen and just keep repeating it, and it's always wrong. This dude looks like Brown Charlie. Yep, there you go. Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. Broken windows. The cost of punishing crime is there, but the cost of not punishing much more than the currency. Exactly. Oh yeah, I know. I get it all the time. All the time. All right, Brandon. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how you finish this up.
I'm not going that jail. I'm gonna get shot today. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm getting shot.
Hey, yo!
I'm not going in there. Hell no.
That's not even like. You remember the joke from what's it? Meet the Parents. Where it's like, it's not illegal to say bomb on an airplane. Bomb, 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 bomb. Yeah, that's like this, but like the real version. I'm about to get. Don't say that. Don't say that. Shout out to Don. Welcome. We are hanging out, rolling up, and somebody brought up this video, so we checking it out. Dude wouldn't walk away. Could have walked away, but over a $3 soda.
Sure, we're just coming here for salt.
Okay.
I'm not going that jail. I'm gonna get shot today. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm getting shot.
Jeez.
I'm getting shot.
God.
I'm not going in there. Hell no. I'm not going in there. I'm getting shot today.
Anybody want a soda?
Oh, good. You the assistant manager?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm her mother. She's the general manager.
Okay, can I talk to her real quick?
You were the one that got the earpiece knocked out. You did good.
Something else knocked out. I was trying to bring it to the ground, but
So you look kind of young, so
Yeah.
it wasn't too bad of an experience.
that's all right.
Next time, call me out there, man, because I'm 62. I ain't got much life left, so.
Tommy fought him. Yeah, we were watching the whole time. That was not fun. And that's what I didn't want to deal with in here.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because he was going to get confrontational.
So I'm going to grab a non-permission non-consent form. We're taking him to jail because he stole a soda.
Yep.
So as far as that goes, I'll have you fill it out. Do you have like cameras and stuff?
We do have cameras. I can call my owner. She has access to it on her phone.
Is this around the corner or what?
So just like that. And speaking of retards potentially getting locked up, we have Don Lemon. I have to have something with that on my watch later playlist. That I mean, the fact that he might get caught up in the Klan act, you just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up.
Because we're about fairness, justice, and accountability,
American way.
Don Lemon must be federally, criminally charged for storming into a church, disrupting services, and a violation, they say, of the FACE Act. Now, I gotta be honest, I'm actually kind of kidding, but there is there's a truth to this.
Bro, you didn't hear about this, bro. Oh, strap in, because you are gonna have a good time. You are gonna have a good time. Yeah, right. He is out there. I'm here with the KKA on MLK Day. I didn't even put that together. Oh man! So for those of you who don't know, here's the whole.
In essence, and the story is, as many of you have probably heard over the weekend, that far left extremists stormed into a church, disrupting services. Among them, Don Lemon. Now, Don Lemon's firing back, saying, "Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. I did an act of journalism.
I did
Indeed.
a journal.
You know, Don, there were several people on January 6th who also committed acts of journalism, and I didn't see you speak out on their behalf. Now, to be fair, I didn't see him directly condemn some of these people, but he did blanket all J6ers, including those who were criminally charged, like Stephen Baker, for reporting the news, for which this man was pardoned. They shackled the guy. What was he doing? He was walking around as a writer who worked for The Blaze with other journalists, and they said, "You're an insurrectionist." Well done. If we're going to have any kind of fairness or accountability in this country, then you must be treated all the same. And disrupting church services, maybe.
Again, guys, if, normally we have the links in the description of the video, but I didn't know what we were doing. So if you would like to see any of these videos without my commentary, it is in the chat. If you were on the vertical, I may or may not have remembered to put the chat replay. So for some reason, somebody's watching this on vertical on the replay. Figure it out. The thing is there. But for everybody else, you got it right there.
All the same. And disrupting church services may be against the law. We'll break it down. The FACE Act, they call it, disrupting protected activities. And let's just be simple. I mean, storming onto private property in general, you get a slap on the wrist at least. Now, I don't actually think Don Lemon should go to jail. I actually respect what he did. I really, really do. There was a bunch of protesters, rioters and extremists. They stormed into a church. Very, very bad. They shouldn't have done it. Don Lemon came in behind them and was asking the pastor questions, who then asked him to leave. I'm not.
My issue with all of this is not that like yes, I think it's bad to use place of worship as a political ground like that. Whether I am regardless of my beliefs, I don't think that's a good way to get your message across. But the same issues that I had with the Black Lives Matter protest, in principle, obviously, I have problems with what they were doing, but I mean the principle, it's just like, what is it that you want to do here? What were you hoping to accomplish? What is it that you think, what was the best case scenario? You go in, you yell, and then...
going to blame Don Lemon for what these people did. But based on Don Lemon's ideology, based on what we're seeing in Minneapolis, and based on what Democrats want to and are going to do, well done. I think you have to live up to your own standards. And as there were many journalists, a handful, that faced criminal charges for their activities, and as there were many innocent people on January 6th, I think I can't catch any slack. I hear it all the time.
Sorry,
January
Don.
6th was an insurrection. These people were violent rioters, and I say,
Sorry,
no.
Don. Sorry, Don. So again, now we just pack that. We're going to give it a little smash down, and then the most important piece is to flatten it out. Not flatten it out. We'll come up with a good word as I'm there. Variax, thank you for hanging out. Make sure you are subscribed. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Dixon said, "You're telling me that people running off pure emotion don't have a well thought out plan?" Shocking. I mean, the thing is, though, they did have a well thought out plan in terms of what they wanted. They wanted to be disruptive. But my point is, why do you want to be disruptive? Because you just don't like people and you want to get your anger out? Or because you think doing this will actually lead to change, which is what a protest in spirit is supposed to do. It's supposed to inspire change. If you're talking about bringing awareness, then it has to be awareness of something that people are not already aware of. We're all aware of what's going on the border. So yeah, they planned it. There's a clip. I think it might be in here. They have a clip of Don with them before saying, this is a secret operation. I can't tell you what they're about to do, but this is what's happening. So they had a plan. It's just a very stupid plan. I said all the journalists that went into the Capitol and into Israel on October 7th are all guilty also. Interesting perspective. I mean, I think it depends on what you're doing. Like how, like if you're right there, then like you're part of the activity. But there is a level of actually reporting what's going on and not being part of it. I don't know. I think that has to be a little bit more on a case-by-case basis, in my opinion.
No problem. I hear it all the time. January 6th was an insurrection. These people were violent rioters. And I say, no problem. The violent rioters to jail. But guess what? 90% weren't? There are two sides of the building. And I know all of you know this, but there were many people, friends of mine even, who walked into a building with the doors open and no idea there was a riot or protest because there's multiple entrances. So Adam Johnson, for instance, he's just walking around. Doors open, he walks in. He picked up a lectern, waved, put it down, and walked away. And then they claimed in the media that his name was Getty, which is hilarious. It's not. And they claimed that he stole a lectern. He didn't. But this is just worst.
They actually said that he stole a podium. Remember, it was Podium Guy. It wasn't until Podium Guy went on to Timcast and was like, actually, it was a lectern.
Oh, heavens me, you moved the lectern? It's not even a crime. The point is ultimately this. On J6, and you all know it, there were certainly rioters, and everyone agrees. Literally everybody. It's different extents, but yeah, if you rioted and attacked cops, you're going to get charged for it. You're going to go to jail for it. But what about the other people? Like Owen Schwer, he didn't even go in the building. They charged him for it. Brandon Struck didn't even go in the building. They charged him for it. So Don Lemon, I got no sympathy and no slack for you. But let's play the video, and I'm going to show you what they're currently saying about the FACE Act and what's going to happen. Before we do, my friends, make sure you click the link in the description below. We've got, I think, one assault bottle board left at boonieshq.com. I think there's one. And get it while you can. We also have gold to be arrested under FACE Act after Minnesota church protest. Well, let's do this. Let me show you the actual video of the protest, and you can get an understanding of what exactly happened.
Renee good! Renee good!
Jesus, so again, the question is, what is it that you think those churchgoers are going to be able to do? First of all, Renee Good is already dead. They already looked at the officer and said they wouldn't be filing charges. So what is it that you want them to do here?
Why are they storming into a church again? During a church service.
I'm not a fucking pearl clutcher or whatever, but like this, even as this is offensive to me. Like that should be a sacred place for not dealing with this kind of shit. Again, I'm not gonna fucking cry about it, but that is offensive to me.
So here's the story from The Independent. They say, mega activists. Activists? How about any rational person who says Don Lemon should live up to his own standard? How about that? They're calling for the arrest of Don Lemon, journalist Don Lemon, over his part in a protest at the Minnesota church on Sunday, in which demonstrators interrupted services to oppose ICE's presence in their state. The group stormed into the city's church in St. Paul to demand that President Donald Trump's federal immigration forces leave and to call for justice for Renee Nicole Good. We know she is. Lemon, an independent broadcaster since his departure from CNN, was interviewing one of the participants during a live stream before they entered the church. He then followed the group inside as they chanted ICE out and accused a pastor of collaborating with the agency. This will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is commanding ICE agents to terrorize our communities.
You're not Christian unless you're Christian the way that I, the atheist, says that you must be Christian.
Protester Nikema Levy-Armstrong told Lemon. Worshippers in attendance subsequently left in droves, with one churchgoer quoted as saying, "These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. Everybody's gone home. Their point has been proven worthless, and so, in the end, I think they lose. I feel violated. I feel interrupted. I feel angry."
Yep.
Lemon also spoke to one of the church's pastors, who claimed the activists had not been willing to discuss their concerns with them. "No one is willing to talk. I have to take care of my church and my family," he said, asking the reporter to go. Lemon noted in his report that police officers had waited outside the church but made no move to intervene to keep the peace. I know it's not the same thing as the Capitol, but there's just some funny similarities. There were police outside J6 that did nothing as well. Granted, I know J6 was substantially worse than storming into a church. I'm just saying, if it's illegal, we're going to uphold the law, right?
Cops doing nothing? Tell me some news there, pal. It says the feminine mind, and it makes it's the feminine mind, and it makes them think that having their say and throwing a fit and making a scene actually does something. It's like a woman or a child having a tantrum. I actually do think it's more childish than feminine. Like, it's definitely not feminine. I'll give you that. It's certainly not masculine. But I don't think it's fair to women to act like this is feminine behavior, because it's not. There's nothing feminine about it except the emotionality. And that's not really what femininity is. I mean, I completely agree with you. But it's just straight childish. Just childish. Literally having it's just having a temper tantrum like a child. Don Lemon is trash. Those Christians were worshiping, not practicing advocacy or preaching politics. Yeah, I saw, again, I don't remember if it's in this specific video. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I don't specifically remember which one it is. I think maybe... Okay, a better idea. Let's do this. Let's hit up our boy.
So I would fully expect that we're preparing for an influx of more agents, more of the very visible public theatrics of the raids, of the harassments, and you got faith leaders here. I would not put it past this administration to target midnight mass services amongst folks going to worship.
So obviously, this is Tim Walz responding to the fact that
that's it happened.
Sean doing great work. Link in the chat.
Renee, good. Renee, good. Renee, good.
So what you just witnessed right there was anti-ICE protesters in the city of St. Paul, one of the twin cities with Minneapolis, deciding that they were going to storm a church while it was in service in order to protest the pastor, who allegedly, according to these ICE protesters, and possibly Don Lemon, who was there to document the whole entire thing, a member of ICE. He was actually engaged in deportation operations, and if you believe...
Just hearing Don Lemon's name makes me laugh. It's just Don Lemon. Ah! Oh, wait, Tyler, my bad. I got to add you to the banner. My apologies, brother.
A member of ICE. He was actually engaged in deportation operations. And if you believe that, if you actually buy into this premise, you're an absolute idiot. You're a disgusting fool. You're a ridiculous person. But again, this is what we can expect in the state of Minnesota with Governor Tim Walz and all sorts of other Democrats encouraging people to go out and target quote unquote ICE wherever they seem to find them or wherever they seem to think that they may possibly be and examine their paperwork in order to determine.
Thank you. Again, remember, guys, every single donation comes with a treat for Morty, and you can make me do some push-ups with these puny arms that I'm hiding in my hoodie, and get him a special treat.
Think that they may possibly be and examine their paperwork in order to determine who they are. Again, the irony of these anti-ICE protests cannot be undersold, but what do we expect from a place that was essentially the epicenter of the Black Lives Matter riots circa 2020? And this is what we're going to talk about today, because this is not the only incident. However, it's one of the most recent and one of the most prominent, and now Don Lemon is afraid of the Department of Justice possibly prosecuting him for essentially leading and or directing this protest into a church that is in service.
So, okay, this is the clip that I was talking about. But the, fuck, what was I going to say? I was going to say something, and then I forgot. I don't remember. Oh. Come on over, girl. What's good? Is that a Dungeons and Skeleton? Oh, in him? Yep, that's what it is. But this is what I was talking about before with him saying he knew what they were going to do. He just wasn't going to tell us.
And or directing this protest into a church that is in service.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation.
There's white people in an American flag. MAGA coded.
So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Akima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd.
Notice he didn't say that I don't know what they're doing. He didn't say, I don't know where they're going. He said, I can't tell you. I can't tell you where they're going. Hey, shout out to Dixie Insider with the big 5. Thank you so very, very much. Morty, we got a whole thing over here, so I need you to give me a touch. Give me a touch right here. Touch. Yep, go ahead, move, motherfucker. All right, there we go. Oh, this way, that way. There we go for the verties. There we go. Thank you. And I got this little one here too. Just because I love you. Yummy. He's gonna say, you give me the money. You give me the money. Every time. Trump bad. AJW is so good with using those clips. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Much appreciated. Let's dive right back in.
American flag.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, because we were like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but
I know what it is.
And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others. Where
you mean like a professional protester, somebody who may or may not actually care about this stuff, but really primarily shows up for the check.
They surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, you can't tell you where they're going.
Which, by the way, had anybody done this to a mosque while it was in?
I'm just feeling out whatever. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Obviously, we need cams and use the same name on YouTube. If I don't know you, I may or may not bring you up depending on your camera. But if I know you, come on up and hang out if you would like.
Service would obviously be a civil rights violation. If we were under the Biden administration, they would have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But if you're a church-going person in this particular instance, you're just going to have to shut up and take it. You're going to have to deal with it because guess what? Your rights don't matter because we must preserve and protect the Somalis. And by the way, if you think I'm joking about that, if you think I'm kidding about that, there were people in this particular video confronting churchgoers and the pastor, claiming that they're not doing enough in order to protect the Somalis and maybe down the line, the Latinos. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel, theactualjusticewarrior.com/.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
It's available in this.
Give me the money. Give me the money. But yeah, think about if it was a mosque. All the liberals would have come out of the woodwork. You're like, oh, the poor brown people. We can't do this. But because it's MAGA coded, it's totally fine, right? Totally fine. Don Lemon loves to play the race card. That's why he only dates whites and hangs out with WASPs far away from any black hood. Same shit, different dude.
The money. Give me the money. Okay?
It's available in the sides here, the transept. There's a few seats open. There's some seats up here as well. I'm going to read to you from the Gospel of John, chapter 13. I'm going to begin reading.
What do you think? What? Let's. This is a trivia test. Nobody cheat. The Christians out there. What do you think he was going to talk about? Given the fact that he was John chapter 13. What do you think this sermon was going to be about?
That is correct.
Oh my God, I didn't hear that until it was in the headphones. Holy shit. I have to make sure that it sounded like he was like, ah! But very faintly. Hold on. Wait.
That is.
Do you hear that? That's not just me, right? One more time. When he puts his finger up, he's like, ah, but it's more girly.
That is correct. Yeah.
I'm not the only one that heard that, right? I'm not the only one that heard that, right? I mean, come on. Christ watching the disciples, spelling disciples wrong. My goodness. They would be so offended.
That is correct. Yeah. Can I get someone? Yes, ma'am. You're interfering with our worship,
which is illegal.
So it's kind of crazy to watch.
Here we go. And again, even as somebody who doesn't go to church and doesn't even really respect the Bible itself that much, that's offensive to me. I can't imagine being a Christian in general. I can't imagine being in that room. I can't imagine being that pastor and be like, you motherfuckers, maybe in nicer language. I don't know.
So it's kind of crazy to watch from this particular angle that I'm assuming was recorded via the church live stream, because you could see the pastor going into his little speech thing as normal. You can hear people build up on the outside of said church, but you don't think that these people would have such disrespect.
That brings up a question. So remember, speak of the devil, shout out to Angry Amputee. Welcome. I was just about to say, remember after my Jim Bob debate, Angry Amputee said he was going to be in my area and then he was going to bring me to a liturgy. And, he's talking about the church live stream. Is that something that I would expect would be not available in a liturgy, that they would just have the live stream? Because I'm down to cover that. I'm down to say hey, let's just see what it is. I've never, I went to church for 10 straight years, but I never went to an Orthodox liturgy. Do they have that, or is that we don't do that here? That's the modern world or something.
Build up on the outside of said church, but you don't think that these people would have such disregard, such a lack of humanity, such a lack of respect that they would actually storm this house of worship. But that is,
remember that Sean is also an atheist.
Exactly what happened at this moment in time. And again, this is what is to be expected by these anti-ICE rioters, because they're being encouraged by government officials to think that ICE is not a legitimate form of law enforcement. They're being compared to the Nazis constantly. And when you tell people that there are Nazis afoot that are going after all these different various peoples of color, innocent Bubba Angels, who are totally not in this country illegally, not committing crimes while in this country illegally, this is the crazed response that you're going to get, especially when your side of the political spectrum often encourages violent rioters against Republican administrations in the White House in order to achieve your political aims. But again, this one is particularly egregious because you have former CNN host Don Lemon out there actually encouraging this, interviewing parishioners, trying to lecture them on morality, as he is the person who raided this church, or actually documented the raiding of this church, again, based on the idea that the pastor may have been a member of ICE or something of the sort.
It's so cringe. That's not what happened. That's not.
I also want to point out the obvious, that these people are chanting hands up, don't shoot, and there's a reason for this. First and foremost, obviously, these are the same exact people from the Black Lives Matter riots. These are the same exact people who tore up Minneapolis and St. Paul back in 2020. They were not prosecuted. They were not punished for their actions. So, of course, emboldened by the idea that they were allowed to get away with it. And in fact, in many municipalities, they were actually paid to do this after.
Shout out to the horseradish joining the Discord. Again, remember, guys, it is absolutely free to join. And we have a bunch of good stuff going on there. I've got a contest coming for the month of February that we're going to be doing in Discord, where you can win $100. So join up. Join up.
And in fact, in many municipalities, they were actually paid to do this after the fact. We talked about this in New York City. We talked about this in Philadelphia. And I'm sure the same exact thing happened in Minneapolis and St. Paul. But also, they're chanting hands up, don't shoot at this particular church, which again just goes to show you how absurd the media actually is, because this comes from the Michael Brown shooting in 2020.
I'm trying to think of a different, a comparison of how not irrelevant. Like, hands up, don't shoot has nothing to do with anything that they're talking about. They're like, buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one. Like, you may as well be chanting that. Like, what are you doing? It wasn't allowed to wear a hat in church. Could you imagine the old times seeing this? They're rolling in their graves. Yep. Eats and sheets? What the fuck? Dixit said they were only smart enough to learn one phrase, hands up, don't shoot. It is so versatile. I guess. If you want it to mean, I'm here. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm here. Do I get credit for that? Did somebody put this on Instagram? That's essentially what it means. Thanks to try this shit in Alabama. Let's see how it works out for you. I mean, that's what people were saying. It's not like they don't have guns in Minnesota. I bet you most of those people were armed. But is that what we want? Do we even want to see a bunch of protesters storm into a church and then people pulling out guns and shit? Is that what we want? I don't know if that's ideal. Who did I? Oh, Dixon. Gotta add it to the banner. I'm off my game, guys. That is 3 out of 15. We are 1/5 of the way there. And then we had, what was it? A 5. Thank you so very, very much. 20 out of $75. Morty needs treats. Morty needs treats. Thank you very, very much. Well, I mean, I think that does bring up an interesting question about, like, separate security, because I do understand that, like, we don't necessarily. I don't want to see firefights. I don't want to see that. I obviously want those people to just stop, acting like this. But like this isn't something you should be excited about.
2024. This
is the mentality that got Renee Good killed.
So again, we've had multiple investigations into that shooting. Officer Darren Wilson acted wholly in defense of himself. Michael Brown was 100% in the wrong. He went for Darren Wilson's gun. He ended up charging him. And of course, and this is absolutely crucial, the idea that Michael Brown put his hands up is an absolute ridiculous lie, as we've documented and proven time and time again via the forensic evidence, via multiple witnesses. And yet it is still being repeated. 12 years later, in 2026, we're still hearing about the myth of Michael Brown, and this time it is invading a house of worship. And again, I will remind you that all these different people in left-wing media, in the Democratic Party, are encouraging this exact type of behavior. And by the way, because the police are not allowed to work with ICE, they're not allowed to coordinate them, because of course St. Paul is a sanctuary city, Minnesota is a sanctuary state, you as a regular ordinary citizen have to fight off these ICE protesters on your own, or let them take over your church, as is what happened in this particular case, because the police have designated them to be above the law. This is the absolute absurd.
Nobody's above the law. Nobody except the people that we want. What do I think Islam wants? Sharia law and stuff? Is this in relation to something? It's a different culture, though. Having guns doesn't matter. The question is whether it's what they want. If it is, well, give it to them. It would be impolite not to. Well, I think we've shown, like, this is cope. This is absolute cope. You know that they're retarded and don't understand the reality of the situation, as proven by all the examples of things that we've seen. Not at least for Renee Good. When you could hear the girl from it, why were you using real bullets? You're not a real cop. I need to see a warrant. It's not what they want. What they want is to be, to just be there. It's a mischaracterization of their understanding of the situation. To pretend as if they want to walk into your guns is retarded. To pretend that these people want to walk into gunfire is stupid. That is a stupid thing to think. It's not maybe not as stupid as thinking that yelling at a church in a well-armed state is going to go well for you. But it's very fucking stupid. And will lead to violence of people that you know on your side, because they will get guns too.
Of our modern era, and I will remind you that the whole reason that ICE agents have surged to Minnesota in particular, or sanctuary cities across the country, is due to the fact that these sanctuary cities and states refuse to turn over the serious criminals to federal agents upon arrest. So essentially, in order to protect the criminals among illegal alien populations, you have a situation where you can't even go to your house of worship unaccosted by these left-wing rioters.
Shame on you. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people?
Where are you?
Why are you not at Venmo every day fighting for?
What do you mean, where are you? Ninja, you looking at me right now? I'm right here. What do you mean, where are you?
Humanity standing for our people. Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes.
So again, of course, you see them screaming at the pastor right there. You have them labeling the pastor ICE prior to invading this house of worship. He is calling shame on them. And then they start targeting everyday random parishioners at this particular church, including this very attractive young woman who is sitting on her coffee. And then, of course, they confront this guy who honestly, again,
I mean, hey, if this kid told me that he was non-binary, I'd believe him. That's all.
Even though he did nothing wrong, and I don't need to throw shade at him in any way, shape, or form, kind of looks like a vampire and possibly also should not be in this church because vampires are forbidden from entering the house of worship. But the thing is, a vampire is more respected in this situation than these left-wing rioters. And of course, what we hear, this is all about the people that need to be defended are the Somalis.
But what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? I'm not going to comment. You have no comment. Exactly.
So what we're seeing right here is probably best described as Stockholm Syndrome, as you have all these different various people that are very upset about the fact that the Somali community is getting a bunch of attention. By the way, the reason they're getting so much attention is because there is a disproportionately high amount of government fraud among the Somali community. They set up all these different things like daycare.
The Leering Center. So Dan said they're adults. They're responsible for their decisions if they invade our churches and start disrupting things, and then we'll eject. Okay, great. I didn't say anything in conflict with that. Would you like to address what I said, or are you just ranting? Because that's cool. You're allowed to rant. If you want to just rant, you can rant. But I thought we were having a conversation. My bad.
Centers, you have situations where they're stealing money meant to feed children, you have the Medicaid fraud and all sorts of other things, and these people have been ginned up in a hysteria in response to Nick Shirley exposing this. So now they're going into random churches and demanding that the parishioners of said church go out and protest on behalf of the Somalis, submit to their Muslim conquerors.
Jesus said that, right? That was his big thing, right? Never let them in, right? I never understand you guys. I never understand you guys. Like, if you're going to make fun of them because you're better, then be better. What are you talking about?
Which, by the way, again, is another absurdity on top of all this. In addition to that, you have them talking about the Latinos. Now, of course, St. Paul is about 10% Latino. I don't know if these people are disproportionately immigrants, let alone disproportionately illegal aliens. There's a lot of Latinos in the United States of America that don't have immigration issues at all whatsoever. But of course, the logic doesn't really matter for these left-wingers. They are here to stir up chaos, and they are here to sow terror. And they want you to know that if you are even perceived to be possibly, potentially affiliated or friendly to ICE agents, if you are somebody who wanted the law enforced on a federal government level, then guess what? You are in fact a target, because these people don't believe in our electoral system. They don't believe in the fact that they lost the election.
Okay, so Eric Lean said no Somalians in the let's see, you're talking about the Epstein files. What is the significance of this? Are we saying, is this meant to say that like Somalians good and, let me guess, Trump bad? Because that's a very weird way to approach this. This idea of sweet and gentle Jesus and church has been concocted in the last century as feminism became more and more prevalent in the church. Did he not say, "Bring me your tired and you're the worst of them"? Okay, fine, but you're not sitting here saying that you're better and making fun of them. You're saying these people are retards, and we should consider that and not dislocate their jaw. Yeah. Yes. You what? You make a habit of beating up retards? What are we talking about? You guys are just saying things because it's a church and they're on the other side now. So I can just say the most random, wild shit. You're not saying anything.
Don't believe in our electoral system. They don't believe in the fact that they lost the election hugely based on this particular issue, as Kamala Harris was the border czar who let a bunch of people into this nation. Trump ran on very much enforcing immigration laws, so they have decided to raid this church, teach these people a lesson, and again scream and act all sorts of crazy again while Don Lemon is there, sticking a microphone in the faces of random individuals.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up, and I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
Bro, if he had been like, well, it's mostly peaceful, that would have been brilliant.
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It depends on what I did, but not in my house. That's a whole different thing. I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is a house of God.
Which makes it everybody's house.
Yes, it is. But in a house, people don't yell at each other.
Yeah. And yeah, Angry is saying, my church is full of police on Sundays. So not a good a good thing. And I think that needs to be, whether it's the police, like the actual police force of the town, or private security or whatever. I think that is how you want to use guns to prevent this, as a deterrent, not as a reaction. And because as we see this stuff, it's not like there hasn't been shootings in churches before. And then we're starting to see the frequency of this and the fervor that they have. I don't necessarily know if I would want to be going to church without some kind of security there, even if I was armed, because I don't want to fucking shoot anybody. Jones responsible. They're not some literally. I mean, I don't know that that's true. They seem pretty legitimately mentally retarded to me. I'm not excusing them. But you're acting as if this is some 4D chess plan, and the only way to thwart them is to shoot them in the face. That is how we got here. That type of mentality. They are so bad that the only way to deal with them is violence. That's what they're doing. And so exactly as Dude is saying, maybe we don't need to fight fire with fire. They are specifically and explicitly saying, well, those people are so bad that we can't talk to them, so we must be violent. So is that a good way to run a society, or is that fucking retarded? A question you know the answer to, but you're coping because it's your team. Get over
everybody's
yourself.
Yes, it is. But in a house, people don't yell at each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still love each other.
Okay, so if that's the case, this household had a lot of yelling, and this guy says, well, in a household you don't yell. Which household would you rather live in? Maybe that's the fucking point, Don Lemon. Is that the way you grew up and the way that you live is not conducive to the way that these people want to live. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party.
There's a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still love each other.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that yelling is the answer, right? Sorry? That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes it's heated,
Doesn't
sometimes
talk.
it's not.
Now, look, I don't know the political affiliation.
I saw. I don't know if it's going to be in that AJW video or another one, but there was another part of the Don Lemon thing where it's like, well, if I was the pastor, I would have tried to get everybody to pray together or talk about it. Like, you're in there yelling and chanting. The guy already had a microphone that he couldn't get through to you guys. But no, we weren't violent, so it was peaceful. Peace and nonviolence are not the same thing.
Of the people at this particular church. I know that the left-wing agitators seem to believe that the pastor is ICE affiliated.
Tell me the difference, Dane. Tell me the difference between what this retard is saying and what you're saying. Tell me the difference. You think you're right about your position? I bet Aaron thinks he's right about his position as well. Exactly.
Church. I know that the left-wing agitators seem to believe that the pastor is ICE affiliated, which means almost certainly that that is in fact false, made up, and ridiculous. But the idea that you're going to be so friendly and so polite to people who show you no respect at all whatsoever, that you're actually going to answer questions with the microphone in front of your face, is absurd and ridiculous. This pastor should have not tolerated Don Lemon for a second. He should have thrown him out on his ass, which is what CNN did and where Don Lemon deserves to be. But not only did this pastor act—
well, okay, Aaron said fuck fascists is the right position. Okay, so would you say that it's okay to harm fascists because they are fascists? Strongly, all right, they came in counting on people allowing them to behave that way. They aren't entitled to that. If they comment looking for violence, we'll oblige them. I mean, I think you're strawmanning what I'm saying. I already agreed with you in the first place. I'm saying the mentality of like, yeah, let's get them, boys. This retard. Oh, wait, where is it? Yeah. Well, if they come in, then fuck it. Again, I agree with you that if violence were to pop off because of that, it would obviously be the protesters' fault. But again, like, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is what I'm saying. You two are saying the same shit.
what CNN did and where Don Lemon deserves to be. But not only did this pastor actually take an interview or at least answer some questions with Don Lemon as these rioters were showing up, getting in his face and screaming at him, but you also had other parishioners do interviews, including like a 4-minute long interview, which of course Don Lemon took as an opportunity to lecture this guy who again was concerned about people showing up to their house of worship in order to terrorize them.
These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor. And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied a house of worship.
No, I'm not. I'm just using you as an example of a retard and then showing how the retardation that you are displaying is being displayed on people on the other side as well in a different way. So, appreciate it.
But he's gone home. The point has been proven worthless. And so, in the end, I think they lose. But more importantly, if I was to break into any of their houses uninvited, cause derision and upset according to their values, I would be kicked out ultimately. It's not a good way. I feel violated. I feel interrupted.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute, guys. I didn't know that. Well, that makes it totally okay now.
I feel angry.
So, of course, this guy gives a very reasonable take on what is currently happening at this moment. It is driving the people at this church away. By the way, it is good for them to leave for safety issues because, as we know,
it's just some old dude just going to church. What did he do? Why fuck that church? Even if you want to be and say because you're an ICE, you're a fag, fine. I don't give a shit. What about this guy? Why fuck the church? Did you know about him? Why would you expect that they would know about him? Supports what? How do you know what he supports? Now you're just making shit up. Oh, look, we found more people making shit up to make their side look good.
And so,
by the way, it is good for them to leave for safety issues because, as we know, these left-wing quote-unquote protesters get violent very quickly. They attack random people. They absolutely are emboldened by members of the state. Again, Tim Walz was talking about how, oh my God, the ICE agents are going door to door demanding you snitch on your people of color neighbors. Again, the Nazi comparisons coming repeatedly from the Walz administration, who is desperately looking for a distraction from all the fraud that he allowed in his state, which, by the way, was so bad. And when it was picked up by the media post Nick Shirley, it actually caused Tim Walz to forget about running for a third term. But of course,
do you know that? First of all, a lot of people watched the. What does this mean? What are you talking about? The fact that the Andrew Callahan interview with Nick Shirley that we did, I think that was on New Year's Eve, right? Apparently. Welcome. Apparently, Andrew Callahan chopped that video up to make Nick look even worse. And so we were saying, like, oh, he's not great at public speaking, whatever. That was because that was all chopped up. Then there was other people who were saying that Andrew destroyed Nick Shirley. It's crazy out here.
Post Nick Shirley, it actually caused Tim Walz to forget about running for a third term. But of course, Walz might still want to run for president, so he's betting on the idea that—
Dan, are you sure? Are you sure this is not actual retardation? I explicitly said, how do you know that? He doesn't know that. You're making stuff up. And this is the response. Are you sure that this is not an actual retarded person? Because I am not. I am not sure that this is someone who has full mental capabilities, and I'm not being facetious.
A third term, but of course, Walz might still want to run for president, so he's betting on the idea that if he could gin up enough anti-ICE hysteria in Minnesota, he can pitch himself as the resistance candidate when he runs again.
I've gone to church all my life. I don't know about anybody else, but that was what my church was like.
And hopefully he doesn't get questioned all that much on the Somali fraud that he allowed in his state, very much like he wasn't questioned on it when he was on the VP ticket for Kamala Harris.
Saying if you had showed up at their house, they're saying that people are showing up at houses where they're citizens, without due process, and breaking and entering and how one that we saw. I've been watching from.
You mean like you just did to the church service?
New York, with a battering ram into someone's private property, and there's no recourse.
So in addition to all of this craziness, you also have Don Lemon going on.
Yeah, bro. This is somebody who is giving you an answer that has full mental capabilities. If someone breaks into your house, you just move. So again, I will say, I do not know that people who hold these opinions are, whether they're brainwashed, whether they're stupid, or they're both. I don't know. My larger point was being like, hey, let's go kill them. Is a bad frame of mind. That is not Christ-like. Let's go kill them is not Christ-like.
Social media saying that he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't know it was going to be like this. He was there as a member of the media.
MAGA administration and the fake news MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because this
what's not true, Don?
Attorney
What's not
General,
true?
I don't know, something Hammett, Gillen or whatever. So
I'm an atheist, bro.
I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization.
Look, I know a lot of people hate Don Lemon, and by the way, deservedly so. He is one of the worst people in the mainstream media, and now he's in independent media, and he's flailing around like an absolute idiot ever since he got to independent media. I do want to say that there is something to the fact that he is operating as a member of the media. He is documenting this particular incident, and therefore the calls for him to be prosecuted for his role in this are not to be heeded all that seriously. In addition to that, I also want to point out that it's important to not make Don Lemon the victim in this particular scenario, because even if he knew about this, even if he was aware that this was going on, him showing up to cover it does not necessarily make him criminally liable. That being said, the left-wing agitators who showed up, stormed this church, disrupted the service, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because again, they are operating in bad faith. They don't.
Dane, are you watching the chat on screen? I think my point is getting proven further and further and further and further and further. These people do not have full use of their brains.
Have the media excuse. They're terrorizing random individuals. And by the way, Governor Tim Walz, who's busy calling ICE agents Nazis for daring to enforce immigration law, which by the way, Donald Trump was elected to do. And by the way, the funding for ICE was passed into law with the big, beautiful bill. So it's all squared away and legal. Should probably focus on these left-wing rioters that are antagonizing regular, ordinary individuals in his state, rather than make up fantasies about how they're actually fighting against the evil Nazis. Because we talked about this before, where they ended up stopping a rental car that they assumed was being piloted by an ICE agent.
See that, Aaron? Did you see that, Aaron? Did you see that, Aaron? Did you see that, Aaron? You can see it on the screen right behind my face right now. It's almost like there's two different streams. So many babies, baptisms, and first communions. Church is as important as your home to real Christians. Talking to each other. Yeah, because you're on the vertical stream. They're on the landscape stream. So you can see right here, or no, for you right here, you can see all the chat going. It's on your screen. Notice how other people are saying things and they're popping up on this chat, but they're not showing up on your chat. It's almost like there's more than one stream. Retard.
They ended up harassing the individual who was in this car.
Here you go. There, like I said, I don't have to do this. I'm happy to do this. That's all.
Wait,
you just got to stop this.
They're stopping him to check if he has papers, to see if he's where he's supposed to be. I thought that was racist. The irony.
That's all. You just got to stop this.
So he's got a lot of camera equipment. I think we can say this isn't right.
Yeah, I'm not. I tried to tell them. The first lady, nobody believes me. That's all I can do is tell you. I already shut. Listen, first of all, I don't have to do any of that, but I'm kind. I respect what you are doing. Yeah, no. I really
think about how this is just going to be a normal part of American childhood now. This is a normal part of American childhood, is seeing different groups, however you want to put that, different groups taking advantage of a certain sector of government or private industry where they're getting government subsidies or any of that stuff. That's just part of the way that they live now. English City got pulled over for a huge car being weighted down in the back. Looks like he's carrying drugs or people. He didn't get. I mean, they stopped him, I guess. But yeah. What? Who the fuck are you to stop people with suspicious-looking cars? But the actual ICE does it to people who are known criminals. Oh my God! Oh my God!
I just don't understand the job. I don't know how to do it.
And of course, after they found out that he was completely innocent of the crime of being a member of federal law enforcement, you ended up in a situation where they were lecturing this guy on daring to drive a rental SUV in this city because he doesn't understand what's going on right now at this moment in time, and he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Were you here yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, he was here yesterday. I can testify that.
You know what? What's the kicker here, Aaron? What's the kicker here? What would have to happen for ICE to be able to arrest a U.S. citizen? Because you're right. On the basic level, ICE has no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. Okay, until or unless. We're waiting, Aaron. Come on, get those Twitter fingers rolling. You guys, okay, there we go. Bingo! So what were all these people doing that have been in trouble, U.S. citizens who have been in trouble with ICE doing? Actually interfering with a real operation. Maybe he's not a retard. Maybe he's not a retard. No, but blocking the street. Blocking the street. I don't understand why you guys want so hard to be on the, like, especially like somebody like you, Aaron. Like you know, if you come and you hang out and, you know, you check out my views and you're like, okay, I really don't like what this guy has to say and I want to address the points that he's made. Perfectly fine. I'll drop the link if you want. We'll hash out anything that you want. But you just come into a random stream of nobody that you know and start saying random brain dead bullshit like this. And then when you're actually pressed to say something, you actually show that you know that the retardation that you're defending doesn't actually align with what's happening. But then you just go back to your talking points because you're on the other team. How do you know that we don't agree on so many things? How do you know that I'm not your biggest advocate for what you want? You just come in here, guns a-blazing. I am not, I wasn't defending anybody when you came in here. I wasn't defending anybody when you came in here. And I was explicitly defending the protesters when you came in here. So just making shit up now. Well, now, still, either way. The point is that if you had come in here and listened, asked questions, did any of those type of things, then maybe you could have actually changed my mind on something that you want my mind changed on. But instead, you come in acting like you are already my enemy. And so you fail. You fail. Nobody here takes you with a single grain of seriousness.
Guys,
No, I appreciate your help. Thank you.
I'm not here to help you.
No, I
I get the
understand.
fact that you're in a vehicle like this at this
I
time.
get it. But with all due respect to everybody, I get a couple of ways.
Well, you can. You go rent something else.
You can rent something. Now they're the rental police.
This is my business.
I know.
Who's the Nazis? Who's the Gestapo?
Not here.
He was here with a video camera yesterday. I did see another vehicle with them. But I did see him with the camera.
Press badge when the company on the side?
No. I told him I was with media.
Okay.
And when people get irate with me, I have no choice to just go out the window.
I think you gotta understand that people were.
It wasn't yesterday, because that's what we did the story on. Let's just wrap this up, okay? Yeah, that's fine.
You guys are first time.
Let's just wrap this up.
Why is
Now, look, I understand that the left-wing activist class is essentially made up of a bunch of unemployed members of the Horde.
Yup. Like, why would you be like, who the fuck are you Don't talk to me. Well, you can talk to me. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to go on doing what I'm going to do. You came in and called ICE fascist. I took that as an insult. Nope. Again, as I already explained to you, I was using you as an example of how Dane, who clearly has left now because I made my point and he can't argue against it, we're doing the same thing. So you're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. But just sitting around watching things that you don't like with people calling you retards, I never will understand why you don't go somewhere where you're not getting called a retard. What are you doing?
These are a bunch of trust fund brats that are absolutely entitled to act out in all sorts of crazy ways. But the reason this guy rented a car, which by the way is none of your business, it's not something that you get to judge and you get to decide on because this is the United States of America, is because he's doing a thing that's called working. He actually has a job. He needs that vehicle in order to perform his job. And even if he was renting it for pleasure, like a vacation or something of the sort, while he definitely shouldn't pick the state of Minnesota because it's the lawless hellhole, obviously he is permitted to do so. He has every right to do so, and you just need to shut the hell up. But again, this was not the only instance of something like this happening. There was an incident where people were at a restaurant dining, and apparently the owner of said restaurant labeled these people members of ICE, ended up putting in a tip on a private signal chat, and people ended up showing up to terrorize those individuals.
So cool as in like
This is hilarious. So this is again, where maybe we can get Aaron some understanding of what's actually happening. The fact that you are pro-ICE or anti-ICE, it should not be cool that a bunch of random people are going to harass another bunch of random people. That's not a good way to have society. And so similarly, with the protesters shouldn't be doing that to the churchgoers. And now the churchgoers shouldn't be like, okay, well, that's all we need. Let's blast them to hell. That was the point that I was making. I guess I want to know how to get paid by the Let's Go protest. I'm home doing nothing, and I'm sure this is coming to Columbus real soon. Go to actblue.com. I bet, you know what? Let's do that. Let's see what it says. All right. Start fundraising. Let's go to let's say, how do I become a professional protester? And we'll add the Reddit kicker. How to get a job? Where you see this? Oh, sorry. Psychoist. How? Wait. We'll zoom in a little bit. How do you get a job as a paid agitator or protester? I've been hearing a lot about it lately, but I can't find any place online to apply. Is it only a dark web thing? Saw something on Craigslist. There you go. Antifa headquarters will need at least 2 referees or references. If you have an expired SJW badge, they usually grandfather you in as an Antifa cadet. It's on Marks Avenue between the Community Garden and the Social Justice Warriors Guild. Oh my God! At the crossroads of Virtue Signalers Way. Oh man, that is hilarious. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't know. I would imagine that the way they do it is they just go online and they pick, they look for somebody who's already, saying what they want them to say. And they'd be like, we love your views. How about we give you $10,000 to do this and go here? So it's probably like that. So just start a new YouTube or Instagram or something. TikTok is probably your best bet. Fucking start acting like you're a liberal, and they'll come to your door. Oh, honey. I remember being this ignorant.
This has got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I know it's like You feel like a zoo.
I've never.
If you're not with us, then you're against us. If you're not with us, you're against us. I mean, what else is there? What else is there? That would be the hardest thing. Acting like a little. No, when you know how to do it. Just take any issue and boil it down to black and white, oppressor versus oppressed, and whoever's on the oppressor side is bad. America bad, everywhere else good. Come on, you know how to do this. We go over it all the time. All the time. All right, so I am done rolling up, guys. So, we could either go look for some trouble, go look for some panels, see what's going on, or I'm going to bed. So, let's see if we can get another $3 in donations. Morty needs a treat. Let's look at what we've got on the table for panels. And we just need $3. Let's get $3. Ooh, Newsom versus Shapiro. Come on, why is this not closing? So we can head over there. We got, they do the same one every time. Just gotta exist. Why does this not have the live thing? Oh, shout out to Terry. All right, so I mean, up to you guys. Up to you guys.
We watched a little bit of it though. To be fair, give me that attaboy, Big Soda. Give me that attaboy.
Composer. He ended up playing piano at a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard, I believe. It was in, or actually, it was in across from Universal Studios. It was the Michelli's over there.
And he was, I mean, like a 5-night-a-week piano guy.
A couple nights a week, he'd go in there and play jazz piano because he'd been playing since he was 14.
Up to you guys. What do you think?
So that's how I grew up. And again, I think that's the American dream: is you start there, and then you end up making a better life for your kids, and they end up making a better life for themselves. And that upward trajectory is kind of what America's all about.
I love it. How many brothers and sisters?
So I have 3 younger sisters.
3 younger sisters.
3 younger sisters.
And were they music? Because you were a violinist.
Right. Yeah. I started playing violin when I was 5. And then
anybody? No. Yes.
Good.
No. Yes. Yes. No.
It was your dad
$3
saying, "You're going, son. You will be." I mean, they threw that at you, and they made you, and you're crying.
Somebody throw out a 99, and then we'll get 2 other 99s, and then we'll join the party.
I was practicing by the time I was 16, maybe 3 hours a day or something. And then I looked at sort of the life of a musician, and I thought, well, again, that upward trajectory is very difficult, particularly in classical music. And so I thought, maybe I better shift career strategies here. But when I went to UCLA, I went to UCLA for undergrad. When I went
Kevin
to UCLA,
already looks like a snake. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I'm not trying to be biased or anything, but you know.
And I thought I was going to double major in biology and
it's just it's the style, the physiognomy. It's all of it. It's just snake coated.
I want to get back to that.
Yeah, it's like the Adam and it's like I'm watching the story of Adam and the snake.
Yeah.
Pursuits and careers.
So all of us obviously here. Only one is still here. I still have one.
30 seconds, guys. Come on.
Orange County.
99.
I have a couple of sisters who live within 1.5 miles of me in Florida. So basically, the whole family ended up in Florida. My parents ended up near me in Florida. My in-laws, who lived in Sacramento, ended up near me in Florida. And there may be some reasons for that, Governor.
We'll get to that. We're going to get to all of that and a lot more. I just want to paint the picture a little bit
I
because
appreciate it.
Not everybody knows your childhood, but also connected. I mean, as you said, UCLA undergrad, and then your interest.
My wife went to UCLA Medical School. I mean, we're very California embedded.
I love that. And but politics had its calling there. Would you remember sort of a moment or issues, or was politics part of your childhood? Was a part of the conversation around the dinner table? Were your parents politically active? Engaged?
They weren't super politically active. I would say they were kind of Reagan Republicans.
Right, fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. I got my sticky fingers now. Morty's gonna get all of that. Big a shout out to where are we? Big a shout out to Unwanted Foe. We got Daddy Diz, aka Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, and Dick inside her. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, what? Hey, bam, just in the nick of time. We got it. So first, let's get Morty his treat. Come here, pups. This is from Angry Amputee. Come here. Yeah, come. We got food and weed fingers. So let's take your food. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Oh, and let me update this banner before I forget. And that. And our boy, Angry Amputee. Thank you. Does he want the weed fingers? Oh, the weed fingers. Look at that. He's like, don't go anywhere. I want that weed finger. Right, let me get my other headphones. Where are my headphones? And let's go to battle. Look how cute he is. Oh, we need to cut your nails. God damn. Look at that. We got to cut your nails very shortly. All right. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, we love the Morty. He's amazing. So let's go. What am I doing? So we want that. God damn it. They always do that. Every time I X out the chat from the full screen.
I don't know if I believe that.
And then I come back from the full screen, then it doesn't bring the chat back. Okay, so now we want to pop this out. Okay. That. This isn't gonna work though. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to have the chat on the screen. Right, yeah, not gonna be able to have the chat. But is that what is that? What? All right, where are we?
We don't have to play the game.
Okay. I was going to say, you can't cuck a guy that cheated on his wife.
We have who cheated on whose wife?
Gavin Newsom cheated on his wife.
What a scoundrel. I didn't even know that. I thought I hated Gavin Newsom enough. Apparently not. The Indian Jesus, how are you doing today?
Pretty.
We have the inequality.
How are you guys? What are you guys up to?
The greatest.
Gamma, put you guys on full screen because it is Zin o'clock, okay? So just forgive conflicts when he takes a pee and grabs a hot Zin, okay?
We're just watching Gavin Newsom.
Goes in it up, man.
That's just
we just watching Gavin Newsom get cooked by Ben Shapiro.
Supposedly. Absolutely cooked. Destroyed.
Do you guys all use Zins?
No. I mean I have, but I don't buy them regularly.
Yes, obviously all the time. I use Zins all the time and play with them all the time.
That's true. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
he almost broke character.
Almost.
Like the fact that vapes are easy to just like constantly be puffing on them. The fact that just having it in your mouth is yet another step where you can eliminate any type of like even having to lift your hand, find your vape. I don't know. That scares me. I feel like I'd be so addicted so quickly.
I mean, that's the point.
I guess so.
I was going to say they can be dangerous.
Literally the point. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait.
Well, what's actually dangerous is when you vape and then
we can agree on that.
Do them
we
together.
can agree on that, Aaron.
vape Zen and then do them together.
Sorry,
Damn.
Yeah.
So I was with my. What can you say one more time?
I said the worst part about it is if you already vape and you buy a pack of Zens, and so you Zen and vape at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It can get a little out of hand.
Yeah.
I bet.
And yeah, just like putting 7 of them in at the same time. Like that's scary.
I don't know about that.
That's scary. I mean, maybe
5 Zens at the same time.
Yeah. All right. That's what we wanted. Find out. So how? I didn't get to. I hadn't. Obviously, I wanted to see what was good with the Shapiro and Newsom thing, but I haven't seen any of it. I saw like
we just started.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just
did just start. But before we continue,
we haven't seen any of it either. It's okay.
I got to defend my brothers, the Zins. Okay, the Zins. No one is getting collapsed lung from Zins, and people are getting collapsed lungs from vapes. Okay, so Zins are objectively more safe. Okay, objectively, because you're not huffing propylene glycol and vegetable glycol into your fucking lungs.
I'm not.
That's true.
Okay, I'm not trying to say that vaping is good or healthy. That was not the claim. The claim.
I'm trying to say Zins are good and healthy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Definitionally, they're not good or healthy.
Right, like the mouth cancer, the tooth rot, the gum receding. We don't know. Like we know that dipping tobacco does that. Obviously, this is not the same, but like snus has been around forever. And there's
I used to, speaking of what you guys were talking about, I used to use dip and then smoke a cigarette at the same time. So I'd have a mouthful of dip and then smoke a cigarette, which is like a bit degenerate. I'll admit that. That's not
a mouthful of what?
Of dip.
Of what?
Dip.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
What did you think I said? What did you think I said? I don't know. Oh wait, are you trying to gay code me? Is that what's happening right now?
I wasn't
terrible times. Terrible times.
Damn Canadians.
But no, absolutely not. Yeah, well, IndianJesus always tells me to put everyone in order where their screens are on. Okay, look at that. Are you happy now, Lutch? Are you happy now?
Yes, I am.
Are you happy though? Okay, you're
I'm
more
just
happy than you
I'm just
were
trying to
a
get
second
your
ago.
stream to look professional. My apologies. My apologies.
That's what I want. That is what I want. That is what I want. So I appreciate it. All right. Okay. Wait. Was someone else absent? I can't remember what happened.
I think Anson dropped down.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
What was?
But he'll maybe be back, or maybe he's like gym coded right now. I'm not sure.
I hope
I
it
just
animates
cock.
me when it animates the show.
Love that. Well, I mean, you're obviously known as. I mean, people described you in so many different ways, but debate bro. I mean, this sort of quick wits. I mean, obviously next level. Intellect, ability to quickly distill facts and figures. You talk about facts.
Okay, don't gaslight him now.
That person in
Gavin
high
is
school,
absolutely a reptilian person. Like in the Alex Jones
I skipped
sense.
a couple of grades. So I skipped 3rd and I skipped 9th. Wow. And so I was much younger and much shorter and much skinnier and much more.
That makes a lot of sense.
And some of the other kids.
Yeah, it does actually make a lot of sense.
And so high school.
He reminds you of that kid that skipped a lot of grades.
I've said before that obviously bullying is terrible, but being bullied can be sort of a make or break situation for you. Meaning,
I can tell you
that
personally,
a lot of the
I
people
was
that I
bullied
know who
all
are
day
very
every day.
successful went through a lot of adversity in that age range, and then you sort of develop.
We should be bullying our own kids. What do you
I
think?
can either use this as fuel and grist for the mill, and say, listen, I'm going to take all that negativity and channel it toward more strength and more positivity and building and maybe you get a little bit of a chip on your shoulder sometimes, or you can kind of let it break you down.
And do you remember? I mean, some of the specific instances where you sort of you had that kind of exchange. Where was it political? Was it because? I mean, the fact you're always younger, a little bit smarter. Maybe you're quick-witted. I mean, do you remember?
Yeah, political. And
Say more angry.
But I remember.
Man looks like your son,
kind of kid
Gavin.
When I was 16 years old, there was a program at the UC system that was all about.
No, I think he's talking about
affirmative
Newsom.
action at the UC system. I remember there were about 1,000 people who were protesting
Was your son a
down
reptile?
in Plaza over there.
Rip.
And I believe I was the only counter protester.
Interesting.
And I would show up and do that sort of stuff.
Skill issue. Was it the confidence or was it gumption? What was it? I mean, was it something your parents distilled in you? Just stand up for ideals, strike out?
I think it was more stand up for ideals, but also, you know, from the time that I was young, I never had any problem with being in crowds or being in front of people.
You're a performer after all.
Yeah, exactly. I played violin. And so if
Ooh,
you spend
that
a
was
lot
a
of
little
time
call out.
playing,
That was a little call out.
Sort
A
of
little bit, yeah.
in front of people and
Backhanded
you do that
compliment.
over and over, it kind of gets rid of whatever.
What's wrong with being called a
trepidation you might have
performer?
about being in front of people and doing that sort
When
of
did
stuff.
The
was there a
way the
moment when you
snake
sort of
man
developed
means it is
next level
probably
confidence? You're
different.
like, wait, I'm pretty good at this. Or was it the right?
Not the snake, not the
You know,
snake
I'm not
man.
sure. I will say I don't.
Did he bring
it's
Ben and
really
Apple?
good to
I'm
develop
sure he
next
did.
level confidence.
I'm sure he did.
I think you got to prep for everything. One of the things that
An
I
apple
try
and
to
a
do is really
pentagram all in
prepare
one.
for my show. If I'm
Mhm.
going to have a discussion with somebody, I really try to dig in and get into what's true, what's not true. I'd much rather be over prepared. I think there's a certain.
Oh, he's
level
talking about Big
of
Soda. Big Soda, you look
insecurity
like
that's good. I think
Angry
when you're
Son.
overconfident, that's when you made mistakes. I think in my career,
Papa?
whenever I made a mistake,
Is that
it's
you?
typically because I didn't take a challenge seriously enough.
My
I sort of brushed it off.
Papa
Yeah,
Soda is reaching to me from beyond the grave.
Intelligent, as opposed to assuming that you're not going to be the smartest person in the room all the time. Remember when I was in middle school, so I went to Walter Reed in North Hollywood, and they had a magnet school, like a highly gifted program. And I remember there was an IQ test, actually, kind of a rudimentary IQ test that was the baseline to get in. And I got in, but I didn't get in by leaps and bounds. And we, I remember first day of class, everybody was kind of passing around their IQ scores and all this kind of stuff. And one girl had above 180, a really, really, really high IQ. And I remember going back home and talking to my father about it. I said, listen, you should assume that you're never the smartest person in the room. But
Is IQ even like aptly measured past
and
that level?
Nope.
It's not. I don't think it's
Went,
aptly
measured
measured past
UCLA
like
undergrad,
150.
ER 17. National
Yeah, I feel like it
Syndicated
starts getting
columns.
like
A few years
nonsense
later,
after
got 2
that
published
level.
books about issues around the universe. As you say, you may have been a step or two ahead of most in that respect, and then issues around. I mean, it was interesting. The porn industry.
I want to make sure I'm
broadly
muted over
defined.
there.
Yeah, I was writing books about how
But
the pornography industry was going to really.
He wasn't even
carve
trying
out particularly young
to
men.
victimize himself.
145 plus.
But he does it anyway.
At the time, people were
And it's like,
saying,
oh,
"This is
everybody's being
crazy.
racist."
What is he talking about now? Of course,
You went in the
I think
church,
there are
motherfucker!
young men who have fallen prey to that industry, who needs less family formation, less general happiness, less sex, actually. People who are kind of falling out of the social fabric that's necessary to build societies. I was calling that out in about 2005.
It's interesting. Even in my State of the State last week, I referenced just one of many different statistics, but roughly half of young men have never asked a woman out in person on a date. So your point and emphasis in that, and I want to unpack that a little bit later as well in the conversation. But you started then to not only identify yourself in the context of your intellectual pursuits, and
I never asked my wife out on a date. I just kidnapped her, and then been great ever since.
In debate and speech, but
That kind of is the
you found
historic way to
Andrew
do
Breitbart,
things, you know,
who
very
was out
traditional.
and about,
I mean,
in
technically,
Southern
you buy
California,
her
and
dowry.
took a job there.
Oh,
working
you
at Breitbart.
just find a nice
That was
tower,
in 2012, during the 2012
climb
election.
up it, and kidnap her.
I joined Breitbart. I'd known Andrew actually since my UCLA days.
That's
So I'd
typically
known
what
him
I do too.
already for quite a number of years.
What do you think of Andrew? There's a lot of
Andrew's
people
kick. Andrew. So I think that there's sort of the. I mean, you're in public.
Which
life, so
Andrew
you
are
know
they talking
there's-
about?
For a lot of people, there's sort of like the private person. There's the public person. They're not quite the same.
Breitbart.
So Andrew.
And this is something I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to politics when like Breitbart was like a thing.
Yeah.
Not when he was still alive. So I don't know. I have no opinions on Andrew Breitbart. I don't know if does anyone on the panel have any opinions on him?
It was a little bit before my time. I mean, I know a lot of stuff from him, but I was not like in politics during that time.
He was supposedly bright.
Yeah, and Bart as well.
I was gonna.
He actually wasn't too Marty.
He was a cock.
The private person and the public person.
He was a cock. That's true.
The same, I would say, up until the end. Toward the end, I think that Andrew became very frustrated with a lot of the political system, media coverage. But the truth is that Andrew was, for the vast majority of the time I knew him, very garrulous, willing to have conversations with nearly anyone. I think that if you talk to people who knew Andrew really well, their best memories of him are things like him just rollerblading in Venice and then just having like, political conversations, getting someone coffee with a random person.
Welcome.
About Andrew
Very good to see you. And like and share, guys. You know how much that stuff really does help. It doesn't even matter if you think.
Yeah, I just have to say, Angry Amputee has sent me a photo of his son. And it does look like you, Big Soda. It is oddly similar. I think maybe you guys have some connection there. I'm just saying. Okay.
Maybe I am.
Welcome to the party.
I'm also like kind of face blind though, so take what I say with a grain of salt a little bit.
So yeah, I joined Breitbart in about 2012. It was during the Romney Obama election cycle.
Right.
I was there for a few years. I believe I ended up leaving in 2016, like early 2016. Right. There had been some sort of career transitions there in which I was taking other jobs at the same time. There's a point, again, going under that sort of working hard rubric. There's one in which I was working effectively 4 jobs. I was doing a morning show in LA where I interviewed you actually. And then there was an afternoon show that I was doing in Seattle. So 6 hours of radio a day. I was the editor at large of Breitbart, which meant writing a piece or 2 a day.
Based Confluence and Keelan agreement. Wow, that's crazy.
Chief of a website called
usually disagree on absolutely everything, Keelan.
4 jobs simultaneously.
But yes.
And again, my advice to young people, particularly, you want to be successful, say yes to doing everything, even if it's for free at the beginning, because eventually saying yes a lot gets you the power to say no later on in your career. When
I don't know if that's good advice. Context matters.
A lot of folks know this, but a lot of folks don't. Steve Bannon was down there working for Breitbart at the time. You guys got along initially?
I know.
Even in the beginning.
Steve is not the easiest person to get along with. I will say that.
We'll talk a little bit more just briefly.
The one person who might be more snake-like than Gavin Newsom himself is Steve Bannon. Okay, it's a toss-up.
How far into the video? Like, what's the timestamp you're at right now?
Oh, we're only 14 minutes in.
Okay, because I was gonna say, depending, like, if it was more than like 25-ish minutes, and they're still in the like, hey, buddy, like, get into the shit. We're all here for it. But all right, we'll give them time.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I think they're just like glazing and just jerking off all over each other, and then they're gonna like fight it out after, which it still sounds super gay.
So,
but like,
I believe
battle is battle, I guess.
I believe Newsom has in the past just been like fairly nice and non. 1 second.
Well, this is what I said at the beginning. This is what I started this all with is the first podcast that Newsom did was with Charlie Kirk, and it was very what's the word? Amicable. Cordial. Yeah. It was very like friendly. It was very like good. But then this is the thing, and I don't know if it's gonna get there, but like
he's gonna go off about it.
There's a difference between how Gavin acts on his podcast and how he acts in every other context. Gavin on like Twitter, Gavin when he's like doing press releases and stuff, it's all like it's like actual like snake.
I'm almost sure
like
that it would
evil
get,
shit.
Copyright claims.
But then like when he talks on here, he like seems like so nice, right? Just like you expect Lucifer to act possibly, or it could be that Gavin does one thing and he has a team that does something totally different that is like way more like communist than he actually is.
It's a facade. It's a facade 100%. Like I remember back to the medical thing, which I can't say on YouTube, but yeah, a lot of his statements during that time were complete horse shit. I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to hold it up.
I'm just curious, like the medical abobo. That's a good term to use, or medical trans. Which medical are we talking about?
Where am I? 2 nights in a row, he did like just the same topic. And
like
then
that whole, I don't want to say the actual,
okay.
He tries to
that's the thing. I feel like this is what bugs me about Gavin. Like I feel like because when I was on the elliptical at the time when I was listening to the Gavin and Charlie Kirk thing when I was, at the gym. And the elliptical is not gay. I don't want to hear any disparaging comments about using an elliptical. It's like a good way to exercise that has like low impact on your joints. And shit,
I was muted.
And
I was muted when I said that.
And I was like, oh, this Gavin guy, he's like way more base than I thought. But then when I go to his Twitter, I'm like, this guy's like insane. This guy's absolutely insane.
Well, there's like politics and then there's like, talking to other people. Like,
right, but what's the lie? Like, I hate when people do that. I hate when everyone does that. Like,
well,
this is like a broader thing. This is a broader thing briefly, but like the way I talk online is the same way I would talk in real life. And I hate when people don't do that. Like, I hate when people think that like a screen or the internet like separates them morally in some capacity. I think that's stupid. I think
I'm
that's
gonna
stupid.
push back on that.
You should just be the same.
I'm going to push
Yeah,
back
I'm going
on
to push back on that too.
I don't think
Go
that's
ahead.
true. Do I'm not saying that I think you are putting on a character or something, but there is an inherent difference of when you know that you're online, when you know that people are watching, you're going to behave slightly differently. You may not represent completely different points of view and stuff, and you don't notice because it's not. Who was it? Somebody was saying something about how the streamer is the person, but the person isn't the streamer. So like everything that we know of Confluence is really you, but who really you is different than
there's different aspects.
Yeah.
There's different aspects
Right.
of you.
Okay,
So
but that's I feel like that's the same as like I agree with that, but that's the same as if Confluence goes to a party. Yeah, he's going to be more like energetic and like pro-social and stuff. And so like, yeah, that type of stuff. But what I'm talking about is when people will like snake people on like Twitter. And then when they talk to them, even in like a StreamYard thing, they act totally different. Right? It's like a verbal versus like talking.
Who is not a snake person on Twitter?
A cock.
Well, to be fair,
That's why
That's why I use Twitter, because I'd probably become a fucking reptilian snake
I was
person.
gonna say, there's really no one on Twitter that's not a snake person.
Well,
Pretty much
that's
guaranteed.
fine. That's fine, but it's a horrible quality to have for a leader. Horrible quality.
And yet
we're all aware.
And yet somehow it is a necessary factor in becoming the most leader of all leaders in the world.
True.
Make that make sense.
I think what is would you prefer if he acted the same way that he does like that he does on Twitter in like real life?
I would, yes.
Yeah.
Because then I don't think people would support him as much. The fact that he
That's exactly why.
Yeah, the fact that
are we talking about Trump?
I was talking about Newsom, but
I thought Alex, are you talking about Newsom or Trump?
Newsom.
Yeah, so the fact that he is this slimy guy, the way that he stays in power is by acting like a different person.
Yeah.
And again, that's kind of, all politics in general.
I think that, okay, if I'll take my misinterpretation. What would we think, as I think most of us here are probably conservative, would we want Trump to act in real life how he does on Twitter? Because on Twitter, he kind of goes a little more wild than he does in True Social and all that stuff. He goes a little more crazy. Do we want him to act that way in real life when he's talking to people? I would say probably not. I would say no. That's it. That's his like Roseanne Barr ambient time when he's like on True Social, and I accept it as such.
And I think
I really don't see a difference. I mean, I've seen him, blast media people that ask the dumbest shit. Like, honestly, I think he's pretty open the way he is.
You don't think there's a difference between how he talks, like in me? I know he like is still bombastic in press conferences, but on True Social, he just like sounds off in like a crazy kind of way.
Yeah, there's a difference between Trump and on like True Social or even X and the way he talks like in front of other people. Mostly. I suppose there's times where he probably doesn't, but I would say that he's a lot closer to the Twitter version of himself than most people are, or to the social stuff.
I agree with that.
I think for Newsom, like, I think part of it is he's like trying to be like Trump in this manner. Like he wants to, he's trying to like take some of that same like level of energy, I think, and he does it by sounding like a psychopath. But
I think it's the cool factor. He wants to take some of that like the outsider factor.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. He wants to seem like he's like he's with everyone else who says this kind of stuff all the
But
time.
that becomes so pathetic because like Trump, I think, can do that. I don't think Gavin Newsom does that effectively. Maybe that's just because I'm on the right, but I just like.
Well, Trump's done it
it's
most
so
of his life.
Yeah, for sure.
Trump's done it most of his life, and it seems new from Gavin Newsom.
Hold on, though. Do you think it's not transparent when Trump does it?
No, I think it.
It's not because like it is. He says insane stuff in real life as well, and so the Twitter stuff is more insane. But it's like you only have to accept a bit of a jump to get to it.
Right, and I think the paradox, if you will, is that given the mismatch that you're talking about with Trump specifically, then we wouldn't say we want his true social behavior to be his real life behavior. What we want is to say that his true social behavior is more like his real life behavior. The issue with that is the fact that he was that dissident, if you want to, for lack of a better term. That is what because it was organic and not what Gavin Newsom is doing, trying to be like, hello, fellow kids. I think that was more effective.
Not the hello, fellow kids.
Well, it's also different because I think the people who appreciate that stuff more are probably going to be conservatives.
That's a good point.
They're typically looking for somebody who's willing to say it how it is, quote unquote.
Wait, but then what's a strategy of Gavin then? Because he's probably not. He's not going to win any conservatives over.
Because I don't think he cares to win conservatives so much as moderates.
Yep. Because all he has to do, assuming that it's JD and Newsom for the general, all he has to do is be the lesser of two evils between Trump 2.0 and the Democrats. If he can present that in a way that liberals buy it, then he has a good chance.
And depending on how Vance acts, he might end up being more Trump than Vance is. Depending.
Yeah, because JD has to worry about not going too Trump-like, whereas the liberals are looking for that punch back. So you're absolutely right.
I'm not sure if Vance is capable of being Trump-like. He's
I hope not. If it is such that we go with him, we still got a lot of time. I don't have anything specifically against him, but given all the fraud that we're seeing in Minnesota, and everybody's like, "Well, Ohio's next." Like, hey, if we're going after Tim Walz, we better be going after JD Vance as well. But assuming that he is going to be that, I think you're right, and I think that's a good thing. That I think we need to evolve what MAGA is. It can't be just Trump anymore. And I argue that the people who are representing MAGA and America First are more MAGA than Trump is, even though he started it.
Well, for Trump, it's always been show.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because
it has. He's a showman. This is what he does.
Yes.
This is
okay.
This is where he thrives.
Sure.
Right?
But what I guess what I'm trying to say is, yes, maybe there was always an aspect of showmanship and ego, but I don't think that necessarily means that it wasn't sincere.
I didn't say it's not sincere. I just mean it is for him, it's very much being a showman.
And that's why for someone like me.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to indicate that there's no sincerity behind that showmanship. Just that. Yeah. That is what it is.
And so for someone like me who was, in the beginning when he came down the escalator, I was an ever Trumper, voted for Hillary. I know, horrible, terrible. And then I came to learn, that is a stupid way of thinking. And Trump actually has some good ideas, can do these things well. And then I switched over. And now we've come to a point where he did do a lot of those things. And because he has so much support, now he's like, well, I could probably get away with this. I could probably get away with that. I'm like, they didn't think I meant it when I said that. And what? The F's too pleasant. And so people like me are moving away again.
Yeah, he's got some handlers from what I can tell right now. But I think
I want to answer Confluence's question real quick about Newsom. The answer is he acts that way because he knows deep down, like most middle of the ground, like left-leaning people, that their policies are very unpopular, especially with normal everyday people. Kind of like the transformer thing. Like, yeah, guys can get pregnant, that kind of thing. He can't say that sort of stuff, but he knows he has to support it. So,
or at least not be
yeah.
publicly against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Which I think is dumb, but whatever. Yeah, I think so. I think I've been thinking lately. I think I liken Trump to like throwing a hand grenade into a minefield. Right? Everyone else is like trying to find all the mines with detectors and stuff and pick them up, and he's a fragmentation mine.
All right.
Do we agree with this? I don't think I agree with this.
I'm too old to respond to something that says Riz.
I don't agree with that. I also definitely don't agree with this. Don't agree with that either.
Index with Steve, but so you left in 2016, but in 2015 you more formally established what more commonly is identified with you.
The fuck does it look like? Welcome to the party.
in
Newsom and Shapiro.
So it would have been in the middle of the primary. So it would have been 2016.
Yeah.
That's when we formally launched. Was a few months before the election of 2016. I'd been working at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. It's kind of a funny story there, where we had Jeremy Boring and I, who were business partners. He had been working there, and he basically hit upon what was a social media arbitrage plan. He basically saw that you could market on social media in new ways, and that would bring you traffic. And we proposed this to the board. They legitimately did not understand what we were talking about, because boards of nonprofits are famously, sort of elderly and non-tech involved. And so we made a presentation. Jeremy was kind of fondly known as the stupid whisperer, because we'd met with many Congress people, and I speak quickly, and Jeremy spoke slowly with a Southern accent, and so he would very often get across better to those Congress people who shall remain unnamed. Anyway, we met with the board. Jeremy sort of explained the marketing plan. They had no idea what he was talking about. They turned to me and they said, "Ben, can you explain the marketing plan?" I said, "Sure." Very easy. I was frustrated by this point, so I took out a napkin and I wrote on it $, arrow, Facebook, arrow, website, arrow back to $.
It's in your book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that was the marketing plan, right? It was that you're going to spend money on social media in order to gain eyeballs. Those eyeballs would then provide advertising on your website, and then you would just
This
direct that money
conversation
back
happened in
into
2014,
Facebook.
right?
And so it was kind of a flywheel. And
yeah, basically.
They fired Jeremy the next day. I quit a couple of days later, and then we basically took that plan out to market. We found a little bit of seed funding. It was about $5 million in seed funding originally. And we launched Daily Wire.
A little bit of seed
funding. $200 million plus in revenue.
How many employees now?
We have about 220 employees.
Wow.
Daily Wire.
And you guys are doing, we can talk more specifically, but it's documentaries, it's movies.
Yes.
It's all this show. It's a whole suite of
Yeah, we've
things.
tried to turn it into
Is that too jarring?
Major media
Should I
company.
do this instead?
It's probably the second biggest conservative media
Like,
company in the country after Fox.
Is it too jarring?
So at the time, who were your mentors? Who were you looking up to at the time? Who did you want to become? Andrew obviously had a big impact, I assume, in terms of your trajectory. Who else was out there you were watching? Was it the Limbaughs of the world? Was it the Savages of the world? On radio?
Yeah. So, I think it was sort of a different thing in every industry.
Yeah.
So from a sort of ideological point of view, just being a great writer, people like Charles Krauthammer.
Yeah.
Which of course I love the writing. That's actually my favorite thing that I do, because I can sit there, organize my thoughts, and I happen to write incredibly quickly. So that's very nice. And then from a radio or podcast point of view, obviously Rush is sort of the granddaddy of us all in this industry. And so Rush was the guy who I grew up listening to on talk radio.
Yeah.
Him, Larry Elder, like everybody who's sort of in the LA radio sphere when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And then in sort of social media land, obviously Andrew was a major force in sort of showing what you could do in the new media. And so I'd say that triumvirate would be a pretty good way of defining.
What else? And were you inspired? I mean, at the time, just even beyond those examples.
That's all I've heard.
There were books you were reading at the time, periodicals that.
That's
really
all I've heard
inspired
so
you?
far.
I read incessantly.
To be
I've been
fair,
reading 3 to 5 books a
Gavin
week.
is directly
Probably
asking
enough to read.
questions
So,
about himself.
The
But,
books
like,
that I
God
was reading
damn.
on economics were
I just got
things
run by a
like
little alien
right?
on his
I
face
spend
like
actually
Men in
less
Black.
time engaging, I would say,
All
with the
What did he say?
non-traditional media space than I do engaging with
universe is-
books and
the
great
universe
ideas.
is-
I hope. I mean, that's where I'd like to spend my time. Also, I'm lucky.
Who's
from
on
Friday
whose
night to Saturday
podcast,
night, I
Jan?
can't engage with media. Right, I'm an Orthodox Jew, so all of the electricity
This
goes
is
away.
Gavin's podcast.
And so I read a lot of books.
Ben is the guest.
Fewer now than I used to because I have 4 kids now.
Okay.
But that means that if I want to, what's great about that for what I do is that if a topic comes up in the news, I have a pretty good memory bank to draw on.
When I
in
switch-
terms of a baseline of knowledge.
When
that
I
can then
switch the
supplement with
tab,
sort of further research, but
can
I
you
have a very
still hear the
strongly
panel?
defined kind of worldview about everything from economics.
So, like, can you still hear the panel, or no? Where is it?
The last couple of decades. I mean, I'm 42, about to turn 42 years old this week. And I've been in this industry for
Just because I was going to Google.
I started writing at 17. And if
Just
you
because I was
read
going to
stuff
Google what
from
exactly
when
the
I'm
alien said.
17, if it wasn't highly dumb, which some of it is. But if you were to find a column I wrote when I was 23, and it wasn't one of the ones that was like trying to get attention.
Hoping
it
it's
wasn't-
biographical
it was one of my more
nonsense
serious
ends soon.
columns,
Okay.
probably look a lot like the stuff that I'm saying.
Has anyone pre-watched
What do you
this?
think of
Because this
current
may be the
media
all
landscape?
the
I mean,
nonsense.
it seems to
No,
be this sort of
I've-
dialectic between the old and the new, sort of the
Do
digital
you mind to pause
first,
real quick, Con?
these legacy media.
I've seen people talking about, oh, he's destroyed this, he destroyed that. So there's definitely a conflict there. But this is by Gavin's personality and Ben's personality, they're going to start out like this. So I was asking if are there chapters for the video?
Are they just gonna wait to see who's gonna like make it into a
Yeah.
thing first?
I'll check if there's chapters. In the meantime, though, we have a super chat. Why did that just go black screen for me? Did anyone else see that?
No.
The side and the vertical, it always does that.
But did you guys hear the bump, 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 bump?
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that.
Oh, it was completely muted to me. But Marilyn, love you, long time Chad Fluence, base name. Okay, base name. Thank you, Marilyn, for the $5. I have someone in the back chat. I don't know. This could be Anson. Anson left at a certain point, right? It's pre.
Must prevent war.
Oh, there's. Oh, there we go. Oh, we do have. We could have skipped all this nonsense. Oh, all this gay cucked bullshit. Where is it? Is Emmett still here? Did Emmett dip out?
No, she actually. I think she was
Yeah,
over
Emmett's
there
gone
before she
too.
was
What the
over
heck?
here.
What the heck?
But I'm sure she'll come say
Terrible
hi.
times. Okay.
She does.
Yeah, we're gonna jump to the ice. Okay.
Ice.
That's what I want to hear. I want to hear about ice.
Entrepreneurs and localities working with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy, you're pragmatic, you talk about your pragmatism all the time. Wouldn't best policy be to cooperate with ICE in the vast majority of cases? So instead of ICE going to, as you say, hospitals and churches to pick people up, they'd be going to jailhouses to pick
That's
people
exactly what they do in California, and we have over 10,000 that I've cooperated with since I've been governor of California. We work very directly with ICE as it relates to CDCR, our state prison. California has cooperated with more ICE transfers probably than any other state in the country, and I vetoed multiple pieces of legislation that have come from my legislature.
That sounds like a lie.
The ability for the state of California to do that. So when it comes to the issues of violent criminals, when it comes to felons, people that are being released from the largest state system in the United States of America, California cooperates with ICE.
Okay, but why is it then? What makes it a sanctuary state?
That's a fallacy.
Broader sanctuary
100%.
policies that are established, and we had a policy
I don't think I
established
believe
under
him.
Governor Brown, SB 54. You have city sanctuary policies that go back quite literally to the time Ronald Reagan was governor, as relates to some of the issues in Central America, sort of the
Can we pause
origin
after this
stories.
question?
But the bottom line is relates to those policies. This notion that federal law should be enforced by federal law enforcement agencies, that we should not consign local law enforcement to federal responsibilities and prioritization.
Right, but shouldn't the state step in with localities and tell?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's the, he said a lot of things about how, oh, we want to do this and the federal government that, and I feel like there is that even if what he said is all true, that's clearly not the type of messaging that the people who go for a Gavin Newsom type or Gavin Newsom specifically, that's clearly not what they think. So if I was Ben, I'd be like, okay, so then why does everybody who likes you think that this is the worst thing ever? If you're saying you're on board with it.
Yeah, it sounds like Gavin's been treated badly in the right-wing media, and they portrayed him to be somebody. So obviously, he's just a Democrat using the nullification playbook, which is the same playbook they used to nullify federal law regarding marijuana in California, that paved the way for all these states to allow, degenerates like y'all to smoke as much dope as you want, right? He's just basically applying the same rules, saying if it's a federal law, the federal enforces it. Democrats have been doing that for a very long time. Hell, the Democrat Party made it big in the South doing that, and they started the Civil War. That's just like that's like the first play in the playbook for Democrats.
I feel like it sounds like you're defending it, but you're saying all of the things about it that's bad. So I'm
no, that was all good.
The fact that we had a Civil War was good.
Well, I mean, the outcome was bad, but yeah, the Civil War was good.
I would say the opposite, that the outcome was good, but the war was bad. You would if you could only have one, the Civil War or the end of slavery, which one would you have?
Well, those are two different things.
Right. So I'm saying you said use the word.
Yeah, they're unrelated. Slavery is unrelated. Slavery is unrelated to the Civil War.
So it's just any state's right. It has nothing to do with slavery. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All
yeah.
Right. I know where that.
This is very Alabama coded of you.
I know where that conversation's going. We can move on.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't agree with that. That's insane.
Nobody does, but that's why we don't need to rehash that. We've all heard that argument 7 million times.
Oh, K2 with the $2. My StreamYards is lagging, so I cannot pull it up. But K2 says fake news, Maryland. No Chad before fluence. No, come on. There's always Chad before fluence.
Damn.
I have to refresh my page.
Damn.
This has happened to me recently, so I'll be.
I am the captain now.
You damn Somalian.
Don't forget about Morty, guys. Come on over here and give me some money too.
All right, there we go. Yeah, sometimes this happens.
I've noticed.
There we go.
I've noticed that for some reason, like especially on the vertical streams, people will just put said hi, and then it's like their name said hi. For whatever reason, that does not show up in StreamYard. Very weird.
Yeah, it's for me. It sometimes like seems to just like completely freeze, and it just like doesn't come back until I refresh it.
Struggle streaming. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Other than a little, a little bit of lagginess here and there. I love my StreamYard.
Oh wait, when I left, I'm not. I didn't try to do that. Oh shit. Okay, wait, back to this. Yeah, when I leave, I have to reshare. Okay. Skill issue.
Yeah, so what he's trying to do is he's trying to make an excuse for the fact that he has sanctuary cities operating in his state, right? And they are in violation of federal law. That's a fact. But under Article 1, Section 8, it's a federal responsibility that Congress gets to decide what defines naturalization. So he is technically defying federal law.
Good,
but he won't come out and say it.
But
good.
I don't see a name. So below me, what you were saying before is that this isn't new. Like, yeah, totally. I don't disagree with that. The question is, in a given instance, is going against the federal government what the people want?
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to weed,
California.
well, hold on. When it comes to weed, that is what the people want. When it comes to immigration,
that's
not what the people want.
Well, it is in California.
Let me just explain it to you like this, and then I'll shut up for a long time. If we don't have a compromise over border protection and jurisdiction regarding who gets in and out, we're no longer the United States.
Yep.
I'll leave it at that.
Based. I'm all for that. Good job, Mr. History.
hard to disagree with that.
Principles.
Yeah, let's wreck it.
Position.
Localities that they ought to cooperate better with ICE, thus to facilitate.
Well, I have sort of Rudy Giuliani's point of view, who made the point as an advocate for sanctuary policy when he was mayor of New York. He said it keeps people safer, healthier, and more educated. Safer in the context that it allows community members to be more likely to participate as witnesses of crime or victims of crime in going after the perpetrators, more likely to get an immunization shot if they're not worried about the nurse turning them over to ICE, more likely to go to school and get educated if they're not worried about the school crossing guard crossing them and ultimately turning them over to ICE. So it's the tool of pragmatism because of the complete abject failure of the federal government. And sanctuary policy is unnecessary if we had comprehensive immigration reform and we had a federal response that was adequate to the task. But in the absence of that, it's grown from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had an established framework before I got here.
But it is true that sanctuary policy obviously has had a massive impact as a driver of tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of California.
You see in a lot of states that don't have sanctuary policies, huge increase in immigration, illegal immigration, massive increases, even far greater than the state of California. Just look as an example.
Terms of the cost structure, I mean, you recently, for example, had to freeze the enrollment of undocumented immigrants in state health systems to save money, right? I mean, these are major burdens. No,
that's a separate issue. There are 12 states that provide health care for undocs, and we believe in universal health care regardless of previous conditions.
My only point is that the cost structure is extraordinarily burdensome.
But I don't think it's in unpacking it. I don't think it's the sanctuary policies that are driving that. And I'll give you a Florida doesn't have sanctuary policies. Huge increase in undocumented.
Fucking idiot.
Huge increase in Texas. It's not.
If Confluence doesn't get like copyright claims, I think we're going to cover this separately. Because I wanted to, but I just assumed.
I don't think
Gavin Newsom wouldn't let the shit go.
Those are totally different demographic shifts.
And I use those as, I think, proof points.
What a fucking idiot. He's a fucking liar.
He's not an idiot. He's a snake. He knows what he's doing.
How do you deal with mixed status families in the state? And how do you provide for health care as opposed to emergency care in stabilized populations and community health? It's a different approach. It's one that we've been very transparent about. It's one that's hardly unique because in every state they provide compensated care for undocs at the emergency room. Many states provide it for children, many for seniors. California provides it.
Hey, Confluence, I posted something in the back chat of Gavin calling ICE domestic terrorists.
Look at the timing on that! Look at the timing on that.
Or alienating
great minds from
the state.
Think alike.
Clearly,
this is what I saw, and I feel like this is not what Gavin normally says. He says state-sponsored terrorism, and again, I don't know if he's probably not the one writing this, but it's still obviously coming out of his, campaign.
The fact that he hasn't took it down is wild, because if it's a blunder, I guess because I'm pretty sure that Gavin didn't write this.
Thank you so very, very
much. The question is,
if
this is attached to Gavin's name and he doesn't feel this way, why wouldn't he have them take it down?
Well, you gotta put it in the perspective of what the Trump administration did, right? Because this is just equal like an opposite reaction to the nonsense they did calling Renee Good a terrorist, right? Remember when that happened at the very beginning? That was dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
Right. So this is basically just the Democrats being like, oh yeah, you want to do something stupid? Watch this shit. Well, that's all that is.
This was before that event.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. The word terrorism has no meaning. It's like it's like all the other racism stuff. It doesn't have any meaning.
Romantic.
Yeah, we've watered this shit down so much that none of it means anything anymore because nobody can keep track of what it's supposed to even mean or how big of a deal it is.
Story.
Do you think this was filmed? Because I think this video is like 3 days old. Do you think it was filmed a lot before that?
Not by a lot, but definitely.
No, I would say it's probably about a week old.
Yeah,
like the video itself. Okay. And if it's longer than that, I'm probably more shocked. So I'm pretty sure this is like a weekly thing that he does.
What's the date? What's the date on the actual
hold on.
video?
Was there a response? Was this a response to something, or did you just say state-sponsored terrorism? Like, is there like a
on
post about
the
it?
Here, let me.
the
Let me
tweet
look
was
for
on the
the
7th, so the tweet was definitely before good.
Yeah, I'm
But
just wondering what it's
this
in relation
interview,
to.
I don't, probably just the obvious stuff that ICE was doing, but I don't know if there was anything specific.
Yeah, I think that's incitement to riot, and the federal government should arrest Gavin Newsom.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far because I mean, can you prove that he wrote this or he endorsed it?
Well,
I mean,
it's actually not
problem
even.
is-
Hold on. So it's actually at Gov Press Office. It's not. It's just not only is it not him, but it's literally his press office.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So
that's
it's
what I'm
the-
saying.
He's in
That would be
control of it, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, but that's
painting
Well,
a
as
message of
much
what
as
he
Donald Trump is in
represents.
control of the DHS posts, right?
Well, yeah, but
It's
that's
a little different. This would be the House of the White or the office of the White House.
Okay,
Yeah.
but even I'll say no. I think that's not even the same. That's not the same thing. But even still, even with it being very different, if something I forget what did you say, the DHS or whatever, Trump's DHS, like it is still going to go back to being Trump's fault.
But that's a little different because this is like the newsroom for Gavin Newsom. It's supposed to be tied directly to his administration.
Right,
But
that's
like
what I'm
if
saying.
we're talking about an agency, it would be like California Public Office of Water. They make a statement. That would be analogous. But this would be analogous to like his like official White House press like release. Because this would be stuff that directly ties to what he's saying personally, not what an agent's saying.
Yeah,
or
so this
agency's
is
saying.
it's Insurrection Act. Calling
fair,
a federal agency terrorists is worthy of the Insurrection Act. They need to go in there, federalize the National Guard, and just take over Newsom's government. I mean,
But the
problem
problem,
solved.
I guess the
Right, but
problem
all
with that
he didn't
is
say ISIS. He just said all he said
Yeah,
was
he's not- there's no-
state-sponsored terrorism. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what
I'm
I'm saying.
still trying to figure
Who
out
knows
this
what
is
he's talking
a response
about?
to. Like, was there an event that happened?
What? Check the replies. See if the replies have something.
Not that I can tell.
Oh my
I
god!
have to sign in.
How are you a political
L
streamer?
Confluent.
How are you a
L
political
Confluent.
streamer and you don't have an account?
On Twitter? No, I don't want to debase myself like that.
Okay, but
Absolutely
like
not.
Twitter is real life. Do you not know this? No, I-
Twitter is not real life. Twitter is a bunch of crazy people. Okay.
Unfortunately, there is like it actually is. So the it's kind of a non sequitur a little bit, but it's kind of related. There's this chick, Ice Queen, on TikTok, who just her whole page is just showing a video of someone being like, "Here's how you can attack ICE," or "Here's how you can do this," or, you know, just encouraging the harassment of ICE and all that stuff. And she just sends her videos are sending their videos to the FBI tips line, and I get a little bit of a little warmth in my heart. I'm not about to snitch on people like that, but I ain't gonna say they don't deserve it.
Okay, to give Gavin credit, how long ago was Maduro?
Like at the time, I guess at the time he made this, I don't know.
I was good.
That might be
that
the same
would be
day.
another situation I could see that Gavin's. I guess they would release this type of message.
No, Maduro had to be after the 7th, right?
Maduro was the 3rd.
Okay,
Maduro was the 3rd.
that's why
The
does
3rd?
this kind of correlate
Really?
with Maduro because I can understand
Maduro that long ago?
Gavin making that
Maduro was
statement.
captured by the United States forces on January 3rd, 2026, during a military operation in Caracas, Venezuela, and subsequently taken into U.S. custody, facing charges including narco-terrorism.
I mean, this would be 4 days. 4 days after this would be at the start of, I guess, because they did it on Friday, so this would be about Monday or Tuesday, or probably Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, the Democrats had to get back into office.
Oy vey soda. I don't know, Big Soda. Do you say something to offend K2? Hard to say. Hard to say.
I don't know. Me and K2 been beefing ever since he's been calling me Oy vey soda. He's trying to set me up.
I think so.
Trying to ruin my reputation.
So this video was filmed before Renee, whatever her name was, died.
Do we know that? Do we know that?
Yes.
Because it was only posted 3 days ago.
I
Do
would
we know when it was filmed? For
I
sure?
can't figure out when it was filmed.
I
but
would
know
assume
that
It was posted on the 15th.
one of his
so that's,
one of
I
his
guess, 5
one of
days
his
ago.
statements is he was walking back what he said in this podcast.
Well, real quick, Compost, just open the transcript, Control F, Renee Good, because they definitely would use her name, or Ben at least.
What if
use
it
her
just
name.
like didn't come up though? You know.
But then
what if they didn't think it
then
was?
we can assume that it was
relevant?
before. If we can assume, we don't know for sure, but we can assume that if they don't say Renee Good throughout this whole podcast, especially here while they're talking about ICE, then it likely isn't something that had happened yet.
Okay. Ren. Oh no, they do. Yeah, they do mention it. They do mention it. Okay. So this is after.
Oh, this is probably it was probably hot, like breaking news too, like
Yeah.
a few days old.
Okay, that was a good call. So yeah, this is in the aftermath of it. And when we knew her name at least, which I don't think happened on the first day, at least unless my memory's wrong, but
Yeah, say her name.
say her name.
Example, friendlier policies toward providing services in Santa Monica led
Separate
to
point, though. But now you're getting a homeless policy, not immigration policy.
No, but
let's, but I
if we want to
back
stick
up.
with immigration policy,
No,
if
I
you,
wanna-
if you make it easier for
Here we go.
illegal immigrants,
But let's stick with immigration
not to avoid ICE, then presumably.
No, look, I appreciate this. So we've established important. I appreciate the question because I'm glad we've established that we do cooperate with ICE in California, in particular this governor.
No.
As I said, on multiple
Total
occasions,
bullshit.
we've
We did not establish.
from that coordination for dangerous criminals, and we've done that over 10,000.
What did he say?
So
He said he coordinates with ICE at the state level for dangerous criminals to get them deported. The problem is that how they define dangerous criminals is so restricted that it doesn't effectively do any kind of deportations to the level that California needs it, which is basically like Trail of Tears level deportation.
Yeah, and have you seen the recent changes they've made in terms of what California determines as a violent crime? Like having CSAM not violent. There's a bunch of like stuff with minors that's called non-violent, like second degree manslaughter or something. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that is very clearly and obviously in the colloquial sense violent that they've determined is not violent. So just like how Fauci was like, you don't know what you're talking about, Senator Paul. It's not gain of function. It's just taking the function and making it more, but we call it directed evolution. It's like, okay, like technically, I guess, but we're asking if you're doing the thing that we used to call gain of function. And so here, Ben is asking, are you cooperating when it comes to what we all used to refer to as violent criminals? And the question that's being answered is, well, based on the definition that I changed it to today, of course. Snake.
Well, this is the part that everyone gets wrong. All right. A criminal, by definition, is someone who breaks the law. Now, while it is not a jailable offense to cross the border, right? It's a fine. And a lot of people get that mixed up. But when you are harboring an illegal that does not check in, that is a violation of 8 U.S.C. 1158, the asylum claims law. And that's the real problem because they have to check in. That's the part that he's not saying that he knows.
Morty just
that
farted
he's
so bad.
messed up on because you can't identify a criminal, right? That doesn't check in. So we don't know who anyone is. That's why all this is happening because they refuse to acknowledge that harboring them in itself defines them as a criminal.
Yep.
And if you read the law, they have 1 year after they identify themselves to have their case heard. Well, otherwise they're deportable. Now that's up to the DHS, the head of DHS, whether or not they want to do that. But it's written in the law. So
these treats don't help. These treats don't help. It's just beef liver. Well, actually, I give him the.
What is this in the private chat, Alex, that you sent?
This is things that they don't include in terms of their violent crimes or things that they report to ICE.
Repeated DUI causing injury, felony stalking, criminal threats.
Which some of these I don't know, should probably, especially if it's a pattern. But how is gang-related felonies not reported?
Right. And so so that's exactly what I mean. When Gavin is answering the question, he's basing it on, well, that's what those things are not violent crimes. So if you're going after an illegal alien who has committed gang violence, sorry, I didn't realize my mic was muted. If you're going over an illegal alien who's involved in gang violence, let's say multiple times, to Gavin Newsom, he is not lying when he says we're cooperating with the violent criminals, because according to him, that's non-violent. Semantic.
Right. Well, yeah. Yep.
It's a
that's a trap because if they don't check in, all right, and I want to be clear when I say this, for the migrants that identify themselves, I don't want anything to happen to them. But there was 2 million plus gotaways. Those, by definition, are criminals. So it's not just about violent criminals. It's about people who refuse to identify themselves, or that they allow that to happen. Yeah. They have to get all of those people out.
At its core, at its very core, it's really just about the fact that we have laws, and those laws need to be followed. And another similar example was, I just saw a video of an 11th grade teacher saying it's just been 3 months since my school, or I don't know, but whatever, my school initiated that when your phone, when you walk into the school, you have one of those magnetic pouches, and you have to put your phone in the pouch, and it's magnetically locked at the beginning of the day, and then it magnetically unlocks at the end of the day. And so the teacher's talking about how, this is all great and whatever, but eventually kids figured out how to undo the magnet. Eventually they figured out how to do this and that, but it created a new taboo where you didn't want to be the one person on your phone. And so even though the kids have found out a way to do this, the culture of we don't use our phones prevents people from using phones. Similarly, the culture of we have laws and those laws must be followed is the same thing. The teacher was saying there was one kid, or sometimes a kid would just like take their phone out, look at it, and put it back. And she's like, I don't really care about that, but as a teacher, I'm going to say something because I know where that leads.
Yeah, allow a little bit, and you'll get a lot. Mm-hmm. It's like speeding in cities and stuff like that. Like, one person speeds, they're probably the only one, but if 10 people speed, everyone starts to speed too.
Like the broken windows theory in the psychology.
Well, it's just the number of people gives permission to everyone who normally wouldn't do it, right? Mm-hmm. So you see one person like blazing across
the good old days, when it was not good to be a whore.
And you think they're crazy, but then you see like 10, 15 cars all passing you, you're going to speed up too. It's human nature. We're not going to sit back and be the only ones who seem to be unaware of something, right?
It's the dissolution of it's a dissolution of responsibility.
Yes, yep. With so many people, like, how can you blame any individual?
Yeah, and like on the other side.
So the other thing. The other thing too, really quick, and this is nonpartisan really, but there was a congressional hearing about people that are along the Arizona border, like Border Patrol, that were testifying in Congress. This was under Biden, right? And it wasn't Border Patrol. It was actually a hospital director who was saying that they were forced to treat migrants, right? That like they just brought them, dropped them off, dumped them there. And when they were like, okay, well, who's going to pay for this? They're like, oh, we'll send the government the bill. They never sent them the bill. Like, they're just like, yeah, you have to do this. So that side of it, where they're like, the hospitals, they're not getting like benefits for all this shit. It's just total crap. They're forcing people to do it, and I wouldn't say that's like the Democrat people being like, well, I own a hotel and I'm going to house them. I really don't think that's what it is. I think they're going there and they're saying like, you have to do this.
I'm sorry. What? The hospital didn't send a bill to who?
Okay, so like I'll explain it this way: the Border Patrol picks up a migrant, right, or a group of them, brings them to the hospital and says you have to treat them, and the hospital says who's going to pay for this, right? And then they say, and you can go look this up too. I saw it on YouTube, but the hospital says, well, someone's got to pay for this shit. And they're like, well, the government's going to do it. And they're like, oh, okay. So they just treat them. And then all of a sudden they go, okay, this is the bill. We want compensation. And so they try to like get the compensation and they can't. Like the government itself was like, no, we're not paying for it.
I tried to listen.
So then the state's like, what the hell?
I tried to listen because I wasn't listening last time and I missed it again.
Right. Well, apparently not. Like the people
were they not an ER?
Along that I couldn't tell you, but I could
they weren't an
go
ER,
look for the video.
Qualify.
Right.
Shady. I think that's another reason why, like, when I focus on more like culture war issues over like foreign policy and stuff like that, that's why I do very much think that it's extremely important that people have a baseline understanding, because when they don't, then it's just a matter of appealing to whichever guy sounds the best. And so digging into the culture war issues allows people who are not already there to kind of have an entry ramp. Dead air.
God, is Compton still gone?
Never have dead air.
What is he doing?
I would be freaking out.
I think he went to take a Don Lemon.
Yeah, 4-3.
The fact, oh man, they're not going to do anything. But the fact they're talking about going after him with the Klan Act is just
going after who?
Don Lemon.
Newsom? Oh, Don Lemon. For what? Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, so the church protest that's gone viral with a bunch of ICE protests. They went into the church because they said that the pastor was working for ICE or something. Don Lemon was there with them, and he's on stream with them before they go into the church. And of course, you know the freedom of protest doesn't apply to going inside of a church.
No.
And he's like, well, they're about to go somewhere. I got to keep it secret, but which implies that he knew. Instead of just saying they're going somewhere, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen, but like he clearly aided and abetted the situation.
Yeah, my guess is nothing is going to happen, but
to bring it back
to hope.
Yeah, but to bring it back to the point, then the fact that people don't pay attention, people who are working all day and have kids and are into other things, whatever it is, they may not know the specifics of that. And so if they're already primed to listen to somebody who is, whether it's Don Lemon himself or somebody who's going to defend Don Lemon, then they're just going to listen to that. And that's it. And so that's how we get further and further and further apart, because the people who are in the center are looking to are appealing to the people that they like, and that's getting further and further and further. And there's no middle anymore. Or at least the people in the middle don't. It's not lucrative to be not a fence sitter, but like a legit centrist.
You mean like it's not profitable to be that? Because I would agree.
Like if you're gonna be a streamer or whatever, then it's very obviously easier to pick a side and just go full bore. And I mean, like, obviously we all try to be as fair as we can, but there's a you can see the people who are just like, fuck it, I don't care, whatever the people on the right will say is good, I'm gonna say.
Right. Well, yeah, it's one of those things where people don't want to hear like the truth. They want to hear whatever promotes their predisposed beliefs.
Also, Confluence wants to say he was not gone that whole time. He came back and then it hit Zen o'clock, so he was just grabbing a Zen real quick. Okay, but he was there. I was back for a large period of that. Just wasn't saying anything.
What took you 5 minutes?
Getting the Zen, okay? Getting the Zen, taking a hot pee, okay? Take some time.
He keeps his Zens in a locked closet, so it takes time to unlock it.
Yeah, I need to do skill testing questions to access
Being with
them.
Chris Hayes hours later saying, I think that's a mistake. So absolutely. Number two, as it relates to the issue of sanctuary policy, I think it's important to establish because it's not well established. Sanctuary.
I hate that he doesn't have the captions on.
Lower crime rates.
Everybody's talking over the video.
Crime rates than non-sanctuary
I can't hear it.
jurisdictions. So this notion that it somehow increases crime is also
I was not taking a
so this notion
Don Lemon or whatever I was saying. I was
it
doing
becomes an attractive nature for
Do you see? Do you see what he just did?
By the facts, as it relates to crime, it's contradicted by the facts, but there's unquestioned.
No, can we?
He's like, oh,
as it relates to an expansion of services, but not just for
you saying that crime rates are not low, are not higher in sanctuary cities.
Right. By definition, that's literally impossible because them harboring them in itself is a crime. The gotaways.
Oh my God! When we're not watching the video,
it's like an impossibility.
It's not a, so we can see everybody.
Them, but yeah,
But if I say anything,
harboring gotaways.
like, hey, when we're not harboring gotaways is not a crime, especially for the vertical stream. Look at
Sorry, bring my dark
Is this you?
Yeah,
okay.
I need to touch my phone.
Okay. Yeah, that's illegal, isn't it? You can't harbor those people.
Well, if it was, then they would be arresting the state people from the state, right?
The only reason why they weren't arrested.
Right. That's the whole.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, then that sounds like the federal government should be able to arrest them and prosecute them.
It sounds like the army should get brought in because if Minnesota doesn't want National Guard, then maybe the army should just go in.
But that has nothing to do with what I just said or what we were just talking about. Right?
It actually does, and I'll explain it. Okay, I had this conversation with Flow State actually like last week, but if they can't agree to a baseline of what is actual immigration policy, then to be fair to other states that don't want it, they have to close their state borders. And so the conclusion that every time I ask this question to somebody, this is the answer that comes. Well, then it's on the other states to police their own state borderlines. And I say, well, congratulations. You just advocated for the Insurrection Act, not to come into the state, but essentially to go around a state like Minnesota and make sure they don't get out.
A new Berlin Wall, the Minnesota Wall.
I am reading chat, K2. What am I missing? I'm reading all the chats.
More dead air. More dead
K2's
air.
spelling something now. Okay. I think he's missing an R. Eid chat.
The other thing, I got to drop off. Just one more thing. I would encourage everyone to read this bill. You can go to congress.gov. It's called Operations of ICE in the Interior. And you'll see in there that, it's not against the Fourth Amendment in terms of their operating within a state to uphold federal law. And they're allowed to stop and question people, right? And it even says in there, in certain instances, based on their appearance, gang activities, suspicious, hiding identity. And in certain cases, you'll see a couple of court cases. It's a very interesting read. But businesses, they're allowed to go in there because if a business says like, hey, we suspect maybe we have some illegals here, they're allowed to just bypass it and go in. So,
okay. So, I'm sorry, just really, really quick. So my
warrant.
Just based off of like a cursory look, it seems like it's not illegal to be a sanctuary city, as long as you're not stopping ICE from operating. So if Minneapolis is actively stopping ICE,
isn't that kind of the definition, though?
Well, no,
isn't
no,
that
no.
The difference is
definitional?
standing
So you're
down.
not cooperating, right?
That's
You're not.
so the federal government cannot force states or cities to use their resources to enforce federal law. This is part of the 10th Amendment.
Right. So if the Minnesota state police were trying to block ICE, then they would be in
That'd be violation of federal law.
By just standing down, the federal government can't say you must do this.
But okay, but what Mr. is saying, like if you're harboring a godaway, that is illegal, but that's what California does, right? If
But
they
they're
have
not
someone
harboring,
in
they're
like
just not reporting. That's the
that's
difference.
how is that not harboring? If you have someone in like in
Bingo.
a local jail and you're not,
Of
and you
course.
know they're a godaway, you're not. That is that's definitional harboring.
Semantics.
There's no.
How is that semantic? What isn't?
I'm agreeing with you and saying that semantically it is the same exact thing. But
Like, hold on. If I had an illegal in my
get
house,
away
do you
with
think
it
I would have to
on.
report them?
Yeah, if you like let them stay in your home, you absolutely you would be harboring a godaway. That is illegal. You can't do that.
Right.
It is the law. Wait, just let me be clear because I understand what Alex is saying.
Let me look at it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, it is the law that they have to check in. That is the law, the asylum claims law. If you harbor them, they're in violation of that. Period. End of story.
What do you mean by harbor? I guess is the question.
Right. And so, let me give you an example.
Meaning
that if let's say that you were you had an illegal in your home, and then ICE came to the door and were like, "Do you have any illegals here?" And you said yes, then you wouldn't be.
You would be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying it's semantics because before that point,
there's
they
no
were harboring an illegal, but according to the law, you have to. I mean, I don't know the actual letter of law, but the spirit of law is that you have to be doing some type of obstruction of an investigation or something like that. So it is illegal to have them, but like harbor them in.
But that doesn't at least.
Yes, actually. Whoa. Yes, actually, under.
All right,
it is illegal. I'm going to explain it. Read the asylum claim law 1158, and then go read 1226 and 1227.
Something.
Harboring an illegal godaway is against federal law. I should have said that earlier, but yeah, that's a crime.
I mean, and that wouldn't that be interpreted in the same way? Like it's illegal to harbor someone that has done like a felony or whatever. Like if I don't know the exact law, but I know it is illegal.
The reason
if someone
why
has like murdered someone and you're like housing them in your home and you're like giving that is, and you know that they've murdered someone is illegal as well.
I'm pretty sure she
right? Like so.
Well,
that
the problem again. I'll just leave it at this. The reason why, right, is because it's not asking much in a compromise to say identify yourself. That's it. If you want to,
this is patently wrong. You do not have an obligation to report a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't have to do it, but you are violating the law.
Somebody or specifically asks you if someone is living in your house that is illegal, or that's a godaway or whatever, you don't have to say shit to anyone. And the same thing goes.
No, that's right. You don't have to, but technically, you are committing a federal crime.
You are
that
not
is the
committing
case.
any crime.
I think
yes, you are. You're harboring illegal.
Alex, do you not agree with at least what I'm saying? Like just like if some with like big crimes, that is illegal and people get charged with that all the time. Like if someone like murders someone and then I give them like safe passage into my home and I know they've murdered them, I get charged with like aiding and abetting and stuff.
If they're actively running from the police and you invite them in your home to hide them from the police,
isn't that what a godaway is doing definitionally?
No, that's not.
Why are they?
Yes, actually, there is a judge right now that has been found guilty and lost her seat because she was helping an illegal, like in the same manner that we were talking about. So,
what was she doing?
She explained they have video evidence of it. She went out of her courtroom, and I believe in this part I could be wrong, but she was like, "Hey, maybe they had a case or not." She knew the person was illegal, and she went to the guy sitting down. It was on video, and she said to the guy, "This is how you evade capture."
Oh, that
and
would
she
be
just
illegal,
got
yes.
prosecuted.
Attempting to
Yep.
help them evade capture is vastly different from let's say someone asks you, they can come in your house and drink some water and you have no idea they're being chased by the police, right? You can allow them in. That's the extent of your intent here, right? If you find out the police are chasing them,
Wait,
you
Yeah,
actually
that third one. That's
this third one, Alex, isn't this directly it? So it starts with, any person who, right, and it's talking about the harboring of illegals, right? The first one is if you bring them in. The second one is if you transport them. But then the third one is knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the U.S. in violation of law, conceals, harbors, or shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection, such alien in any place, including any building or any means of transportation. And then they're guilty of whatever it's going to say.
Yeah, harboring. Again, this is like preventing police from finding them.
So
Every
I
single
have-
one of these things is active conspiracy to prevent the police from finding them.
Give me a break.
As long as they're just
Come
living in
on.
your house.
This is total bullshit.
This is absolutely
Total
how the
crap.
law works in every case. This isn't just illegals.
No.
This is every case.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not the case.
No.
That's why I asked you about the murderer case. If you know a murderer is living in your house and you're not trying to conceal
no
him,
duty to report them.
You absolutely do. What are you talking
You have the right to
about?
remain silent. You have the right to remain silent.
You do not have a duty to report anyone
Chat,
for anything.
chat. You see what happens when you actually show them the evidence, and then the
Okay, you know
quote comes
what?
out. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe this.
I'm going to AI.
Gavin Newsom.
Why
He may be
Why don't
correct.
you look up any cases where this has been applied and find one where it's
I just
applied
named
against somebody
3 or
who
4
just let
laws.
someone
Okay, wait.
live
I have a
in
good
their
starting
house.
point. Can I get the floor for like?
No, you
1 minute.
name things where people actively helped them.
Yeah, I just named a judge who sided with one and then lost
she
the seat.
offered advice on how to escape custody or how to avoid detection. Yes, that is actively helping somebody evade the police.
Right, but that's the semantic part we all agree on. We're asking if it's the law. So if I could just get 1 minute here, I just asked ChatGPT, if I had an illegal alien in my home, am I able to be prosecuted if, when law enforcement becomes aware of the person, they come to my door and ask me, and I refuse to say anything? At that point, does law enforcement have anything they can charge him with? And then I said, if state laws are different, let's start with Minnesota. So clear breakdown of federal law applies, not state law. Immigration enforcement, including illegals, is governed by federal law, not Minnesota law. States generally cannot independently criminalize an immigrant's presence. That's exclusively under federal authority. So then it gives.
Bradley. Didn't even see you there. Sorry, Bradley.
So then it gives a law, 8 U.S.C. 1324, harboring illegal aliens. It is a federal crime to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection an alien known or knowingly in reckless disregard to be unlawfully in the U.S. in any place, including any building, i.e. your home, or to transport.
And basically, even if you're like,
hold on, transport and encourage such alien to enter in the state. What harboring means? To convict someone under this statute, prosecutors must generally show 1, the person is an alien who is in the U.S. in violation of immigration law. 2, you knew or acted in reckless disregard of the fact that they were unlawfully here. And 3, you took some action that substantially helps them remain, i.e. hiding them, sheltering them, shielding them. If all 3 elements are met, harboring is a felony with penalties up to 5 to 10 years.
if
So it
they're
has
just
to be
like,
all 3.
if they have warrants against them, if they're not even an illegal immigrant, if they have warrants against them and you're harboring them in your house, you're impeding on a criminal investigation if you try to fucking lie about them being there. And that's a criminal offense.
Yes, lying about it in any way is a criminal offense. Yes, you're right.
Right.
You're impeding on their
hold on.
Is
There's
the
2
AI
scenarios
wrong
here.
that I have on screen right now? Like it could be, but the AI is saying that allowing a murderer to live in your home can itself be a crime if they are wanted by police or they're evading law enforcement. And so that would apply to gotaways as well, wouldn't it? For the definition of harboring. I know this is AI, so I'm grain of salt.
Is under that under harboring or concealing. What obligation do you have? Do you have an affirmative obligation to kick them out, to report them to police? What is it you have to do?
What does aiding and abetting mean? I have that. That's a question.
Aiding and abetting would just be either offering them some sort of advice, offering them money, offering them a way to hide, or
shelter or way to hide. Yeah, there you go.
Hold on. If you were aware that they're a fugitive from the law, if you're aware that an illegal immigrant at the time that they request to come into your house, and you say yes, you are actually abetting them. That is actually harboring.
Just like a vampire.
Now, if you don't know and they've lived with you or whatever, right? And you find out after the fact, you don't have a requirement because you didn't do that with the intent to actually.
That's correct. The burden of it. Yeah, the burden of intent is on the.
I asked what you said, Alex, and it says, you don't have to you don't have to report them, but if you continue to let them remain in your house, again, this is AI, so grain of salt, but this is, courts often view this as harboring. If you know, in the murder example, well, not let them live in your house anymore.
Yeah, so I put in the
so
private.
Does that mean you have to
Get out of here, you.
So remember in my, you guys remember in my
Stop
question,
sleeping on my couch and eating up all my nachos.
Hold on. Ask it what the requirement is. Like, what do you have to do at that point?
So while you're doing that,
I did.
So,
I
guys,
literally asked that. I asked that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't give an answer to that.
Guys,
I said, what obligation do you have? And it said, legally speaking, it's you are not required to. You don't have legal duty to report the murder to police. So that is true.
Silence alone is not a crime.
But you can't help them avoid law enforcement, and you can't conceal evidence. And then the third point is you cannot continue housing them once you know they're evading police. If you know they committed a murder and they're trying to avoid arrest, which would apply to gotaways.
When you say referring to number 3, are you supposed to kick them out or
I live with
report
somebody
to police? What is the obligation? How do you
so while you're doing that, remember part of my prompts was if law enforcement comes to your door. So I read out the statutes, but if you look in the private chat, it said, what happens if law enforcement comes to your door? Law enforcement identifies an undocumented person. ICE detects someone in your home is unlawfully present. They can investigate. If you refuse to answer questions, you have the right to remain silent. Oh, I didn't get to all of it. But yeah, so you have the right to remain silent.
A good person, if they know that somebody they live with or loved one or a family member committed murder, they're going to go to the cops. Because I don't think this is a reasonable conversation. Oh, hey, Fred, I heard that you killed someone. Do you think you could move out tomorrow? That's not going to happen. You got to go to the cops.
So if you know the police are actively coming after them.
Pardon me, Fred. I heard that you slaughtered.
You were talking about the chick that ran in the house.
Move out.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the chick that's in the video.
On. If you say that, you're probably gonna get slaughtered yourself.
Oh no!
I mean, honestly, come on.
Hey, pardon me, Pete. I heard that you killed your mother and her free bonanza friends. Could you maybe move out? No. Oh,
what do you guys think of? What do you guys think of Box?
Here.
What do you guys think of Box's super chat saying, if they're knocking, I'm not answering?
I think that might actually be considered abetting at that point.
They're just gonna bust down the door and fucking get you.
So I think this is the key part here.
Then you're getting arrested, they're getting arrested, yeah.
Which would mean that the police are actively after them.
All right, let's get.
Like I saw a video just what you're talking about, where there was 2 people who were suspected to be murderers, and they were in a house, and they had to knock on the door, knock, and the fucking people are sleeping or trying not to answer the door. When finally the mother of these people came to the door and said, "Oh yeah, they're in there sleeping. I'll get them." I had no idea. They come out, they fucking go on their face on the dirt, and they put the handcuffs on and take them out, and they interview the mother, and they're like, well, she had no, did you notice that they were covered in blood when they came home at 5 a.m? No, I was tired. I just answered the door. Okay, fine.
K2 wants me to read what he sent me on Discord. I'm not sure. Explain this further, K2. He says, in Washington State, an illegal trekker deleted a whole family and
deleted
the state of Washington. I feel like there has to be a typo here, unless the illegal trekker did delete the whole state of Washington. The state of Washington let him go after ICE. Okay, yeah, maybe in The state of Washington let him go after ICE, put a hold on him, and they didn't even charge him with manslaughter.
Oh,
wait, what is that?
What
is that?
Are you saying it was
I'm not sure that.
of some sort?
That
Yeah,
mother
I'm not
didn't
sure
get
what this.
arrested.
I'm not sure what this means.
My
So
guess is
even
he's
though-
referring to some sort of traffic accident.
I guess
Not
she
like-
wasn't. She didn't try to hide them because she made them come out, but that's why the mother in the house didn't get arrested. So I'm just to clarify on the story I was telling.
Okay.
that if you don't hold them and lie about it, you won't get arrested. If you literally don't know that they came home covered in blood because you're retired, you're not going to get
There's
arrested.
reasons people might be covered in blood too, depending on where you live.
Did you guys see that video of the DoorDash lady who was being chased by ICE and while she was doing DoorDash, and she just ran into the people's house, and it was a white couple with a little baby, and ICE is outside like, we're gonna break your fucking door down. This lady
And they were like, "This food is cold. Get the fuck out."
No, I mean, that would have been hilarious. We're like, we have a baby in here. We have a baby. Yeah. So why are you protecting some strange lady over your fucking baby?
Yeah, that's they really protecting her.
Yeah, they were like, we're not. We
They
need
were-
to see a warrant. We need to see a warrant. I'm gonna try to find it.
Were they liberal?
Yeah, I'd want to see that. That's crazy.
Why the hell would you do that?
Because they're liberal and brainwashed.
I mean, if you the amount every new video I see out of like Minnesota is just makes me feel like more and more we're in some type of simulation because it just doesn't make sense.
I think Minnesota just needs to become part of Canada and call it good.
Yeah, no, honestly, they're more like us. They're more like us than America. It really feels that way.
Lake in the
That's a level of retardation that only Canadians should be capable of. I will say that.
Give us your oil and we'll give you Minnesota.
Okay.
I don't think they want Minnesota.
Is this at IJ?
Yep.
What part of it? It's like 15 minutes.
Just skip.
You can skip through it. Just skip through it
Yeah.
to the good parts, to the juicy parts.
Well, what's the juicy
at the
part?
bottom of the
Okay,
video should
play
be
that-
like where people watch the
I'll
most.
play. I know we don't want to.
Normally there is, but
just
in
play
this
it.
one for some reason
Yeah.
there's not.
So just play
How
the
could,
beginning.
wait, this is supposed to be a short. When videos are like this, it's supposed to be a short.
I know. I
How
don't
can
know.
a
Yeah, I
short
don't know.
be
It's like
15
portrait
minutes
mode,
long?
but 15 minutes long.
It's on TikTok. Just listen. Just listen. I will skip ahead.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant.
Why?
Because this was my
They don't
DoorDash
need
lady.
one. They have probable
But even
cause.
the lady, she just ran to my house.
She's protecting.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but like, I don't know what
When
to
they
do.
see a
Okay, so skip
convicted
like halfway.
criminal run into a house,
I
that's
ordered fucking
probable
food and there's
cause.
people outside my fucking house.
Yeah. So you can skip like halfway.
Like half
The good
halfway.
guys are on their way, and they're gonna stop those evil
Ma'am,
fake
I'm
policemen.
so sorry. I don't want to do this. Come on.
So this is
come
they
on.
finally give in after fighting. Like
Oh.
no.
I
Watch
wonder-
what happens
I
when
wonder if they
watch
use
what.
her.
What to do.
Listen to what
I'm
happens when
Native
she goes
American.
outside.
This is against everything
Do
I
they
stand
think they
for.
adopted her for some reason?
All the
My
neighbors.
baby!
Listen to the couple
Don't take my baby!
defending themselves to the neighbors because all the neighbors are like, "Why are you doing this?"
What are you doing? Get that crazy fuck out of here! That's what I'd say if I was a neighbor.
If you could just skip ahead till she's outside.
Go on now.
I don't know what to
I'll
do.
consuelo.
I don't know what to do.
No me gusta.
But then you can hear people yelling.
You can do this to your own fucking people. That's insane.
They're not our people.
I don't fucking care.
No!
You have no fucking warrant.
Just give her some time.
Just give her some.
You
fucking
don't
time.
need
You're
a warrant,
shut
idiot.
up.
You don't know the law. You're not a fucking lawyer.
Did federal agents fall into the same thing? Yeah, they do. They should.
My yard until she comes that way. You don't.
I am hungry.
And
I
then you
need my
go-
DoorDash.
You go like,
Pieces of shit.
I mean,
got
to be
nothing better
fair,
to do 'cause your wife's still on the
there's been
your
times
fucking
I've been
dick.
hungry enough that I would fight off ICE
She
with my
should be
DoorDash.
Yeah, go-
arrested.
go to like,
Fucking puta.
go to like 12 minutes.
No.
Because I just want to hear you guys. They're defending themselves. The couple.
Yes,
I
you
hear
have permission to be on our yard. No, I don't give ICE permission to be on my fucking yard.
This is our
That's
property.
Oh God.
Permission. What?
Oh God. Accelerate a car in front of them, please.
If you don't have a warrant, you're not
guys ever bother to look up any law?
I mean, that's basically the long
I
short of it.
took law course. I know. I'm
A
not
law course.
I took a law course. I took a law course.
University of Phoenix. But
I'm a YouTube lawyer on the sidewalk.
Insane. Yeah, that was.
This is how people get hurt.
Yeah,
That's what I don't.
Those ICE agents had more patience.
They have every right, and they fucking will use physical force, if not deadly physical force, if you do something completely stupid, like Renee fucking dumb bitch.
Well, if they see someone running into a house, right? Then and you don't need a warrant for that, right? That's not how warrants work.
Cause. If they see a murderer running, if the cops see a murderer run into my house, please get the fuck out here.
I'm just taking money out.
It's not like they need a warrant for that. It's the same with you. Yeah, you hear someone like screaming inside a house. You don't need a warrant for that. There's a lot of cases where you don't.
This murderer that just ran in your house.
Take Morty out. I'll be right. Not even like for a full walk. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna beat you.
You don't need to ring my doorbell. Please help me. A criminal just ran in my house. The fuck?
Minnesota's cooked, man. Minnesota's cooked. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh, let me just check the ring doorbell. Yes, it's the police. A criminal just ran in my house with a fucking machete and a hockey mask. Oh, I don't know. Maybe yes. I think you should come in. The fuck out of here.
I think Tim Walz has done a fabulous job.
Yeah, who could criticize him? You know.
Yeah.
Tim Walz.
Only good things.
Fucking government. That's what I say.
You gotta watch out before he starts sending hitmen to your house.
Bret Hart.
I don't know who that is.
Bret the Hitman Hart.
Isn't he Canadian?
Yeah, you don't know. Come on, that's.
I don't know my own Canadian reference. Apparently,
that makes me sad.
That's like the greatest Canadian tap dancer to ever exist.
Tap dancer.
That's why I thought it was weird that Bradley brought it up. I was like, this isn't. Yes, he's the greatest tap dancer that ever existed.
Oh, a professional wrestler. Yeah, I can't. I know The Rock. You guys ever heard of Dwayne? Okay, that's the only professional wrestler I can literally name. Okay.
You mean the one that became a movie star?
Yeah, I only know him from Moana, actually, to be honest with you, which is a good movie. The second one sucks balls, though. No one should ever watch that gay-ass movie. The dude is in the back. I think the dude hit me with one of these. I don't know how long you've been sitting here. I'm sorry. I'm a little off my game today. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? Welcome, the dude.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome back to Confidence, where we talk about everything and nothing all the time. We've got Indian Jesus, we've got liberals, we've got autistic psychopaths. For more information, hit like, smash, subscribe. Don't miss the next contest.
All right.
That's true. That's true. Although I don't think it's any psychopaths on the panel tonight. There was.
Try the wine.
There was someone who has a low conscientiousness, I think he said, but you know.
No, my health wouldn't allow it.
And don't worry, if things go off the rails, Maryland will not call emergency services.
That's true. That's true.
Good evening, gentlemen.
What would Maryland do if ICE agent, if that DoorDash person came into your house and your ICE agent's outside? What would Maryland? Let's I say like, what would Jesus do? What would Maryland do in that case?
Hey, probably the same thing. That
would be a fire game show, right? You have Maryland; she's not allowed to say anything, and then everyone makes a guess of what Maryland would do in any given moral situation, and then when it's revealed,
what would Brian Boitano do? That's the real question.
What would Brian Boitano do?
If he were here right now.
I get that reference. Okay, that's a reference I get. Finally, I just want to say that. Okay,
what would the Hitman Hart do?
Fair enough.
Don't get that one, although now I know he's a professional
put you in a sharpshooter.
Anything.
Okay, back to Gavin. Okay, back to Gavin. He's just ready to talk.
Diverse population. Who do we hate more, Gavin or Ben?
Gavin, at least for me.
And that approach means that when you came into office,
Gavin didn't fuck up my state. Gavin didn't fuck up my state.
Last year or this year is $350 billion. left in the surplus.
240. The general fund's 248 billion. We have $42.3 billion additional revenue structure than we anticipated. By the way, another 2.8 came in December.
Yep. Agreed.
California is
welcome.
replenishing its reserves, $23 billion, paying down pension obligations, $11.8 billion. There's no question there are cost pressures as it relates to Medicaid, and Medi-Cal in California. And those pressures are going to be made worse because of the big, beautiful bill.
Well, I mean, I think that the main pressures in the state of California in terms of kind of future costs looks like some of the programs that you mentioned, mainly, if we're going to look at it, CalPERS, CalSTARS, the fact that you have perhaps $500 billion in unfunded liabilities going forward.
Well, which we've substantially improved in the last 7 years. I just mentioned the $11.8 billion commitment. We've highlighted that in the state of the state to pay down long-term pension obligations. STRS and PERS, their funded liability has been improving over the last 5 or 6 years. Can't make up for the last 30 years. You may recall a decade plus ago, we did reforms for new employees moving in. We dealt with spiking and other issues and abuses in that space. We're hardly unique in this country as it relates to unfunded liability.
Or fraud issues, obviously.
And fraud issues. We can talk about fraud all day. I'd love to talk about that, and we could get back to that because I think it's an incredibly important topic in California.
This is all I've eaten today: some grapes and some cheese.
Fraud efforts,
I just opened some alcohol. I think there's a lot might not go so well.
A lot of BS in this space as it relates to targeted assault and offense.
And they're going to need more people.
In our project, but I want to go back.
But the local PD
we can get all of this. I know everyone came here for all this stuff.
Of course. Before we do, I just want to ask. There's sort of a general take that I have.
I'm going to make something after that.
I heard the podcast that you did with Ezra Klein. I think Ezra's wonderful. He and I disagree about nearly everything. And I think Ezra's really a fascinating person with a lot of really interesting and heterodox ideas. And he talked to
Ezra Klein
governance, and you talked with him a lot about how you.
I wonder the relationship.
I wonder why Ben likes him.
Right, because when you came into office,
I didn't eat much. I grabbed some alcohol, so did.
That was the stated need,
right?
And then we created a legal framework of $2.5 million.
And it will come up short of that. It's like 2030. What is it? About 150,000 units that are being created.
Little less than 150,000. You're right. About 111, 108,000.
And this isn't a rip on you. I mean, because
it's been a major national issue, and the macroeconomics of this with interest rate environment, sort of post-COVID environment, made this housing crisis.
Thanks for stopping by, brother. Make sure, hit that like. Very much appreciated. You have a great.
It's the original.
I warm up my soup cans.
It's the original.
Cook some pasta.
Our inability to get out of our own way and all the regulatory thickets.
Right. So
we
cook more.
Blew through those in the last couple of years. 61 housing reform bills we just passed. And Ezra was highlighting that. Interesting. New York just moved in a direction. I think finally we Democrats broadly are moving now. Finally, in the
now you got to go
direction after decades. Democrats
now it's fucking staring at
Republicans in California.
When they pause again, I'll take
right. And I think that one of the problems that people see, and there's been a big question. You've asked it. You've talked about it a lot, actually, about the frustration that people have with politics and the disenchantment that people have and the feeling that no matter what they do, they can't get ahead. And that's manifesting in a lot of political polarization.
I want to get ahead.
And this gets to, I think, a sort of broader issue. It's not just you. So I don't mean this to be a specific critique of you. I think it's a critique of a lot of politicians that I have left and right.
And that is go potty on the pad downstairs.
You realize as the governor how complex the system is, how difficult it is to get things done, how much gridlock there is in the system. But politicians, in order to get elected, have to make a lot of promises about how much things are going to change in the future. And they usually are talking about using the power of government in order to facilitate and make that change happen, particularly on the Democratic side of the aisle. And it seems to me that is a recipe for disaster for the American body politic, because if you make promises that cannot
Ag's comment is anti-Semitic
for it to be fulfilled.
Inherently
that's true.
And I have relatives who still live.
I'm pro-Semitic.
I visited
TOS,
and they're making a very good living. I have a sister-in-law and brother-in-law who live in LA. They make a combined.
Just want everyone to know
it's definitely the California Republicans to blame for all this.
Too high. The cost of living is too high. I believe the poverty rates in California on a cost-adjusted basis are some of the highest in the nation.
Right there with Florida.
I wanted to address Ag's comment, but I was muted on there.
But
when you look at it,
he has nothing to stand on.
Florida and California, right?
If you're looking at real estate costs in particular, are extraordinary in the state of California. And as you say, you're trying to remove regulations, but the problem is that unless we are willing to recognize a fundamental reality,
you better recognize.
Can you push pause 1 second, Confluence?
With their government,
ask
and you shall receive.
You better recognize. That's what he's saying.
I just find it funny that he's comparing California to Florida. California for 70 years has been in the top 2 states of the union, and Florida was the limp dick off the side of the country till 2019. Like the fact that he just go what?
Limp dick.
Yeah, but also, do you not find that ridiculous? He's comparing those two. One has been in like its dominance for less than half a decade, and the other is California. And he threw that out there as if that was a comment that carried depth and weight. That's wild.
Oh yeah, well he's trying to jab it because I think Ben moved to Florida, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, Ben has a house in Florida, but I'm pretty sure he resides in Tennessee. I think the Daily Wire headquarters is in Tennessee.
Oh, maybe that's true.
Tim Pool's in West Virginia. I know that.
But even like going back to,
it seems like an intentional
It
jab.
seems to be Tim Shallow Pool or something. You know?
I don't think it was a shot at Ben. I think it was more a shot at he was just taking like a red state, being like, oh, right there with the red state where everybody's leaving to, and like, no,
now
Florida literally had a game called the Florida Man. It was the land of vacation and fugitives for 50 years and Disney World. That I just thought that was a wild. Anybody with an IQ north of 106 should be able to see through that bullshit comment.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
The Indian Jesus. Do you kind of see where I'm? Oh, he died. He's gone.
Oh,
rip IJ.
Does anybody agree or disagree with what I just said?
No, I agree.
I agree. It felt it to me. It seems definitely like a targeted thing. I thought that Ben lived in Florida, but even if he doesn't, it's still he's going after a right wing state and being like, no, California is like it's the same as like Florida though, and it's like it's a terrible comparison in my opinion.
I have a question. You guys have taught me a lot, and I'm quick to say when I don't know something. Can someone tell me briefly what is a straw man?
It's a man made out of straw.
Confluence, you want to explain it, or I can?
Yes. A straw man is when you try to give someone's argument, but you like do it or just a less effective way than they would do it.
If
so
I
you
have
take someone's argument and you give a lesser version of it. And the alternative is a steel man, where you try to even go above and beyond what their actual argument is. You try to give an even better, the best possible argument that they could be giving for your position.
If I have a milkshake and you have a milkshake and I have a really long straw man, drink your milkshake.
To give an example, if Confluence were to say that have the position of, hey, we need to deport people, and I try and straw man his position, I would say he wants to go around and arrest brown people.
Yeah. That's obviously not what my argument is entailing. It's an intentional or unintentional, but you're weakening the other person's argument, and so it's a bad faith thing whether someone knows it or not, because you're giving an argument that they're not actually giving. You're giving a weaker form of the argument that they're giving. So and then a steel man would be the opposite of that, where you're trying to give the strongest part of their argument, even if they didn't say it.
Like a Facebook group that's completely disconnected, so there's no overlords watching what you do.
Yeah, really, just the milkshakes first, Bradley.
Did I lose you guys, or do you still hear me?
We didn't hear you respond. If you did,
hear you now. But
check it out.
That's I appreciate. I was genuinely because I know there's like a lot of, you know what I mean? Like there's terms people try to use to sound intelligent, like those water cooler, like the word of the month.
Sure, yeah.
Like gaslight. That's serendipitous, indubitably. That's and when people start saying straw man, I'm like, I don't know what a straw man argument is.
So Dick, that link
I know what a patsy is.
That's my word of the month. The end.
When did Newsom become governor in California?
There we go, microphone.
Like 8 years ago.
The link I just dropped.
Oh yeah.
There's term limit, so he's got to be coming up on the end.
It's free to join. You can just go, look around, see what it is, and it's basically just a private chat room.
2018. Whoever said that was right.
Hang out, and we don't have to worry about getting banned for this or censored or that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
really, really cool, and you
should check it out. Of 2025, he's been trying to cut.
It ain't Jersey pizza. It ain't Jersey pizza.
Let's have a dull pair of scissors.
Too little, too late. Too little, too late.
Right. And yeah, I
Real quick,
I changed my mind about this morning or about earlier. It's definitely Shapiro winning this one.
Real quick before
so far,
Israel hasn't been mentioned yet.
Oh,
yeah, we're
it's
getting
coming.
to that.
It's
According
coming.
to the timestamps, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, real quick, the last.
Well, if they stay cordial, I don't think it's gonna matter. But
The last thing that Ag was saying, what did the chat Ag pulled up about Ben kind of flipping it around and interviewing Gavin? That's that's because of the fact that Ben has, I mean, whether you agree or disagree, he has an ideological set. It doesn't seem like Gavin Newsom and his ilk have that basis. So
no, they don't.
He throws his talking points out there, and then it's either agree or disagree. So if you disagree, then you're going to throw it back at him. But he's not going to have anything to combat your pushback because he usually doesn't need it.
I do give Gavin like participation points though. Like again, like him having Charlie Kirk on and now Ben Shapiro. That's better than a lot of lefties, right? Like he's at least willing to sit down.
Well, he's still Bill Maher yet.
Edited and like, you know, whereas a brief side quest, the Andrew Callahan interview that we went over the other day with what's the guy's name? Nick Shirley. Apparently, Nick Shirley came out with a thing because he was recording as well. Apparently, it's a 3-hour or something podcast, and it was edited down by Andrew Callahan to be an hour with a lot of allegations that stuff was intentionally cut.
Yep.
And so I was looking into that, and I was like, I don't know if that like looks too good. But at least there's with Gavin, there is, to my knowledge, no like Charlie Kirk didn't say that, and Ben didn't say it. So at least that you got to give someone points for that. You know,
I don't, and here's why.
You indubitably have to, okay? Because it would be anti-serendipitous.
So, but the reason I don't is because this is the play. This is the only way to be the next successful Democrat. So whether it's Gavin or whether it's somebody else, then the fact of the matter is you have to open yourself up to the moderates. And so it's not like he's like, well, I want to see what Ben Shapiro has to say. Maybe those people are thinking something really good. No. It's all a fucking show to get the
disenfranchised leftist. Right. Indian Jesus is absolutely right.
It's optics, but you got to appreciate that someone like AOC is intellectually incapable of doing something like that.
But this is how this whole thing started. So is Gavin Newsom.
No, but at least, but Gavin is still like, I like when I on the elliptical when I was watching Gavin against Charlie, it was still like it was still a good conversation. I don't think AOC could have had a good conversation with Kirk. I can't imagine any world where that could have been good.
I don't know.
And Kamala, like we saw Kamala. The only thing I know is way after I mentioned this before. She was on Diary of a CEO, right? She wouldn't go on Rogan. She wouldn't go on all this shit. It's because she can't. She actually can't. She doesn't have like the ability to do so. At least Gavin. In his snake form, when he digivolves into his reptilian figure, then he's able to kind of at least do it. Which I don't know. I
guess if that's the bar for our politicians, that they can.
It's a low attaboy, but it's like it's a little bit of an attaboy, a participation attaboy, if you will.
Can't argue with that.
What that means is that we need to radically remove
to see a fucking button
for more building. That we need to radically stop.
Say it one more time.
Perverting markets when it comes to how we make housing policy.
Don't
that we need to stop wasting money in taxpayer funding on things like, for example,
I don't want to be
gigantic. You once called it a boondoggle high-speed rail. That is going to cost in excess of $100 billion. In this
that's got to hurt to Gavin. That's got to hurt.
And again,
it's coming.
Populist right
you need to throw more money at it,
which is something I object to on a sort of classically conservative level. The promises that are made that if you give government more power and more taxpayer revenue, that suddenly these problems are going to be alleviated. And the actual result, which is less ability.
It hasn't showed up in my StreamYards because StreamYards has been so lagged. But Fuck It Button became a member. Welcome, Fuck It Button too. I need the Conflu clan. I haven't come up with a name, but I don't have a cool name like the Disciples, like this guy over here, which like writes itself if you call yourself the Indian Jesus.
We've also got the Moral Felon Crew. Shout out to, we got 2 people at the Moral Felon crew level as well.
Oh, man, he has 2 levels. I don't even have any. I don't have any levels yet. Okay.
I need a better name.
Wait. Confluence. Sorry, I gotta like meta backstage here. You don't have different levels of your membership set up?
No, I just have one level.
Do that immediately.
I don't know what I would offer the people. I don't know what I would offer them.
It
you know,
doesn't matter.
Just do it anyway.
There'll be somebody who comes across and is like, "Hey, I like what this guy is doing. I'm just going to sign up at this level." Just
do it now.
I just want to be a tier 10. Did I promise esoteric knowledge or something? Because like I feel like I could provide that. So like that's not even a false promise necessarily.
If he's the disciple, I need a better name than the dude. What's my new name?
Welcome to the pod.
Yeah, your own wife didn't even recognize your name, the dude. So that's how like far strong your name is, apparently, from your, what you normally go as online. If you remember that, because I said, "Hi, Mrs. Dude," and she's like, "Why? What? Why is he calling me Mrs. Dude?" And then you had to say, "Oh, I'm using the dude on this channel." So obviously that's not your normal online handle. So what the fuck?
No, most of the time I just use my first name.
Well, then why not here? What are you trying to hide? You're trying to TCAP one of us, aren't you? This has been my theory all along. You're not gonna catch me, bro. You're not gonna catch me. Not gonna catch me slipping.
Why would he catch you slipping?
Because I ain't slipping and I'm not doing the thing that I would need to slip. There's no action where I would even possibly be slipping, to be clear. Okay. To be clear.
From a small house in Burbank to a 4-bedroom, slightly larger house in North Hollywood.
Well, is no one going to give me a name for real? You shitheads?
School, like UCLA.
It's got to come naturally.
Harvard Law School, and now to have a really, really nice house. I did have a nice house.
I don't know your name, the dude. Is that? That's
no, but he's Indian Jesus in your Confluence. Like, I want a cool name.
Well, you should have a cool name, but the dude is like kind of generic. There we go. Finally, I can pull up the message. Why is StreamYard so delayed? When I look at my Chromebook, I see like 6 messages that I'm not seeing on the screen right now. I'm not sure why that is.
We all know why that is.
Month to some fucking service, and you think it would act a little better. I'm just saying. I love you, StreamYards, but fix your shit.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Mr. Blue Jay.
You made my speech, Mark.
It might be
years in terms of the housing reforms. Could not agree more. I highlighted the 61 bills just last year. I didn't highlight the 42 CEQA reform bills. The original, talk about process and regulatory thickets. Those environmental rules that were established, ironically, by Ronald Reagan himself when he was governor of California. So we've been in the process of doing precisely what you're suggesting we need to do, and we've been doing it very meaningfully and been nation-leading reforms in this space. Now, of course, the private sector needs to catch up in the context of interest rate environment becoming more favorable. But now we are cities and counties we put on notice. Maybe you recall when
Everett, hold up. I'm going to refresh my thing because this usually fixes it.
I am the captain now.
Oh, that's not good.
I double down on that. The notion of how he flipped it around. It's because Gavin doesn't have anything. Hey Trey, it's an open panel. I'll drop you the link. Come on up. I got a panelist.
Yeah, anyone you can vouch for, IJ? Yeah, we'll definitely pull him up.
He's
He's
a
just
bad guy.
He's just gonna ask you to do that.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
So you don't have to
no, I don't do all this on a Chromebook. No, I have a Chromebook. Maybe I can lift it up so you can see it. Proof of Chromebook. Proof of Chromebook.
So when
right
he
here.
Go backstage,
Okay.
he's just gonna ask you to do this. But you don't have to be
but that is sitting beside a normal PC, and then I use the Chromebook to read the live
Unless you're
chat.
just talking shit.
For instances where StreamYards gets fucked, if I remember to look down and see that it is in fact cocked.
Oh.
But yeah.
Where's Bubsy?
First became governor of Huntington Beach, the first city, because they were out of compliance with their housing element. We established a legally binding goal of $2.5 million.
Legally binding.
The stretch goal. What needed to get some equilibrium in our prices, the supply-demand imbalance, but we created a legally binding goal of $2.5 million.
So what could be done to make that happen in not Huntington Beach, but LA?
All right,
San
so
Francisco?
We created a housing accountability unit. We pursued 46 actions. We've unlocked.
But I guess the question is from the common man perspective, right? From
so this is the YouTube link.
Where I left. I took
this is the YouTube link,
from that
and then the pinned
how do we
link
get to the material
is the
description.
Just go
then
there and click
perhaps
the
that
pin link.
requires a
See
complete
you
new
there.
thing. Come over to my classical libertarian economics here, Governor, is I guess what I'm saying, and maybe
Where's
recognize
Anson
that
when you
the
need
amount
him?
of tax
Damn.
revenue that's taken in
Yeah,
the
I
state,
don't know if you would
reverse
like to hear
market
that from Ben.
incentives, that what's been generated in the state is a middle class that is really struggling.
Yeah.
Vast social services for people who are at poverty line or below and slightly above. And then, a group of people who are either so wealthy they don't care, or so wealthy now they're leaving, right? Because of the prospective wealth tax, which I know you oppose, right? You understand markets. So that's why I'm always a little bit bewildered when there are measures taken by the state.
I'm sick of these two retards jerking each other off. Okay, I'm so sick of this.
You mean on my screen in
I think it's nice too.
AMD and
like Ben, I've always been a fan.
It's like what the fuck is this?
Gavin
These people
Newsom looks
disagree
like-
on like almost every line. I understand you build repertoire.
Literally.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for a second. I understand you build repertoire at the beginning, right? You get some common ground, but like at a certain point, we're 36 minutes into it. Okay, just start. Either start fucking or start, exactly. Okay, me and the dude are thinking the same way. Either move to the Patreon where I can't see it, or then just start fighting like men. Okay, one of the two.
Really quick, go to Gavin. Tell me he doesn't look like Donald Trump and Matthew McConaughey made a baby.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, he does look like that. Yeah, he actually does.
Creating a child tax credit.
I don't know.
I'm the analogy guy. Confluence.
Yeah, no, you do a good job of that.
Income tax rates.
Well,
Like, what do you call me, Timu Jack White or whatever? I feel like that is valid. That is valid.
California, that's
well,
I'm Timu Jack Black.
Their low wage earners more than California taxes its high wage earners.
Kind of, in a way, yeah.
Lowering those tax rates in those 16 states. How about the middle class? 40% of the middle class in Texas pay higher taxes.
I hope he talks about the unexceptional whites of Modesto.
Tax rate for the 1%.
I mean, he's an exceptional white, right?
There's been independent analysis after independent analysis.
He's an exceptional reptile person, yeah, for sure. For sure.
So
Alex Jones has been
he's the highest of all the snakes.
99%.
You want to talk about? I got to share
California.
something
My
with
entire
you.
career in California, I paid every single tax rate in the state of California. I started.
Wait, Bradley, don't threaten me with a good time. You tell me about your reptiles, okay?
So
yeah, I don't see
there
what you
was an
mean
episode of the
about
Opie and Anthony show when
him.
they had on Donald Rumsfeld.
They
Do
might-
you know Donald Rumsfeld?
No, he wasn't a member of George W. Bush cabinet. Nobody knows who Rummy was.
We're not posting that.
Okay,
So
all right.
that
So
might
he
be
is.
it.
I'm not gonna
Well,
lie.
He was a
I'm
chairperson
seeing
at
on my
Halliburton.
screen what
Okay.
I see.
All right. He's quite big. But anyways, he was on the show and somebody called, or no. Nobody called. It was Louis C.K. was on the show. A comedian, Louis C.K. And he kept
Guy famous for jerking off on a tree.
No, he didn't do that.
Did he show his penis to women in hotel rooms non-consensually?
No. He was on the show, and and Donald Rumsfeld was on the phone, and he kept asking him about being a lizard person, and he refused to answer. And the only explanation he gave was telling a long story that made no sense, and it ended with, well, somebody came and paid for my bill for that when I was at the restaurant. They paid for my bill, and well, maybe you're talking to the wrong people. Said something like that. And
That's a bit lizard coded.
Yeah, if you believe in lizard
That's
people,
snakish
check that
of
out.
a.
Check out Donald Rumsfeld, Opie and
And then he
Louis
snatched a
C.K.
fly
You're
out of the
gonna
air with his
kick
tongue.
Out of that shit.
The thing is, I don't normally believe in lizard people, but then I see like a Gavin Newsom or like a Mark Zuckerberg and stuff, and it's like, well, how can you not believe in lizard people?
Where you
Like,
at,
I'm
Trey?
looking at a lizard person.
Where you at,
I
Trey?
don't know I don't know. It is. It's the best way to say it. Like
YouTube-
maybe it's in
YouTube
an
be like that.
analogical sense, but it's still the best. I can't
Like I
think
said before,
of how else
there's
to
a
say
thing
it.
where people will just type "said hi." So it looks
The
like
fucking button
their
says,
name
"Stop
said
giving
hi."
Snake
It's
so
like
much credit.
John
He's
said
the
hi.
basic kind,
For
just
whatever
at the
reason,
highest
that gets
level." Yeah, I
bumped every
agree. Yeah,
single
okay,
time.
yeah, he
I
is.
don't- they're
But
weird
to
about
be, if you're the basic kind, but at the highest level, I have to give that attaboy. Again, it's a participation attaboy, but nonetheless,
Attaboy.
still an attaboy. Yeah.
He's good at what he does.
He's good at being a basic bitch reptilian.
When I first got out of school, I took a law firm. I was making maybe 60 grand a year.
So you started out paying less than you would in a dozen plus other states.
And I didn't.
It's a
leave
progressive
at
tax.
This is about Bradley angry.
The problem is that when I left, I also took 80 employees.
Yeah.
And there's somebody who pays bills for those employees, and that's typically not the state. The person who
IJ, is this one of yours? Is this one of your flock, Trey?
Yeah.
Okay, safe to bring up.
Indeed. What's good, brother?
Okay, Trey. Nice to meet you, Trey.
He said he wanted to school me.
I just like me the money. I am Lutch's token black militant troll.
Let's go.
And whenever I get a chance to, I just like to troll.
Well, you'd be surprised to learn we do actually allow a certain number of black people on the panel. Okay, that's great.
Well, hey, look,
we have certain quotas we have to meet. Okay, it is what it is.
As a person who is legit been a quota,
they gonna block
I'm all for it. Don't ever turn me with out.
So
got it.
You said something about me being schooled, though, Trey. What am I being schooled on right now?
Yeah, I just wanted to troll you, but you know I love you like fat kids love cake.
All right, well, feel free to hop in on the discussion, brother.
Is he an exceptional black?
We always need the out of respect for compliments. I don't know if there's it, but we always need the black perspective. So that's what we use you for.
We do need the black perspective. Yeah.
Get frosting in your pee hole.
Well, actually, before we dive into the video, I'm curious, Trey, on how you feel about Gavin Newsom and how you feel about Ben Shapiro just in general.
Feel like a woman.
At the end of the day, Ben Shapiro has legit the funniest video I've ever seen in my life with his rendition of reading WAP. So as much as I find Ben annoying, just as like a pompous asshole type annoying, I don't really have no issue with him. You know, everybody has their own beliefs. Galvin, I wish he'd get his shit together so they can all stop moving to my state.
There you go.
But,
there we go.
you know,
Got it through.
What's your state?
Texas.
Where you are you a Texas Democrat?
He's black. What do you think?
You live in Austin. You live in Austin, don't you? You live in fucking Austin.
No, I live in Dallas. From Dallas, born and raised in Dallas.
Okay.
I will vouch for 100%. Trey's not like a woke liberal. Like I think you guys know, Box. They're both very different types of liberals, but there's a reason we keep Trey around. He's very on top. It's not like woke bullshit. It's more like
so my ideology comes from the fact that my father is a member of the Nation of Islam. And my grandfather was a member of the original Black Panther Party. So
wait, when you say,
I grew up with
do you mean like when you say this is my ignorance? Do you mean like is that the same thing as like a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No,
better not be. No. So
is that not the same
which
thing?
one, the Nation of Islam or the Black Panther Party?
The Nation of Islam.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking.
No, not necessarily. It's more of a. It's really a cult if we're gonna keep it 1,000. But the Nation of Islam is basically it was an American offshoot of Islam.
I'll take that.
That was founded by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and it was more so.
Wait, isn't that Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, the
Honorable.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
That is not Black. That's not Black Hebrews. That's more the teachings of the 5%ers. So the 5%ers is more the Black Israelites, which is they believe that the Black people, that the original men are really the original 13 tribes of Judah, and not Israel, the Jewish people.
Louis Farrakhan. Okay, I do know. Is that Nation of Islam? Because
Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan is.
I thought Louis Farrakhan was a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's what I always thought.
The Honorable Minister Farrakhan is
why do you keep calling him the Honorable?
Out of here.
because that's how we address the Honorable Minister Farrakhan.
Honorable.
Are you Nation of Islam? Like, do you subscribe to that?
Honorable.
No, I don't subscribe to the religion of the Nation of Islam, but I do subscribe to the teachings of
He's as honorable
black,
as my left
self-sustaining.
Is he a judge?
Hey, I'm sure. Is he a judge?
Yeah, judge my ace.
Well, you're calling him the honorable, like the honorable Judge so and so should be presiding.
Angry,
He's
put
not
that in.
Honorable. Honor
Put
Day
that-
Ballsack. That's
Put
what
that
he
in
is.
in compliments to chat. See if it pulls it up.
It sounds like you still you like Louis Farrakhan, but you don't subscribe to all of his teaching. Was that fair?
No, so
or-
I don't subscribe to the. I don't subscribe to the actual religion of the Nation.
I don't subscribe to his newspaper.
It's considered a religion. So I don't subscribe to the actual religion of the Nation of Islam.
So maybe this can help frame it. So like, I'm very obviously an atheist. I don't subscribe to the religion of Christianity, but the values that Christianity espouses, the values, not the truth, the values, I follow those. Is that a similar thing that you're saying, Trey, where you don't believe in the?
Yes.
So what specifically are the values that they believe that you agree with?
It comes along more with the respectability politics. Every black man should do for themselves. Every black family should do for themselves. Self-sustaining, not depending on the government.
It's hard not to feel like I'm the best interviewer.
Also community, a bit of socialism to a degree that the community must take care of itself by any means necessary. So that's pretty much what it is.
Do you think, just like real talk, do you think that black people are the real Jews, though? I just want to be clear. Do you think that or no?
Are the real chosen people?
No, I don't necessarily subscribe to the teachings of the 5%ers. So no.
Don't necessarily. I feel like you're hedging a little bit on that, though.
Yeah, you're edging.
And it's not just chosen people watch. They believe they are the actual Jews. They believe they're the real Jews.
Yeah, I'm a real
Israelites. They do believe
that's
that.
why I don't.
I'm a Jew.
The fucking claims.
So I don't
and
believe,
I will believe them.
it's more specific to the lining of that.
I'm open.
The 13 tribes of Judah are like specific, like black people. So like.
I believe in love.
Indians, like Native Americans, things of
What's
like
the 13th? What's the
So-
13th tribe?
Oh, it's Scary Tribe. It's 13.
I would be lying to you if I gave you any name of the 13 tribes.
But there's
Are
like
they
12
honorable? Is the
tribes.
13th tribe honorable?
Where's the
Am I
hockey
crazy? There's like 12 tribes. Am I? Unless I misunderstanding something.
That's 12 the second.
I was always taught that it was the 13 tribes of Judah. Like I said, I would be lying to you if I gave you any names of these 13 tribes of Judah. But the ideology of it is that the black people of Africa, South America, in North America, just in general, are the real tribes of Judah, and that it has been
real ones.
Wait. You
Black
do
people don't have
think
enough
that?
No, I personally don't think that. That's just the ideology.
I say black people are fucking already complaining about racism and everything. You want to be the Jews too? You want to be the blacks and the Jews? God damn.
Yeah, you're gonna like hate from every side, brother.
Yo, I heard they want reparations. What is that?
No,
Okay,
it's
so
it's reparations.
What is reparations?
Reparations. Yo, I want my money.
Trey,
It's
what
my
do you
money.
like? I
need
guess
it
yeah.
now.
I feel like I'm trying to guess what you think, but I guess what do you think about all like what is? Because it sounds like you have some respect for Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, but you don't. You don't subscribe to it. So like what? Like give us kind of your thoughts.
Louis Farrakhan. That's what I.
As far as what? As far as the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, or just like the religion in general.
Religion, race
How many
relations.
titles are you
like
gonna add to his name? He went from Louis to honorable to now the honorable minister.
Fuck yeah.
That's what I said the first time, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. That's always what I address him as. That's what everybody in the black community addresses him as, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan.
I wouldn't say everybody. I wouldn't say everybody. in the black community addresses
outside
him
of
as
people that
such.
most black people that respect him. Any black person that respects him, that's how he's addressed it.
How is he honorable? Tell me.
I mean, the things that he's done for his community, the things that he's done for
Wait.
black people
So wait.
across all
Stop there.
communities.
Okay, wait, but stay right there. So, okay, you're saying the things he's done for his community. I'm personally not very familiar. What has he done for his community?
Yeah, Jack and shit.
Well, he's basically the head of the Nation of Islam at this point, since Malcolm X and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have both died. But so he's basically helped set up clinics in most black neighborhoods. Most of the main things he's done is in Chicago, where he's from. But he's helped set up clinics. He still helps run breakfast programs in all black neighborhoods across America.
Programs?
He started the Breakfast Club?
Runs those. They run clothes and food drives once a month for every.
Give people egg McMuffins.
So hold on, but wait. So hold on. So Trey's all of these things seem like good things to me. I would think that as Americans, and if you guys are Christians, and these values are similar values, but come from a different ideology or a different belief set. What is the issue? Like specifically with what Trey just listed, what is the issue with those particular things?
The Breakfast Club.
Well, hang on. I guess as a Christian and as an American, I'd probably say my biggest disagreement with his ideology is probably the parts I haven't heard about him. Like when you say Islam, do you subscribe to Islamic teachings?
Me, no. I am a Christian.
Okay.
I grew up as a
Christian. Hey, I mean, I ain't got no problem with it.
Okay, can I hit you? Can I hit you with something that maybe you disagree with heavily? But this is just what I've heard. Can I hit you with something?
Sure.
It's not going to be slavery. Okay, so Louis Farrakhan, where my mind goes, is in the same place kind of like what Al Sharpton.
Obsessed with me.
And I see
Remember
them
how
both,
I told
and
you
I say I don't have a lot of knowledge on either of them, but I see them as race baiters. That's how I see it. That they're trying to like kind of sow division between the races, and I think that's like counterproductive. But I could be totally off. This is just kind of like my when I hear the name Louis Farrakhan, when I hear the name Al Sharpton, when I hear certain names, I just feel like race baiter. Am I wrong there?
So Farrakhan, no. Al Sharpton, yes. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, those are definitely people that we consider race baiters as well. They really lost a lot of their steam after the mid 90s is when a lot of us really stopped fucking with like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. That's more of the upper crust black people, the bourgeoisie black people that still like hold him in some regards. But for the most part, most black people, we don't take them two people serious. We still take down Minister Farrakhan very serious.
Okay, so maybe I'd have to look into him more then. So you don't think he's like trying to divide along racial lines and like do all that shit that Sharpton does?
Me personally, no. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that he does.
So is this fair, Trey, about Farrakhan, that you don't think that he is race baiting in the way that Al Sharpton does, but it's not unfair for someone like me or Confluence to look at Farrakhan and come to that conclusion, even if it's incorrect?
I think you have to take the time period into context.
I fall in the middle. I wouldn't completely I wouldn't be like, oh no, y'all completely crazy. Right. But I think to understand kind of more of what I think you would have to understand the Nation of Islam more to kind of understand what he's saying to a degree. Yeah. And so
like in the same way where I don't
with a lot of it. So I was gonna say with a lot of it, it comes from him really trying to get black folks to be self-sustained instead of depending on the government or, just in general. He would rather us be together and practice all of these things in our community as one instead of like.
I think that's
Louis Farrakhan did this at a time when, super quick, Reverend Al Sharpton rose to power in the late 80s and the mid 90s. Louis Farrakhan did this probably 45 years ago at a time when it served a purpose. Jim Crow was breathing its last, breaths.
Yeah, but Louis Farrakhan's still alive, right? I think.
Yeah, he's like 95.
He's still cooking.
Old ass man.
Yeah.
Right, but to confuse those two, one made a living on Fox News, CNBC, MSNBC, being a talking head, and he was a social media influencer before social media existed. Louis Farrakhan's actually an important person in American history. Yeah, I think it's a little bit unfair to.
Wait, maybe I'm saying Al Sharpton is was born a long time after Louis Farrakhan. Al Sharpton is was born in the 50s. Louis Farrakhan is born. I don't know. I guess if he's 90 something, then he's I can't do math. I never do math on stream. But before the 50s. So it's not a time. It's not like Al Sharpton came after.
So him and Malcolm X and Dr. King, they're all around the same age. And so
but Dr. King died at 39.
But when it comes to Jesse Jackson, so when it comes to Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, we literally, because we don't pay them no mind. They are more we consider them white people problems. We don't even pay them enough mind that we only just basically watch y'all get mad at you. And so
fair.
Like I said, only really upper crust black people, bourgeoisie black people, really only try to still take them somewhat serious.
Well,
most black people I know don't give a flying fuck about
at that point. I would question if it's more of a black thing or if it's a liberal thing that has the blackness in it. You know what I mean? People, those type of people are not going to the people that you're oh, we don't fucks with them. The upper crusty people. That sounds more like a liberal thing than a black thing. I mean, it's both, but you know what I mean? Does that picking up on now?
Oh yeah.
Not
necessarily. I gotta say, everyone, I'm getting out of here. I hope everyone has a good night. Peace and love to everyone, no matter what. Peace and love. And guess what? Hang loose.
Chicken butt.
Oh, Sevens Bradley.
What's up, brother?
What's up, bud?
Okay, wait. So I have a little banner that I'm about to add. Okay. Okay. So I know with the Black Hebrew Israelites, they definitely seem to me, and I think to a lot of people, as a black supremacist group. Do you think that Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, are they black supremacists? Or do you think it's a misunderstanding of what they're teaching, or what?
I would call them more black separatists. I think they were one of the biggest fights. Yeah, they would follow line more of the teachers of Marcus Garvey. So one of the biggest fights actually with Dr. King and Malcolm X back then was that Malcolm X them felt like we shouldn't integrate. We should be doing what we can to make our stuff the best. But to Dr. King's point was, whenever we do that, at the time, white people would just fuck our shit up. So that was one of their actual biggest fights in between each other of that, is that the Nation of Islam, Marcus Garvey, and those types believed more in we need to do for ourselves and get our shit together. Whereas Dr. King, the NAACP,
you got beef with
W.E.B. Du Bois, they all believe that
you can be
we can do that, but then white people come fuck it up. W.E.B. Du Bois.
So wait, on that note, do you see like Black Wall Street? Do you see that as a thing that was fucked by white people? Do you know what I mean by that?
It was a two-tier thing. Yeah, it was. Yes and no. I mean, yes to the most part, because after they destroyed it, we did rebuild it, and then legislation came through and basically kind of just fucked it over, tore it down type shit, and did whatever they did with it. But the part that doesn't get talked about a lot with Black Wall Street in Tulsa was that they rebuilt.
I've heard the name God Logic a lot, but I'm not very familiar.
I think for another 20, 30 years, it was good. And then eventually, whatever Oklahoma's legislation was, they basically tore it down. So, I mean, there's that. But, I mean, I think when you just look back on a lot of the prosperous things that were happening to black people in the 30s, the 40s, and 50s, eventually somebody would get mad and come fuck it up.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Especially if you mean like the separatist versus supremacist. I feel like I can understand that difference there.
This guy? What are you talking about?
I guess I'm trying to, because I don't know a lot about your group. I know some things about Black Hebrew Israelites, but you're saying that's different, and those people strike me as like not like totally in a good headspace.
well, so I think the part that gets them mixed up is they are more strictly religious versus as the Nation of Islam is kind of mixed in between religion and activism. So for the most part, most of the Nation of Islam is legit, really just anti-Semitic religious people. Like they don't fuck with, I guess, the white Jews. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't really know if that's a thing or
Also known as just the Jews.
Well,
so you are anti-Semitic, like you would own that title.
Nigga, I'm not a 5%er. So
I'm not sure exactly what that means exactly.
He said that multiple times. That's not his ideology.
The 5%er is basically the Hebrew Israelites. It's called the 5%ers. I don't know. I guess to y'all they're just the Hebrew Israelites, but I've always grown up and just always called them the 5%ers.
5% of what? What are they referring to themselves?
Yeah, of the general population, because Jews make up way less than that. Like way.
No, it's supposed to be. It's shit. Hold on.
5%ers of which you'll see a lot of the time in prison, like in the Nation of Islam that's in incarceration. Militant Muslims.
Yeah, what does the 5% mean?
No, so the Nation of it's basically that it's the 5% of the people that will see the truth that the black man is the real Jewish people.
Wait, so you do
No, he's saying that's what they believe. That's what he said. I'm
That's
not a
what they
5%er.
believe.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
not a
believe that.
5%er.
Okay,
Yeah, I
you
don't
don't
believe
believe that.
I am a Baptist.
You were sending me for a second.
From ChatGPT.
I am a Baptist Christian.
It represent what it's supposed to represent is the 5% are the ones who educate the 85% about their true identities as gods.
Man, there's a missing 10% in here, though, if you think about it.
Okay, from ChatGPT, what does the 5%ers mean when it comes to black groups? 5% of what? In context of black groups, the 5% refers to the nation of gods and the nation of gods and earth, founded in 1964 by Clarence 13X, formerly of the Nation of Islam. What 5% means? It comes from a worldview that divides humanity into three groups. Oh, somebody was right. Somebody's right. The 85%, the masses of people described as ignorant of the truth, said to be misled by religion, institutions, and elites. The 10%, the powerful elite, they are said to know the truth but deliberately hide it, use religion, politics, and economics to control the 85%, and the 5%ers are the ones who know the truth and try to teach it to others, believe that black men are God and black women are earth, and see it as their role to enlighten the 85% and expose the 10%. So it is 5%.
So wait, is this what?
Hold on, just real quick. This is where we got woke from. Like this in the black community, this is where woke came from. Where like if you knew these teachings, it was like, oh, that brother's woke.
Yes, I do know that, but okay, what IJ just read off is that, so that's not what you believe, though?
No, I don't believe that. I am a Baptist Christian.
Praise Jesus.
I am a Christian that grew up in a Baptist church. My grandfather is a pastor, but he was a part.
Hallelujah.
So the thing is, like I was saying, so my mother's father, my grandfather, that's the preacher. He grew up in California and he was a part of the Black Panther Party. So he got that teaching of the Black Panther Party. My father, he grew up in the Nation of Islam. So I grew up with very militant black men who were teaching me these things. while I don't subscribe to the Nation of Islam or the five percenters, I took in a lot of the life lessons that came from that. The things of the codes of honor, the codes of wisdom, the codes of always seeking wisdom, the codes of knowing you, knowing that you're a king, so you believe in it, you act as it, you elevate yourself as one. So those are the teachings and the concepts that I took from those things. While I don't necessarily believe in the actual religions of them, I took the teachings of them.
Same exact thing with me and Christianity. I was brought up in it. I don't believe in the specific truth claims, but I am very well versed in the values, and I agree with a lot of them. And so
Yeah.
I think this highlights that there's definitely a lot of conversation to be had, especially on the right, about the different demographics of Black people, because it's at least politically, like voting wise, because people talk about Blacks as a monolith. And this is where I get this whole thing that the Black community TM is the worst thing for Black Americans. Because if you're a 5%er, then you're not going to be, you're not in the same community as the 85%ers or the 10%ers. And then that's only one version of an ideology held predominantly by Black people.
But I guess okay, so what I guess I'm confused at one point. Like, so you said you're a Southern Baptist, Trey?
Yeah, I'm just a Christian Baptist. I grew up in a Baptist church. I'm
Okay,
a Christian. I believe that Jesus is my Lord and Savior.
Babe.
But then, well, I guess then why? Well, I guess my confusion is like when you talk about like Louis Farrakhan, you're saying like the Honorable Most High Omnigoted, or I can't remember what you said exactly, but something like that.
I think Bradley was the Most High.
The Honorable Minister Farrakhan. The Honorable
Okay, so I guess
Elijah
so. Like,
Muhammad,
so
the
obviously
Honorable
you say that for a reason, right? So like, it's not. It feels like you're like
Well,
you're like
that's how
Southern
they-
Baptist plus maybe some like
No.
other stuff, and I guess I'm curious on the plus.
No, so it's no plus. Growing up my whole life, that's how they've always been addressed. From regular people, Christian people, Muslims, like anybody that believes in those teachings or kind of just walked or was around those things or just has respect for what they do for our communities. That's just always how they've been addressed. So that is how I address them.
So you don't mean, you're not implying any like theological, I guess, statement with that. You're just like, it's just a thing you
No,
just say.
it's almost as if like when I address any adult, I'm 33 years old and I still say ma'am and sir.
Oh,
It's still it's in that line of things.
So wait,
as long as I've been alive, it's been the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. It's been the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It's been the Honorable Malcolm X. Like that's how they were always addressed as I was growing up, and that's just how I'm going to address them.
Can you say President Trump really quick? Just say Mr. President Trump.
President Trump.
Yeah,
Here you
and
go.
so
Same idea.
I think what's being highlighted here is that, again, within the Black community, there's so much difference that people in general, not like every person, but people in general want to understand, because we generally want to understand people's different experiences, whether you're a liberal or whatever. But there's a semantic block there when I'll specifically talk about mainstream media and stuff, talk about the Black community, the Black vote, the Black caucus. It puts it all in one group, and there is on the other side of that, from Black people have a benefit in or at least feel like they have a benefit in coming to bat for each other. And so there's a mixture of cultures. There's American culture, there's Black culture, there's all of these things. And so I'm not saying, like, when I talk about the Black community, I'm certainly not saying that all Black, but like being Black is going to give you a different experience in America than being white or being Indian or any of those things. But the differences aren't going to be the same for every Black person.
Yeah, I would agree to a certain point in that. I think that I think once you get into like the social economic parts of it, I think that's what varies it. But I think I would argue that every black person in
these Canadian
their
conservatives,
respective social economic,
between the Canadian and the conservatives, they
life
don't know how to talk
style,
about these issues. They don't
they're,
know how to do it.
are going to pretty much experience somewhat the same things as far as, social life or
Exactly,
just,
and that's why we need to separate
being out and about navigating through the
from
United
whatever
States.
Trey believes. And I think
So
we know because
yeah, you're completely right that like we still all kind of grow up in different ways and different lives, and those things kind of vary. But to a degree, like if you're around me and all my friends, which is about a good, just friends and associates all together, about 15, 20 of us, we're all going to a degree have experienced almost the exact same thing. Like all the way down to like seeing people seeing like just everything, seeing unnecessary pullovers, getting denied jobs when you were qualified,
he lives in
just
Canada.
all of
He
those
was
things
born
that,
in Wisconsin, but
kind of come
he
with some of
lives
these experiences.
he lives in Canada
I
now.
think it would almost be the same thing for like most Southern white kids in different social economic lifestyles. Most Southern white kids I know that are poor all grew up the same way. Just like most Southern white kids I know that had some money, pretty much all grew up the same way. So like
Right. Like
I think it breaks down once you get to the social economic levels,
like there's a
and
huge
then it differentiates once you get to like your races and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely understand the difference between, like a wasp and a redneck, even though they're both white. The
Yeah.
problem is that we on the outside of the black community we're not permitted, and I get a little more leeway as not being white, but we're not permitted to explore these things enough to be able to understand the nuances of those differences. When like to be like just in the way that when you said I'm not a 5%er, like if you were white and you said I'm not a redneck, we all would completely understand what you're meaning. But because of the purity testing, not with you personally, but I just mean in general, it's difficult for us, not white people, not Americans, not just people who are not black, to be able to investigate this. So,
Well, so where I would disagree with that statement is how you go about it. Like, me and you had like some heated discussions kind of about how things get. But you never came from a place of like you never came in on some like, I'm trying to put it in the right words to explain it. But there's a certain way that people come in with it where it's like, oh, I still see like I'm low key talking to a brick wall. So I can be explaining this to you, but to a degree, you're still like, yeah, whatever. And I find that most people who actually come in inquisitive about it, they usually come out with a level of understanding about black culture versus people who just feel like niggas need to explain themselves to them. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I think like we all experience that, like especially in a space like this, being an atheist, like they don't understand. That's why they say things like the atheist perspective, because they have no clue what atheism actually is. But I need to be the one that understands that it's my responsibility to enlighten them, and not asking anybody to agree or disagree, but just for a Christian to understand what it means to be an atheist who is not, just the typical whatever, and how that can be detached from the stereotype of what they have. That's my responsibility. And I think you do a good job, but I think a lot of black people don't feel like it's their responsibility. Like we should just already know.
So I think a lot of that comes from, I think at least with me and like most black people who can do it, is because at one point I was the only black kid in my school.
I can
At
tell.
one point I was the only black kid in my neighborhood. Like, you know,
that's pretty obvious. I was going to say you have really big. I grew up around white people, but a strong tie to Black history energy.
Like what?
Oh no, like I grew up in the hood. Then at one point I had to go live in Ohio with my dad's side of the family for like a good 4 or 5 years. And then when I moved back to Texas, I lived in an all black suburb where it was definitely middle to upper class, but it was nothing but black folks. So, but when I lived in Ohio, I kept realizing that I constantly kept having to explain things. And so I learned that I had to explain things because when I was when I first moved to Ohio and we're in class and I'm like, oh, I'm from Texas, and everybody's like, oh, what moved you out here? And I'm like, oh, I have to stay with my aunt on my dad's side of the family. Everybody instantly assumed because my mom was doing crack. And
was she though?
The first time the boy said it to me, he's like, oh, why is your mom a crackhead? I punched him in his shit. Because we just don't play the mama game. So my uncle had to sit me down and basically talk to me like, hey,
kind of fraud. I don't know.
You're going to school with a bunch of white kids. You're going to have to like low key explain things. Like you can't understand that they understand it.
Right.
So then, then I had to find myself explaining shit. Like I had to explain, like I even had to explain that Texas shit. Like, yes, I know how to ride a horse, but I lied to you. I don't need y'all just being stereotypical that all Texans know how to ride a horse. So I lied that I didn't know how to ride a horse, even though I clearly know how to ride a horse. So I just always ended up finding myself having to explain Texas lifestyle or my black lifestyle. And that's the only reason why I'm comfortable with it. Most black people I know literally go to school with black kids, live around black kids. Like they're only around black people usually till about college.
Do you think there's any problem with black culture?
He's talking about his own life.
Yes and no.
Part is false.
I think every culture has their problems. I think that we got fucked over, and we never really recovered from it. I would say that my generation is doing the recovery for.
Oh God, bro! Y'all just stand on the shoulders of giants. That's a wild take.
How so?
I just said your generation stands on the shoulders of giants. Your generation's done
how so?
Very little.
But I'm asking how so? Like when I say that I feel like my generation is kind of changing the narrative on a lot of things. How so?
No, your generation's reaping the benefits of your predecessors.
Okay, so
wait, first of all, are you a Zoomer? First of all, what's the generation? Zoomer, millennial? What are you talking about?
I'm a millennial.
So you're millennial, Trey?
I'm a millennial. I'm 33 years old.
So what is it that you're saying that previous generations did? Again, I'm not challenging. I'm just not understanding. What is it that?
Like right now, blacks are in med school and law school at an all-time. What I'm saying is those roads were paved, probably starting with the Honorable Minister Farrakhan and other. 33. The young millennial generation has probably contributed. Name one thing that your generation's contributed to society, sir. Specifically to black culture.
Oh, you're talking about? I was just talking about us fixing our shit. I wasn't talking about society. I was talking about my community fixing our shit, our issues that we had that were bad.
You pivoted when you said that you guys were fucked over a long time ago, and your generation was doing the. I don't know if you said reconstruction, but you said something along those lines, or the repair.
Yeah. So when I say that, I'm talking about the gang culture. I'm talking about the fatherlessness. Even though a lot of that was caused through jail and death, not necessarily niggas not wanting to be dads. But that's more so the things that I was getting at. My generation and my nephew's generation, they're not really into the whole gang culture thing. A lot of them are trying to have long-term relationships and get married. A lot of them are being active fathers. I myself am an active father. I myself am married. So a lot of my generation is fixing a lot of the things that the crack era completely destroyed in our community. And so when I said I think our generation is repairing those things, from what I am seeing as far as out in the world, and thanks to social media, we're literally all connected through just our phones, that it feels like a lot of Black people have looked at what happened to us in the crack era and was like, all right, we're going to change these things.
So can I?
And I would argue, yeah.
So I think to bridge the gap here, it seems like, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but just what I'm gathering, that Trey is saying that, specifically talking about the crack epidemic, and he's saying fix our own shit. And then on the other side, well, I'll just speak for myself. You're saying that, but then we have this term Black fatigue, which is becoming more and more rampant. And I want to ask if you think that so okay, Trey, do you think that the fact that we have Black fatigue as a term that people understand today goes against what you're saying, goes towards what the dude is saying, that that millennials aren't fixing anything, or no, and why not?
I would say no, and the reason I would say that is, I mean, everything is filmed nowadays. I can literally get online and go watch young white kids crash out, steal, and do all of the same things that we're saying Black fatigue is and doing. So that's why I would say no. I would also
Statistically, kind
argue,
of not, though. I guess, right? That's kind of the thing.
How so?
Like what? Well, like I guess. Okay, so I guess if I can pull up, so Section 230. He says Black culture is not any better, neither is Father's homes. What's being repaired exactly? And so I guess if I'm understanding him correctly, it's like what I would be wanting to know is, like, statistically, has there been improvements in the stuff you're talking about, or is it something different, right? In terms of like violence rates or fatherless homes, or like what has been changed, I guess.
Statistically, well, I'm on my phone, so I wouldn't be able to like kind of jump out of StreamYard without kicking myself off.
No, that's
so
valid. That's valid.
I definitely send the links to the Discord. I'm in Lutch's Discord. But
do you think those things do you think those things have changed statistically?
Yes, I would
like
definitely
the Black homicide rate in the past, like, I don't know, 10 years, or the amount of fatherless homes.
Fatherless homes, definitely. Homicide rate, it's starting to go down. If you look at places like Baltimore with Mayor Scott, he just posted that they are literally down homicides. I want to say it was 40%. I'll check that number again and put it in Discord. But they're down 40%. Chicago is down 20%. Like these things are turning.
So is this a fair statement that both sides would agree with? That Black fatigue is a real thing, but that's always been there, and we have social media and cameras. On top of that, the Black fatigue we're seeing is a bigger highlight of a smaller percentage of the Black community.
I would agree to that. I wouldn't have any issues with that statement. Like I'll even say this. I know for a fact that a video got posted on Twitter like 2 days ago of a quote unquote Black fatigue moment, which cool. But that same video went viral in 2016, and they reposted that video as if it was something that happened like that day. And so for me, that was like, ugh, like this video went viral, damn near 8 years ago, and you're reposting it like it happened today to say, look at this Black fatigue. And so it doesn't stop. Like certain niggas is gonna be certain niggas. I don't think that's ever gonna stop, me personally. But however, I think that is a way lower percentage versus what we want to say it is.
I think it's fair. What do you guys like? The dude. What do you guys think about that?
He's such a respectful young man. I don't really want to.
Hey, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. He can take it.
I am a big boy. Trust me, I can take it. It's not gonna hurt my feelings.
Have you lived? You said so. You lived in Ohio. Were you in the Cincinnati or the Cleveland metropolitan area?
I was in Columbus.
Oh, okay. I was just in Columbia. Small world. Yeah, Columbia, Ohio is actually Native American for heroin addicted whites. I think Dave Chappelle taught us that. Ohio is a really shitty place. You know that I'm thinking most of like when you say the reconstruction or the repair that's being done to that community, I think a lot of that's going to be parallel to the young black movement towards conservative ideals or a return to Christianity, what I would consider like traditional American values, regardless of color. I think it's more of an assimilation towards conservatism and a movement away from the idea that simply black excellence comes from being black, which was a black separatist, instituted idea. There's a lot of, I joke around on this channel, I call them unexceptional whites. And if you turn on social media, I see a lot of black Americans with very unwarranted confidence in sharing their opinions. And I think that someone made a reference earlier, it's a socioeconomic thing more than a racial issue. But I think that most liberal dominated black areas they're self-propagating areas of unrest. That's me being as politically correct as I can.
So what I will say is, and maybe this is skewed growing up in the South, that most black places I know, for the most part, most people are socially conservative as far as how we tend to act in public. Most black people, like, granted, I grew up in the hood. I have friends that are in the NFL, all the way to dead, to murderers, to like
You're
we
so
all
well
grew up
spoken,
together.
Trey. You're so articulate.
Don't do that. You know I hate that. You know I hate
Microaggression
that.
by the brown guy.
You know I hate that.
I was tongue in cheek.
I know, but it is one of those things.
Actually, I've got a question for you. What do you think propagates the IQ discrepancy between the races? That's a fair, and I don't have an opinion on it. I'm asking you. What do you think causes the gap?
Oh, I couldn't give you no definitive or real answer. Me personally, I think it's as someone who struggled through school, not just from being bad or anything, just sitting down and looking at a board and learning wasn't my type of learning. I mean, I would argue that a lot of it
Trey didn't catch it either. Trey didn't catch it either. I specifically said that because I didn't catch it. You caught it.
Niggas ain't good.
I was going to call that out because he said that.
It has nothing to do with that. The IQ is what you're born with. It's raw horsepower. It's not a cultivated intellect.
You want some good drugs? You know where
well,
to go.
See, I wouldn't know. Then I wouldn't give you. I couldn't give you no definitive answer. When I think of IQ, I think of learned altogether. I know a lot of.
It stands for intelligent quotient, as represented by the Stanford-Binet.
Right, but this
association.
This seems to be more.
But it's not just something you're. It's not just born. To be clear, there's also like environmental factors as well, right?
Right. Well,
that's why Nepal has an average IQ of like 60 or some insane shit, right?
Yeah,
like lead will predictably lower your IQ, for example, right? There's a lot of like environmental stuff that can happen.
But
maybe there's more prevalent in certain communities.
Even outside of all of that stuff, I think there are, I hate to be cliche and bring up idiocracy, but what was the initial reason of why everybody got so dumb is because the low IQ people of any race were having more kids than the smart ones who are like, oh, we got to make sure everything's perfect and we want to do this and we have da. And so I think that there is in the Black community a little bit more, or maybe a lot of it more, acceptance of promiscuity, not staying in the nuclear family. And so you have, it's not that Black people are inherently less smart, it's that the less smart Black people are procreating at a higher rate than the less smart white people.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, how could that not be the case?
I wouldn't.
How could that not be?
I wouldn't fully disagree.
How?
I think we have more poverty in the white community than the black community on percentage base.
Wait, no, that's not.
Okay. Let's check it.
But Sam,
wait. What do you mean by percentage based?
Like I
What
would
do
say,
you need to
okay,
be
so you
racist
would
because other
view.
people are racist.
I think it's anything under 32,000, and then you would view the percentage of the race
like
that makes that much.
I don't like
versus the race of white people, and I think white people are overrepresented in that category compared to blacks.
I mean, it's pretty. I think
So you're saying like per capita, on average, white people are
I don't know for
poorer
sure,
than black people
but
per
I'm pretty sure
capita.
it's well
I
established.
mean, you could probably do per capita. I think that would have to be something you would do percentage of the population.
But is it no? But no, I'm asking, isn't that the same thing as what you're saying?
Versus
or are you saying
black
something
people in
different?
ghettos.
Well, I think if you were to break it down into
not
per
because
capita,
they're
then
black,
you would see cities
them being
more
black
overrepresented, and that
makes
would
them
be
more
higher
likely
percentages of black people.
to be in a
So I don't
culture
think. I think you would have to judge
that
like
does stuff.
something bigger than per capita.
I guess what I'm trying to
Does
ask
that make
is, do you think that white Americans have had a net
What's
positive?
bigger than per capita?
But I don't think like I wouldn't know if you could use. You probably could use state based, but I would say
No,
you
but
would
per
have to
capita
get
is just like the number of people, like the total. So nothing to do with states, right? Just like
Right.
is the right?
Wait, did
No,
I
I'm
miss?
pretty sure the per capita statistic. There's one flaw in it, in the fact if you garner like a town like Alabama and you compare it to New York City, you're going to see a higher percentage tendency lean toward New York City.
Right. No, but I guess
Right,
what I'm
we're
just saying,
talking
if
in
you,
general.
I guess what I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if you
so you
take
could-
all the black people, right, and like what, and then all the white people, and then you account for their population differences, then like, you know, what, how many of them are below the poverty line versus the other one? Like, if you make all the populations equal, are you saying that white people you think are statistically poorer?
Yeah, I would make that argument.
Okay, that's I'll have to
Like on a
check that. I
percentage
guess
base.
I've
I mean,
never.
you can. Just from I guess a little bit that I know, I would say it would lean that way.
But wait, did we? I'm sorry if I missed it, but I thought I presented the notion that in either just across the board, lower IQ people are more likely to have more children, and that
yeah.
So if we agree with that, then how would we not?
I don't think there's anything to agree with. That's quantifiable.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so
But did you not separate that in comparative toward race?
I'm saying it
Yeah,
happens in race, but I'm
it
saying
seems-
across the board, lower IQ people tend to have more children than higher IQ people.
Well,
So
yeah, but
and so
because
if
you would have
low-
more
if there's-
lower.
so let's just go
what
by
you guys are talking
so
about.
what do we got here?
Hold on.
This is
get
just
into it,
what
Alex.
me and Big Soda were talking about. This is just AI. So again, grain of salt, of course, but this is saying, yeah, it's like almost double that, even like per capita, taking population into account. It's like twice the amount of the average white American.
Socioeconomic standards are a huge margin here. Okay.
Get in here, Alex. Defend me.
Socioeconomic standards are huge. I know. I didn't hear what you said.
They make they're an extraordinarily large factor in IQ assessment and scoring. So
that's true, because typically high IQ begets high IQ, and high IQ makes money. So
if there's more low IQ children, then it's the fact that the children are low IQ, coming from low IQ parents, not that they're inherently this color or that color, but because we see it more in the black community, then there's going to be more low IQ people in the black community having kids per capita than white people. White low IQ people having kids per capita.
So if I affect your nutrition in early childhood, or expose you to lead or pollutants, or inflict chronic stress on you, or push you in a crap school, or make it so you don't spend a lot of time with your parents, that will drop your IQ score probably more than anything else on its own. And And that's just like your immediate family life. That doesn't even like include any kind of prenatal stress your mom was under, your low birth weight, how much language exposure you had, how bad your sleep is, if you've
Are you left
exposed to
leaning, sir?
violence.
Just out of curiosity.
No, I'm
okay.
I've done too much research on this lately. Like these things are all these things are all very relevant to IQ. IQ measures something real, but it doesn't measure the capacity
nobody's
of a
arguing against that.
person's genetics, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about like a race realistic point of view.
I know. So what I'm saying is, from what I remember, I think the Black community's IQ, like average IQ scores, are increasing faster than white people's IQ scores at this point. Not that they've caught up, but they're increasing at a faster rate, at least. But it depends on like the family life. It depends on if you've been taking a lot of time tests, if
that was
people
me.
teach you to think abstractly, if you have a good vocabulary. Like these things are all important, and they depend on your environment. It's not necessarily anything to do with it's not necessarily to do with the culture of a race so much as like what area you were born in, if that makes sense.
So not necessarily a general race culture, but more of a environmental culture.
Yeah. So if you take like 50 white people and 50 Black people and put them in the same building, right? Chances are their IQ scores, their kids' IQ scores, will be pretty much about the same, or at least with
but you're eliminating the culture though at that point, right? That would just be proving or disproving race realism.
Well, no, it's not.
You can't do the experiment you're
right?
suggesting and try to be eliminating the culture.
Still have their own culture even within the same building.
Not if you like. I feel like not in your example.
What do you mean? Why?
Like if you pluck 50 people out of one group, of one ethnic group, and you pluck 50 people out of another, then you're kind of like you are separating them from their cultural background, aren't you?
No, hell no.
That's why I said 50 instead of just like 2, right? Like 50 people is enough for people to maintain a cultural relevance around themselves.
No, I think that's preposterous
for a generation.
Trust me.
No, yeah, I think that's absurd.
But we can stay around if you guys want to.
Nah, I think
50
that's
families.
spot on.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't think. I think culture is like a broad fucking net. I think like if you just pluck.
There's subcultures in every culture, though. You wouldn't say the Blacks of New York act the same as the Blacks in South Carolina.
They don't act the same, but there's a reason that we have a cultural homogeneity to some extent, right? And like there's a reason that the stats are similar in all these cities. Like I was looking up before about the homicide rates. The homicide rates, because I was trying to, when I was at, this is back of an hour ago or whatever, when I was talking with Trey, the homicide rates in the Black community have not gone down in the past 15 years. In all of the cities, they have not gone down. So there's some like trans-cultural thing. It's not like you can't just look at these microcosms of any specific city. These things do have like a cultural web.
But that's not what I'm saying.
But we have to go back to the notion, and even if you disagree with it, I don't think anybody's contended with the notion that we're seeing a smaller percentage do an extremely large percentage of the crime. So even if most of the, let's just pick murder, most of the murder that occurs is Black people. It's not most Black people that are murdering, like they say about with school shootings. Like, yeah, all school shootings are white people. But the relevant question there is how many white people are doing school shootings?
It seems like in those cases the number of people, the person has a higher body count compared to the average of different races, rather than it's just more people committing crime, right?
Yeah.
But I guess you can talk about the culture of the cities.
So I also would say to dispute your point of
that is separating us from culturally. I think, like he said, once you put enough people of pretty much the same thing around each other, it still kind of evens back out. Like if you think about it, I'll speak for me. Where I grew up, it was about 30 houses. You know, the neighborhood I grew up in is 30 houses. So if you put one, that's literally 30 families around each other, and we all had the same set of things. So if you were to put 50 families of, each one, I guess, is he? I think he's saying like relative to the socioeconomic
Yeah,
socioeconomic
yeah, yeah. So like,
denominators of it. Then I
right.
think I think that 50 families is definitely a good enough sample size that it doesn't negate the cultural separation.
It's I
So
don't I'm
otherwise, Confluence. How would you like?
it isn't statistically. It isn't like it actually isn't.
Well,
because again, you can look at like every major city and pull up like their crime stats. There is some type of larger cultural phenomenon, or it's the same phenomenon happening in like 1,000 different places at the same time, which is also possible.
No
But
offense, but who are the governor? Who are the governor and who's the leadership of these?
In any, I don't like if anyone can find. If anyone can find
matter.
any major metropolitan area where, like, let's say black homicide rates have like substantially gone down in the past 15 years, I would love to see that. I don't think that's happened. There could be some points where it's gone down a little bit.
You think it could be the element of just the city itself?
Like every city, that becomes kind of like hard to imagine, right? If it's every city,
well,
Young
it's kind
Christian,
of
is this
city
you?
effect.
Young Christian, hit me with one of these.
It's kind of the effect of living in the city, and it's something that generates in all
it's just a
cities.
metropolitan thing. K2 says with the $2. Okay.
Are you a Democrat, Trey?
You drive. No, we cannot talk about Warhammer. Absolutely not. Fuck no.
Trey, are you a Democrat?
No, I am politically independent. I only vote locally anyway. I don't vote nationally.
Confluent, just real quick, when you say
that's kind of based out.
When you say the last 15 years, are you how do you factor in like the COVID time period? Because that kind of screwed a lot of things up.
No, that's true. You could forget about that. I'm saying even going from like 2000 to 2025, you have some cities that have like some drop in the black crime rate, right? But it's like there's no substantial there's not. It's all like kind of a bit of like meaningless noise, especially when compared to other racial groups. It's not like I don't see the correction that I think is being posited here. And that's because I think there probably is a bigger cultural thing than just like 50 family groups. I don't think that actually is what we live in a globalized world.
Is the
party Dunbar
but also
tribes of like 120 people or whatever it is.
But also, again, to kind of his point, he was more so talking about, the levels of IQ. I don't think we got to like, what the acts would be like what is going to be actually like happening. But
how come black people don't tip, Trey? That's a serious question.
I got to get in on that.
Nigga, what am I tipping you for? Doing your job?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Based.
No, that's not based because most.
Hold on.
We're not playing that. No, motherfucker. No.
The chef in me came out.
No, you know that you're walking into the restaurant understanding that I'm making $2.15 an hour. And if you let the manager or the fucking state pay these people, fine. But
stop using me to subsidize the job.
How much do you make?
Hold on, the chef in me.
You tip at the bar?
Hold on.
How
much do you make if nobody tips you?
$2.15 an hour as a server.
Hold on. What does the company have to do if you don't make enough in tips?
Give you minimum.
They don't have to do anything.
No, they have to.
No, they do.
No, they give you
minimum wage. But I will just say, all you insane people on panel besides Lutch, I just want to say this. I live in Canada, where if you're a server or you work at a restaurant, you get paid the minimum of $15 an hour, and then there's tips on top of that. And when I go into a restaurant, I feel obligated to tip, okay? Unless they do like
No,
a really shitty
hold
job or
on.
something.
Up in that.
And in
Hold on,
Canada,
hold
it's
on.
minimum wage plus all the tips, and I still feel obligated to tip.
You've
Come
been
on.
mugged before. Why would I take
So
you?
I do.
King, I was looking.
I
for
do
your
want to
CD,
say
but I couldn't find
that
it.
my statement came from the jadedness of being a chef.
It doesn't come from black cultural influence.
No, hold on.
Hell no. My jadedness came from being a chef and how the servers used to kind of bitch at me because, like,
What do you mean you were a chef? Were you like a line cook at the Olive Garden, or were you really a chef?
No, I was a chef. I worked at Roof Chris. I worked at the Monarch, which is a high-end restaurant here.
Did you work? Grill at Ruth's Chris, or did you do saute, or what? What?
My way up to assistant kitchen manager.
Okay,
But
that's good.
I had a mental shutdown after my sister got unalived, and that's a long story. But I had worked myself up to assistant kitchen manager, and I was well on my way to being kitchen manager if I didn't go through what I went through with my sister.
So were you jaded when they said, "Oh, there's 6 black people at table so and so. I don't want them"? Is that what bothered you?
No, it was just always them just complaining about. Like I remember one girl, she got tipped $50 and was like, "Oh, they're so cheap."
How much was
the bill?
The bill. How long were they
think, like-
there? This is my point. This is a social contract.
But I think the bill.
In the same
I
way,
think the bill was
good, and I start screaming the N-word. There's an
Actually-
understanding that it's not just
You
freedom
got
of
it,
speech. What do you mean, guys? You can't get mad at me because I
No, but look,
look at Baltimore.
Also,
tipping. You can't get mad at me for not tipping.
Look at Voldemort.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh,
Lunch. Why do you need me to subsidize how much people get paid?
With the
at their
homicide?
job?
Because
Yep.
they don't pay. They don't pay servers.
Well, then don't work there.
Okay, fine. But if
Alex,
you
did you
don't go
find
there-
the one city?
Yeah, I won't.
No, there's multiple
The
cities.
one
This is just one
city.
of them. There's multiple cities. This is
no,
just one of them.
most black people.
We
I know
all
tip.
understand
I
that the
think
server
that-
is not the one choosing to rely on the tips.
I've never understood tip culture. It's a weird insanity.
Why do
to me.
you don't think they know
Outside-
that they have to rely on the tips if they become a waiter?
Outside of the fact of choosing that job, do we disagree with the notion that it is not up to the server once that job has been taken? It is not up to the server whether he relies on your tips or not.
I disagree.
would say- I
Well,
would say it-
what I believe is that industry,
I
since
don't know what you're asking.
since that's a woman-dominated industry, what has happened is it's built a culture around people find it acceptable to be paid $2.15 an hour, and businesses now know that people
So the
want to
question
be
was,
paid
that's
for
not
that
on the
because they
server,
just can't
right?
get
The
through it.
server didn't make that decision.
This is for you, Alex. I don't. This is what
Yes,
I'm
you did.
finding.
You
If you,
signed
I
up
don't know
for
if you have a
it.
stat.
You
Post in the
continue
back chat.
You continue
Already
I'm
established.
destroying the
seeing.
industry.
You're not listening.
Yeah.
Once
How
the
did we get
job
on
is
race?
taken,
How did this happen?
once
It's
the
been a
job
race.
is taken,
We've been on
once the
race for
job
a
is
fucking
taken,
hot minute.
All
Yeah,
right,
once the
Christian,
job is
keep
taken,
up.
Check your Discord.
the job is taken.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Job is
What are we
taken.
saying? What?
After the point at which I am employed by a restaurant as a server, do we agree that I have no power whether or not to rely on your tips or to not rely on your tips?
You have no power.
No, you
That's
have no
irrelevant.
power.
So
That's
if
irrelevant.
then
you do have
you going
you do-
into a
you-
restaurant understanding that and then deciding not to go and tip that server is not helping the server. It's not changing the system. It's just making somebody pay for your food. If
So
you
hold on,
don't,
how do you-
How
do you-
took the
how would
job?
don't go to the
Wait,
restaurant.
what?
They took
hold
the
on,
job.
hold on. IJ, if people keep doing this, if people keep tipping to facilitate these restaurants to not have to pay a proper wage or not have to charge the right amount for food because they want to rely on tips for their servers instead of actually putting what the food is going to
Okay,
cost
so
them
is it
to
is it
provide
impossible
you.
to go out
Hold
to
on,
dinner?
hold on. If these are all things that are happening,
I
how
agree.
would you change that? Or do you
Very
think that's just
I'm
I
getting
will-
his in, Alex. I just
Oh my
omni
God.
cucked you in
I'll tell you.
Discord. Okay, so
I will
not
tell
to
you.
interrupt.
Can I say something
That
since
was
I
a
posed
direct
the
question.
question?
May I answer the question? So the question was, how do you do that? Is it not? Is it impossible for when you go out to dinner to tip appropriately, and also when you're not in the restaurant, advocate for at least a minimum wage or whatever, which would actually be a downgrade, which is a stupid point. Because if I wanted to work for minimum wage, I would get a minimum wage job. The reason I would get a serving job is because I'd make more than
See,
that because of the
you
social
don't get to
construct.
have it both ways.
Well, I could do, you know how to do that, all that, but faster.
Not go to the restaurant. Not go to the restaurant.
Well,
now you don't have to tip
yeah.
anybody, and you're not infringing on a social contract.
Can I offer perspective since I asked the question?
We'll have restaurants. We just won't have servers.
May I please ask a question may I ask a question or make a point since I brought up the question?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
So the idea that when you go for service and you want it to be good, I'm a big fan of incentivized compensation. So the idea, if they charge you an affordable cost for the dish, that person's going to go the extra mile trying to make your night out with the missus or your friends a little bit more. That's what forget the word gratuity. It's almost incentivized work. You know, like my cleaning lady gets a little bit something extra from me if she does a great job. My barber gets, at least $15 when he cuts, especially if he's friendly. Now, if you're going to try to like standardize the wage, there's no impetus for that person to hustle their ass off, getting you your fourth fucking Shirley Temple, keeping the plate clean, getting you to-go bag. And that's what there's showmanship.
It's a restaurant or at a retail store where they get paid hourly. Which one do you get better service? Do you get better service at a retail store or where they're paid hourly or at a tipped establishment?
I think I could find anecdotal for both.
Foot Locker.
Okay, so I'm in on the whole then, not anecdotally, statistically, are you more likely to get better service in an establishment where it's based on tips, or are you more likely to get better service on in a place where they are paid hourly and it doesn't really matter what the fuck you say or do, they're getting that money anyway?
Can you show me the stat in which I could use to then
I'm asking your personal opinion. Do you?
Well, then it wouldn't be statistically. It would just be my opinion.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, in your opinion, do you feel like you would get better service on average in an establishment where tipping is expected, or a retail type store where people are getting paid no matter what you do or don't do?
And I would say I have anecdotes for both.
I think that's a pretty. I would with Indian Jesus, if you're a little bit worldly or cultured, specifically from a metropolitan area, if I go into the Dollar General, if I go into the Spinks or the Quick Trip, or if I go into 7-Eleven, it's very or if I go to Chipotle or Subway where someone's just working an assembly line versus where I have like a 45-minute sit down dialogue with somebody, the service is normally much better when it's incentivized. Same reason when you go to buy a car, why someone's a hell of a lot more friendly, because they're only getting paid whether or not, and you can almost look at a commission. Basically, you're paying tips for when you buy a car. They're not calling it a tip. They're building it into the price for a commission.
Well, see, the conundrum that we're in is we're just supporting an industry that has no reason to improve.
Support the industry.
And so if we stop participating,
support the industry. Stay home. Stay home. Buy your own fucking food. Nobody's forcing you to go to restaurants. What the fuck are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with my argument, because I was just giving my opinion on what I do.
You're being forced to engage in a system. Did you not just say that?
As in, if I go to a restaurant, that's what happens.
Then don't. I'm forced to have a toothbrush in my mouth when I put my toothbrush in my mouth. What?
Well, see, the dilemma.
That's not what force means.
Well, no, the dilemma is I quit engaging with it, and then the business gets destroyed. And as you can tell, dining businesses have been getting destroyed.
Now you better fucking subscribe.
So, I mean,
and a lot of that is due to poor. A lot of that is due to poor service.
It is. It's also due to
how do
poor
we get
management.
better service?
Run the industry into the ground. It'll come back better, and then we'll have something new.
Why do you go to work?
Because I get paid a check.
So if you got less than the money in that check, would you work as hard?
That it would be illegal.
That's not the question. The question is, if you got paid less, would you work as hard?
So you're asking me what would happen if my company did something illegal?
Question. If you got paid less for your job, you would work the same amount, or no, you would work less?
I would be upset with most illegal behavior. I don't know what you're asking me. There's no other answer besides it's illegal.
I need to. So let's say you make $100 for the job that you have right now, just so we're using round numbers. You make $100.
Okay.
So and you work 100%. So if you got $85 instead, would you still work 100%? Yes or no? Yes, I would still work 100% at 85% of my pay, or no, I would not work 100% at my 85% pay. Yes or no?
My company would void their
Yes
contract.
or no?
And,
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes
I
or
mean,
no?
look, I don't know what you're asking me because
You're fucking retarded.
I've
You know
agreed to a
exactly what I'm saying,
contract and where I work a certain amount, and so I don't know what it is to be paid under that amount.
money. And so you're trying to pretend that in serving it's some different reason that people work for money. When you go to to work for the same exact reason, and if you got paid less, you would do less work. If you got a better job, you would expect more money. If you got a lesser job, you'd expect less money. This is not fucking hard.
But see, the problem is my industry. If they were to do that, if they were to start voiding a bunch of contracts, they would have no employees and they would run themselves into the ground like they deserve.
Only one and a half.
Contract working.
Well, let's go back to Trey. My question is why do black people not tip?
Every black person I know tips. Now,
bro, I worked in food and beverage. I'm guessing Indian Jesus did too. Two of my groomsmen were men of color. Like, this is not there's no racism in it. It's just a purely empirical observation, bro. I had black friends that were waiters at days back in the day, and if there were a table full of 6 black guys, they were like, "Fuck."
No, for the most part, like I said,
don't say no because that's not true.
You shut up and listen.
Yeah, I ain't the white boy that you would punch in the shit, bro. But go ahead, please proceed.
What I was going to say is, again, most of the black people I know tip. Now, if it's the amount that you think you should get, probably not. But
Then stay your ass home. Don't go out and perpetuate negativity towards your culture.
There you go.
If you want to be treated, if you don't want to get bad service at a restaurant, maybe you should tip.
It doesn't matter. Do your fucking job.
I can do my job.
Do your fucking job.
That's exactly the point, Trey.
The same way you're going to come back. The same way you're going to hold on. The same way you're going to come back there to me, as a cook, and tell me that you need an extra this or extra that to get some extra money that you're not going to also give me as a cook.
Now you're going into
the same way.
Total bullshit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but you're saying.
But I told you that my jadedness.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm telling you. I told you that my jadedness comes from me being a cook.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So you're saying just do your job, right? What is my job? To listen to what the fuck you what you order and bring it to you, right? So if I just fucking what do you want, wrote it down and was a dick like I want to be, I'd be like, I got other shit to do. I don't fucking care about you right now. That's still doing my fucking job. But that's not what people want, is it? That's not what people want, is it? Would you be happy if I came to you where you sat down in a restaurant just because you were black, whether or not you and your friends tip or not? It's the same thing with Indian people. I am Indian. I got upset whenever there was an Indian table because I'm not fucking.
Oh fuck! I forgot about that, bro. You guys are the worst.
Water.
I don't
water all around. The point is.
But my thing is,
I don't get to go to the point.
Did you bring me my drinks? Did you bring me my food? That's all that matters.
To you.
What about the IJ. Jesus. Wait 1 second. What about the fact that if you have to tip out on average 5%?
Oh yeah.
So
we do tip you out. Fuck you.
Okay,
we have to tip out to the host, to the bartender, to the bus boy, usually to a food runner. And the kitchen. So if you're tipping out 5%, if somebody leaves like $9 on $100 bill, and then they have to clean up after your kids' Cheerios and 17 Diet Cokes, and you're leaving them $4 or $5, you're a scumbag.
Ooh, hey, do you think the dishes boys paid more than $2.15 an hour?
I'm not calling you a name. I'm just simply assessing your character as
no,
it pertains to
like that's what I'm saying is in that being called a scumbag, I've been called worse. So it's not going to hurt. It's not going to normally hurt their feelings.
I wouldn't expect me calling you a name to hurt your feelings, but if you felt like that internally, knowing that you made somebody that works for $4, you should feel pretty shitty.
Food. That is on the restaurant
right now.
That is on the someone who's worked in restaurants. That is on the restaurant. Even as a cook, I felt this way. That is on the restaurant.
Meg, why aren't you on the panel to help moderate this?
Yeah,
okay, I'm not capable of moderating, Ag. This is why I have you, Ag. You're the chief moderator.
To be fair,
am I not being
I'm getting distracted by Alex, who's saying retarded shit to me on Discord, which is definitely untrue. Okay, I'm just saying, Alex, it's definitely untrue.
Nope.
Wait, can brief pause. Confluence has to.
There was a time
Okay, you with the $5. I don't like red dots. They don't hit the bricks. Driving a
There was a
semi.
time when I was
I'm
working at a
going to
restaurant
take
and I was doing
nothing
takeout,
racial from that at all.
and the
I don't
tips
think he
were
means anything
optional,
racial by that at all.
but
thank
it
you,
was a
K2, for
lower
$5.
wage. I got higher than
Nah,
the
Troy, I want
servers,
you to double
but
down.
it was greatly
Well, then,
appreciated.
I need a higher donation to double down on that.
It wasn't like
I paid
there's
for
an amount of money.
I let
run
my
around, pretending to be nice,
So I
laughing
don't
at jokes,
tip. My
all
girl
this
doesn't
fucking
tip.
bullshit.
I
While I
my
got
little
other
girl
people who are
doesn't
going to
tip
pay me,
But
then yeah,
as a
that's how
cook,
the world works.
my jadedness comes
Money
from a cook.
gets the
It's
things
just
that you
having to
want.
do all the extra shit so you can get some tips that
it.
I most of the time
And again,
miss.
Sandra, this is what I was saying before.
Now I've
there's
heard that
nothing stopping
restaurants
you
now
from
bust
either
down the kitchen
not
sometimes.
going to the restaurant
I
and
heard
fighting
that. I'm no
for
longer in the restaurant
principal because
industry.
it's
I
not the
drive
server
cement
that can
trucks
change
now.
that. Or
But
B, going to the
I
restaurants that
heard
you want,
now that
tipping
the kitchen gets busted down.
appropriately,
But when I
and
was a cook
also
and I was working
pushing
in kitchens,
politically
we didn't
for
get busted down. So
servers to
my
get wages.
jadedness
But the
comes
thing
from
is, servers
having to
don't
do the
want
extra
a
shit
flat
to help
wage,
you
and you
get
don't
your
want
tip.
your server
That's
to
it.
have a
That's
flat
all.
wage.
Indian
Like I
Jesus,
said,
you're
I know
muted.
no
don't
matter
mind
how I
tipping.
treat
I
you,
don't
I'm
mind
getting
he's
X amount of dollars.
doing none of that.
I'm going to
streaming
treat
as
you with
well.
the
So he's
bare
talking to his own
fucking
panel right
minimum.
now.
Oh, he has
Just
his
like
own panel?
any retailer
Oh,
worker
yeah.
you've ever
He's
seen.
got like twice the sub. Oh no, 3 times the subs I do. Yeah,
Any
IJ's
retailer
a big
worker
fish
you've
on the
ever
panel.
seen. I mean,
But
some of
yeah,
them will go above and
that's all
beyond
it
because they have
is.
pride in this, that,
It's
and
really
but
just jadedness.
generally, you
I
go to a
tip. I
retail
don't know
store
why.
and they don't
I'm pretty
fucking
sure I know why
they don't give a
we
shit
got
about
that
they don't give a shit about
stigma,
shit.
but
They don't give a fuck
most of
about
the
you.
people I know
They
tip
don't
and they
know
tip
anything.
pretty
They
good.
don't care. That's what happens
But
when you take
I
away the
can't
incentive
speak for
for
everybody
people
on that.
to work harder.
I just want to address
It is a
Keelan's comment.
good
I said if
it is a
you
good
or if
system
anybody spends
to
$100
have
and you
tipping
tip 10 and they
in
bust out and they have
restaurants.
to
It is
pay
a
out
good
5 and they
system
get to keep
as
4 or 5
long
bucks,
as
that
everybody
makes you a
plays
scumbag.
their
I wasn't
part.
calling Trey,
So if you
and
have
I
a
think
bad
Trey knows that.
server,
I'm saying if
then
people
yeah,
behave that
don't
way,
tip
yeah,
on bad
he made
service.
a comment that I called you a
But
name
when
and
you
then said
know
I'm not
that
calling
is
you a
part
name.
of
But I think you knew what I was saying.
expectation,
Yeah, I
either
knew what you were saying.
go along with
I
it,
was being a little tongue in cheek.
don't complain when you get
But
profiled,
it is one of those
or
things
shut
that
the fuck up
I
and
don't
stay
know
home.
why it happens. As long as I've grown up, my grandfather tips, my mother tips. Like I said, is it always the tip it's supposed to be? That part I don't know. I never knew what was actually the tipping percentage.
Well,
Me
I'll give you
personally,
this much, Trey. I'm petty. If someone's a really shitty server, I'll go down to 10% if they're an absolute fucking shitty server. That's about the lowest I go because I know that they have to pay, and I'm never going to make anybody pay to wait on me.
Maybe this
Like,
is a Canadian thing, but if someone is like rude to me, I what I do is I tip them nothing, and then when someone's nice to me, I'll tip them like 30%. So I'll take their tip and I'll hold it in the bank and I'll put it towards someone who fucking deserves it. But in Canada, everyone makes like 15 an hour plus tips on top of that. So maybe that's different. But
unless my bill is over like 80. If my bill is over 80, then I'll probably tip more. But for the most part, you're going to get a flat rate of $15. I don't know if that's good or bad. Do with that whatever you will.
I mean,
what is $15 an hour? Like 32 grand a year?
Is my system not actually better? I want to ask all of you. Is it not better? If someone is rude to me, why the fuck would I tip them anything?
No,
if someone's
I think
asshole,
you
I
should.
tip
I
them
think you should work for
nothing,
your tip.
and then if someone's really good, then I'll hit them with that 30% tip and make their fucking night, right? Like, why not?
I'm okay
tip
with
them
that.
40% sometimes, right? You bank it up and then you hit someone with a 60% tip.
I'm 100% okay with that. I'm 100% okay with that.
Okay, great. Okay, go to.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I tip a flat rate of $15. If it's over 80, then we get into it because I love me a good steak, so I'll cash out.
Nah.
But
oh wait, so you tip on like a not a percent thing. You're saying you wait, but what if you just get like something that's like I don't know $6? Do you still tip 15? Because then that's like 100%.
Just the actual restaurant.
It's a flat rate at that point. It's literally a flat rate.
I was ahead of it.
Like Chili's, Applebee's, TGI Fridays. My tip, what Trey is going to give, is always going to be $15.
God, you mentioning Chili's makes me want to act up. I love Chili's, and there's no Chili's in Canada. I live in Canada right now. I fucking love Chili's. That's my favorite. I get the margaritas. They had such cheap margaritas, and I would just get fucking margarita fucking tanked at Chili's. God damn, those are good times.
Yeah, I don't drink, so I wouldn't know what alcohol does.
Oh man, you're missing out. You're missing out.
Hey. High five, man. Good
Always
job.
drinking on this channel. I'm just
Yeah, so Sean in my chat said, this is so narcissistic. I'm only going to do my job if you give me extra cash. Not extra, just cash. Are you willing to do your job, Sean, without any cash?
don't take the job. If you're not going to do your fucking job with
Yeah,
extra cash,
I
then
mean,
don't do
I
that
don't-
job.
Upstairs.
I'll let you,
Sean.
Sean.
Hi, Jay.
But you know what? I to a degree do understand why people call it extra money. I get that it's not extra money, but I can understand how people come to that notion of it being extra money.
It's girl math, thinking that it's extra money. Like they literally would just put it in the fucking food. Like instead of paying $17 for a plate, you'd pay $25. It's the same thing. Okay, fine, section. Then that's fair. That is absolutely fair. Then stay the fuck home and don't go to places where you know that's what you're expected.
Hey, K2, this is not my job, okay? This is not my job. If you think about it, right? If you think about it. I'm doing a public service, right? So, I don't get a minimum wage, right? So, it's not the same if you think about it.
Indian Jesus, we used to joke around. If you haven't worked at least 3 months in food and beverage, you shouldn't be allowed to eat out in public.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
You could get behind that.
Wait.
I could never work the front of the house.
Yo, that's my shit. I ain't gotta do shit. I just turn on the trunk. Wait.
Here's a fun question. Let's be fun for a second. I'm gonna. What do you call it when you have a talking point on this show, Confluence?
Would I have a talking point? I don't know.
Yeah, when there's a prompt. Is that what you call it? A prompt?
Point of order.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What was everybody's worst job they ever had?
Panera.
Oh, I've got a great one.
Target or Panera?
Oh yeah.
Start with Confluence. We'll work in.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Hell, that's great. Let's go clockwise, snakewise. That is a good prompt. My worst job, I worked it for one day. It was when I was very young, like 16, 17 or something like that. And it was a telemarketing job. And it was like cold calling people to sell them magazine subscriptions. And I did it for one day and never again.
Jesus.
And I actually did sell it. It was a 5-year subscription. And we were talking about guilt on yesterday's panel. It haunted me for 5 years because I kept thinking that I got $5 commission for locking some poor schmuck retard into a 5-year magazine subscription. And I just got $5 for it. And I felt bad and thank God the 5 years has passed. Now I'm free. Now the good Lord has freed me from that debt. But that was the worst job. I did one shift, never again. And half the people that were on my same shift left on lunch and never came back. And so it was a terrible cold calling to interrupt people in their dinner to try to sell them magazines. Awful.
So,
IJ?
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely. I'm gonna cheat and say it's a tie between Target and Panera. Target was horrible because typical retail. There's just absolutely nothing to do, and they're just constantly on top of you. Like you can't stop moving. You can't talk to coworkers. You can't stop and check your phone. Like, we got time to clean? You got time to clean? And then Panera. Similar kind of thing, but because I opened, I would have to be there at 5:45 in the morning and go through the breakfast rush, and that's more of a retail type of job than like a serving type of job. So both of those just awful.
Okay, y'all guys ready?
We're ready.
Okay. I was
say being a fluffer for Vivid Films.
Oh, that's so much better than the job I had. I was a door-to-door vacuum cleaning salesman, and it was a $3,500 vacuum.
Was it for Kirby?
Oh my God.
It was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Petco?
Absolutely for Kirby.
It was fucking Kirby.
Let's fucking go.
No, that shit was fucking insane. I think I lasted maybe 4 days, and on the 4th day, I made it in this Vietnamese family's house who spoke no English and had to call their kids over to politely ask me to leave. And after that, I had to rethink my priorities in life. Because, I have someone that talks for me that gets me in the door. And so apparently there's Vietnamese people and this door talker
Hey man,
shared enough in
work is
common to
work is work.
get me inside the door. and then after that, it was downhill.
People want to fucking act like, you know, any.
It was the worst job I've ever fucking had, and I hate that job.
But yeah, people act like all that
Alex,
shit is
calling
the
sucks.
worst thing. But like, if you're making
Wait, no,
money,
we go
nobody's
clockwise.
at
No, we go
work,
clockwise
like,
and snake-wise. The
loving
next
their
one's you,
job.
the dude.
Like,
Okay,
I have a
we
really
can't
easy job with
disrupt
dog
things
training,
that much.
Where
The next
I
one
just
is you.
drive to.
No, I'm like you right now. I'm gonna go last. Young Christian, you're up.
train the
Oh, well,
dog for
okay,
an
well
hour,
then, no, it's
and I leave.
Trey then.
It's
Clockwise,
the
snake-wise.
question.
What don't you
But it's still
understand about
work.
that? Clockwise,
I still
snake-wise,
have to
right? So it
worry
goes
about
like this.
what's going
So
on.
then
You know,
Trey
I'm
is
getting
next.
fucking attacked
And then
bitten
Alex, and then
shit,
young
and
Christian.
work is work.
Trey's
is
gonna
work
say
is work.
being
Even
chef to
streaming.
Ruth's Chris.
Hopefully by
Oh
the
no,
end
my
of
worst
this
job.
year, maybe next year,
My
this will be
worst
like a
job
full-time thing.
was I worked for
Even though
Del
I love it,
Monte,
it's still
the
work.
fruit company,
Shout out to Mikey.
where we
Hey, welcome,
I
welcome
worked in the
to the
the fresh
party. We were
fruit
just taking
section.
a quick break.
So we
We
were
are on this
literally
panel.
in a
They were talking
refrigerator
about work and tipping
cutting
and all that stuff.
pineapples
Let's
and
dive
watermelons,
back in.
and you used to have to
Welcome.
dip your
That's kind of
hands
low key
in
racist.
this bucket of cold ass water. You have to dip your hand in the water to get the fruit out, and it was just literally like working in 30-degree weather all day, 12-hour shifts.
I
And
can.
then the second worst job, I really tied. I used to be that guy that stood in Walmart and be like, "Hey, who's your cable provider?"
Ah, that was the scummiest job.
I hated. I got fired because I just couldn't. I couldn't get the words out my
I don't know,
mouth
man,
to
but
ask random
we're
ass
trying to
people in the
make it
middle
better.
of
We're trying to
Walmart,
make it better.
"Hey, who's your cable provider?" I just couldn't get the words out my mouth, so they fired me.
That's fair enough.
But
all right,
those
Alex.
were my two worst jobs.
No, so I actually work for a company. So
I don't know if
it's,
I don't know if
a set thing,
Alex
and then
said
I
he
get
was
a set
dealing
rate,
with some family matters, so I don't know if
per
Alex is
lesson.
there.
And
So
they don't pay me for
Black
he's
driving.
sitcom from the
They don't
90s.
pay me for gas.
then we'll go
But
do
they pay me well
yeah,
enough
yeah.
that
Then we'll go to
Young
young
Christian.
it gives me like I can make my own schedule. I don't like have to go
So in
into an
Montana, I worked
office or
at this
anything.
barbecue
I haven't
place.
seen my
It was
boss
just
in
falling apart.
probably
There was no
over a
management,
year.
no structure. It was-
So it's a good
was
setup.
rough.
You know, the pay could be better.
I like
especially
the
because,
the owner.
the
It's
cost
just
to
the rest of it
the
was
Say
so
more,
bad.
young
the
Christian.
customer.
What was
the
your
client,
what was
the
your
cost is up
job?
here, and then my pay is
I would
down here. So like somebody might
like
pay
slice the
like
meats,
$2,500
like make the
for
sandwiches.
a training
There
package.
was no like there were
and
no other
I
workers.
get,
Everyone
like,
everyone
$100
left, so I was kind
per
of just
lesson.
doing everything.
So
you worked at
but,
Deli
you know,
Slicer?
I mean, like I said, it's not that hard, and it slowed down around this time last year.
It's like
and I had forgotten how
we kept like the meat
difficult
in this like bucket.
serving actually was. So I was like, let me just go get a serving job, and I'll just do both.
Cook it and then assemble
I
a
fucking
tray or
forgot
sandwich.
how
It was
tiring
like
it
a-
is to be running around and
like a
always having to
deli.
be on. I was like,
Oh, you
hi,
weren't
can I
cutting
help
like
you guys?
brisket and
Oh yeah,
stuff?
sure.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
problem. Memorize them, all that
Oh,
shit.
okay.
I
But I was
then
kind of-
eventually got fired for some
Kind of had
stupid
to do
shit.
everything
And
from because everyone
I
like
was
when I
like,
had was hired on.
let me just
everyone
talk
that
to my
worked
boss and
there
get some more clients.
left.
Yeah, I
just
know.
over time, like over the course of my
You
me
forget.
working there. They were all mad at management or the lack.
You thought I was a pooper scooper? I thought you said you.
I
were-
briefly
wait,
have
who
to
said I
read a
was
super chat that I don't want to have to
I
read.
mean, they better.
but you know,
they better.
it is what it is.
Tip you for super stupid.
This is
Poop
not
in the
me
poop.
saying
Like,
this though. This
that's that shit.
K2
The shit that
specifically,
the
K2
rule of thumb should
specifically
be
is saying
the thing that I'm the thing
yells
that I
at
am
red
able
dots
to
when they
do,
call me and
but
tell
don't
them
want
I
to
want
do,
what
that's
wait.
what I'll tip.
K2 yells at red dots
Like if somebody
when they
comes
call
to clean my house, I
K2
could
and
do
tell
that.
and
I don't
K2
want to.
tells them that K2
So they come in and they do it, and I'll
wants
tip
what
extra on
wants
top
Pakistan
of
to
whatever
win.
that is.
Okay,
Like I just had a handyman come in, put
that's
my
what
fan,
Clip that
mount my
last part.
security
Pakistan
camera,
wants to win.
and hang some curtains.
Clipped it.
And I give him
Upload
extra
it.
because again, those are
because
stuff
I
that
personally would never
physically I
want
could do.
Pakistan to win. Okay, I prefer
he,
the red dot. Well, I wouldn't even call them red dot because that would be
Shout out
untoward. I'm not. that's K2 talk.
AL
K2 is
Conference
chatting me
Circle.
right now. I
And
can't. I'm just.
Rescue.
I'm
Not
getting
gonna lie.
confused. Okay,
welcome. We
Red dot just clicked in my head.
are
At first I
about to
was
jump
so
back into this
confused on
panel
red
where someone
dot.
said I charge $10
It
per
literally
visit,
just clicked.
unexpected tip, but still provide
Yeah, when I I first read it initially, just the red dot, I thought like a sniper being pointed at you, but then I was like, oh wait, no, we're talking like the racial kind of, you know. Oh, Alex says, because Alex is indisposed right now, he says the smell. Oh wait, I worked for a bread department at a grocery store. The smell of bread made me nauseous for years after. Okay, that's got to be the easiest worst job. Come on,
We'll just do that. Okay, sorry. I thought when I muted that it would. That's weird. Yeah. Okay. So what was I saying? Oh, Al, welcome. But yeah, essentially, I was saying that if I'm willing to do something, or if I'm able to do something, but I'm not willing to do it, I'm more likely to tip. If I can't do it, then what I'm paying for, like, I'm not gonna tip like a mechanic, because that's not something I could do. So just charge me the price that it costs. And going back to serving, it's like you can get your own food, but you want somebody else to do it. So you tip for that. All right, let's dive back in.
Like the boat docks, we would do them out in the lakes, like set the wood post by hand down in Florida in the alligator infested water, working in the heat of the cold. That was that was like backbreaking manual labor for like $12 an hour back in the very early 2000s. And then the most demoralizing job I ever had was I worked for, I think, 9 shifts at Cracker Barrel. No, that's not that. No, the most demoralizing job is I was a restroom attendant for a summer at a country club when I was in high school. I was probably like 14 or 15.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, yeah, that's I can see how that's fucking pain in the ass.
But if like you changed the guy's golf spikes, he'd give you $10. If you cleaned the guy's golf, like the money wasn't bad for a kid. Like I'd usually make I think minimum wage back then was $5.15 an hour. But there were days where I'd walk home with 80 to 100. Like the money was, but it's like cleaning up after people. Being in a restroom for like a locker room for 8 hours a day is very demoralizing.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Everybody's driving in a Mercedes or a BMW going to play golf in the sun, wearing fancy clothes, dropping tons of cash, and it's just like a reminder, like how bad your life sucks.
Yeah, working around rich people, and especially when it's there's the two kinds of rich people. The rich people that know what it's like to not be rich, and so they're there with you. But the other kind,
a bit modest.
Yeah, the other kind is like, well, I worked hard for my money. You should have to work hard too, and you did, but I'm not giving you a tip.
If it's around rich people in a tipping environment, then I think that's goated. But if it's around rich people in a non-tipping environment, then
IndianJesus brings up a really good point. People that come from old money, IndianJesus, can you hear me? That's people who come from old money. They have a tendency not to be generous with it. Like there's this weird cultural phenomenon where they're better than you, but people like first generation money. They're the ones who will slide a kid like $30 for parking the valet because they're like, dude, I know what it's like to find that Miracle 20 in my jeans so I can get a 12-pack tonight. So shout out to the new money people who spread the wealth.
For real.
Well, yeah, I think part of that also feels like they're trying to I guess pay for good karma in a way. Like I know, I still do shit. I'm not rich, but I'm decent enough. That,
bro, you're driving a cement truck. You're probably doing pretty damn well for yourself, young man.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah, I do pretty good.
What do you have, like $32 an hour?
I do find.
Am I close? 32 an hour?
37.
Let's fucking go, buddy.
Yeah,
let's fucking go. Hell yeah, good for you. That's fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations. Congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I forget.
Nowadays I do just find myself just giving kids random money. Like a kid knocked on my door the other day. It was like, hey, can I take out your trash? Yeah,
you gotta pay that kid. You gotta pay that kid, bro. I just gave
him $50. Here goes $50. I don't even know what to do. I don't even have
now I forgive you for not tipping at Chili's because you gave a random kid $50 with his hustle, bro. Shout out Trey.
Bro, I have a 13-year-old in my house.
I promise.
He takes out
more than you know. More than you know.
You told your 13-year-old, you're like, yo, take out the trash. He's like, do they have an app for that?
Oh no, he knows.
I'm kidding, brother. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I was about to say, 'cause he knows. He knows not to play. He knows that I would definitely shove my foot in his ass. Like I feel like I have the spirit of Red Foreman in me because all I ever think about saying to him sometimes is,
That's the dad from that 70s show to the Unexceptional Whites and the Token Brown on the panel who don't know who Red Foreman is.
Fantastic fucking show.
Yeah.
That's racist.
What did he call the kids all the time? A jackass? Is that what he called them? Jackass?
Yes. And I used to be like, why do you always go to
Jackass was happy.
Dumbass.
Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, dumbass.
For the uncultured whites on the
Dumbass. That's Confluence.
dumbass? I used to always
Uncultured
wonder why
white.
he called them kids dumbasses. And then I started having kids.
Yep. And you just
just really quick, one more thing, just to go back. I am also a lot more kind and generous to people who are in the food and beverage industry that are trying to further their careers. This is a hot take, and I'm going to sound like a dick, but like my heart fucking frowns when I see someone that's 45 still asking me if I want to try a signature margarita with my sizzling fajitas.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen in that type of job.
I take an opposite. No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Well, let me take the
I don't
middle.
like
Let me
that.
take the middle.
You think someone should be working at an entry level job at 45?
I don't think you should. I don't think you
No,
should be
I get what you're
condescending to them.
No, I'm not
and being
condescending.
like,
I just my no. You're mishearing what I'm saying. I'll still tip them out, but like part of me is like that 45-year-old probably at some point had an aspiration, had a dream, and they never quite got like
Fair.
that. That's what I'm saying is
Fair, but
I feel like still, I don't think that's a healthy thing to think.
I think that's fair, but I think
But I don't think it's a good. I don't think it's good to support it or embrace it.
most people have a dream that they never accomplish. So that's one thing. Secondly, if you are that
right,
old,
but you could pivot to be a cement truck driver.
if you are that old and you're in the industry, you are likely making more money than your day one server, your entry level. It's usually people who have been there. They'll get a cut of the revenue or stuff like that. Not everyone, I'm saying, but that is a common thing in the industry because that's why you'll see older people there.
And I'm also talking more specifically at like chain restaurants, a la Chili's, Fridays, Outback. Like
that's bad.
If you're the main waiter at a Michelin star restaurant, you're probably making six figures. Like that guy's doing fine.
Right.
I'm talking about the guy working the Friday night shift at a Chili's near a university.
Well, see, it's not only that. It's
Wayne
the people that work at Dollar General or the cashier, or someone who works at the local Food Lion or local grocery store. It's definitely a problem to have those people working in that field because by that time they should have progressed into a more stable field.
Yeah, that's Miss
So
Patty.
you're supposed to grow.
Polis.
Got the moderator.
How's my audio?
Finally,
Frog.
you are. Wait. You're frogging. Last time you said you closed YouTube down and then fixed the frogging. So see if that works again.
Yep. How's it doing now? How's it sound? Better.
Still frogging.
Motherfucker. Be right back.
But yeah, that's Miss Patty.
He's gotta go kill some frogs. But I guess maybe the dude. Maybe we are saying the same thing. But I guess like if I go to Walmart and I see someone who's 60, I feel like it's a negative thing if I'm like, oh, that poor soul lost her dream. So what?
To say it, sure, but to acknowledge it.
But
almost like
I
a
say it out
quiet
loud to them.
Oh no, that's some dick shit.
Wait, did the dude say he says it out loud like he walks up and says it? Oh,
your life is bad. Your life is pathetic.
But I think even thinking that, I feel like does that like a spiritual harm to somebody, not to be like Maryland coded, but I think it does a little bit.
Given the fact that especially if you're at somewhere like maybe not a Chili's or a chain restaurant, but even like a privately owned thing, into middle age doing this type of work, there are people who like let's just take streaming for example. Like, let's say what your passion is streaming. And so you want to get a job where you have that freedom. and you can be, you can be in that position forever. You could take time off, you could switch shifts, you can do that, whatever, and focusing on that dream. And maybe it's later in life, but hey, if you pop off on YouTube and get 1 million subscribers at 45, I don't think anybody's gonna be saying, oh, it's so sad. So my point is, you don't know, you don't know that because somebody is middle-aged and working in a Chili's, that's all they're doing.
Yeah, I would hope that by 45 you have the economic security where you wouldn't have to. I would just hope that for my son.
But let's say you go to a cashier at Walmart and she's like 45 and you're like, oh, what? And you're thinking in your head, oh man, she didn't fulfill her dreams. But let's say she works part-time and she's married to someone and she's like mainly like a stay-at-home
I got fired.
Wife, and she has raised like 5
For
kids
one sip
and she's living her dream and she's doing charity work and she's like picking up a couple shifts. And now you're being like, oh yeah, she didn't, like you're kind of assuming that all dreams have to be like economic coded, and I think that's like I think that's
that's a fair statement. But I guess I'm just saying, generally, when I look at someone working an entry level job, I don't think that's a good thing, because I think they're supposed to progress with their like economic state.
I wouldn't feel the same way. Hold on. I wouldn't feel the same way if I met someone who's obviously making $9 an hour working for the United Way or Miracle Hill Ministries, and they're obviously doing it for some altruistic calling. I wouldn't have the same I wouldn't have the same emotional reaction.
Okay, but let me hit you with like this is a personal example. So there's a teacher I had when I was young, and teachers in Canada make a lot of money, right? It's not like teachers in America. Teachers in Canada can make like over like 6 figures.
Of course.
And this was like in my elementary years, and then I recently saw her working at a liquor store. And it's like, I don't know why. Maybe she just wants to like be more social. Like she obviously has a great pension. Teacher pensions are insane. She made insane wages. She probably doesn't like need the work. So if I didn't know that background, I could be like you, the dude, and be like, oh, you didn't live up to your potential because you're like 60 and you're working at like a pretty entry level job. But it's like that. I know that's not her circumstances, because I know that she was a teacher for like freaking 35 years and has an amazing pension and made like, $90,000 throughout those 30 years. So it's like, I guess that's the thing. It's like we can make mistakes on those like judgments, because like, you can't just look at someone at their job and be like, oh, that's,
I mean, we can say those
completely in the opposite direction. Let's say that somebody is a tech genius and sells their company for $1 billion at 25 years old. And then they're just fucking bored and like, yeah, fuck it. I have friends here. Before I got rich, I worked here and a couple days a week and come in and a bartender or whatever.
You mean kind of the way that Donald Trump is president and doesn't take a salary?
Or works at McDonald's?
Yeah. What if you're the one guy?
They would still take the salary.
Let's say
they just wouldn't.
But let's say you didn't know. Let's say you didn't know who Donald Trump was, and you somehow arrived on a day where he was working at McDonald's, or when those celebrities will work like one day, like Ariana Grande or whatever, worked one day at Walmart, right? And you're like, oh, this poor girl not living up to her dreams, but you're like woefully mistaken. She's only doing it for 1 day. It's like so there's always going to be. So it just feels like it's unhealthy to just you don't know what someone else is doing in their life if you see someone at like a Walmart or like at a Chili's,
You got me.
That's all I'm saying.
99%, or if there's 1% of the time, I guess I can't say 100% of the time I'd be correct.
Stop sharing. Yeah. So. Yeah, most places you are allowed. Like, I mean, you're not allowed to be openly getting shit-faced, but like, they're called shifties. You just get a couple beers. That's what most places. That's why I was like, oh, just take a sip. It was a dead margarita. Somebody made it and they didn't eat it. It was just sitting there. I just took one sip. I'm like, oh, you can't do that. Jesus fuck.
At all. I checked his channel. He's not live.
Don't blame him.
Speaking of which, though, I think I am gonna get down and chill in the after party for my disciples for a little bit. So thank you very, very much for having me. Keep it
been fun.
It's a good time.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, Morty wants to say goodbye. Oh, bye, Morty.
Like believe in Christ.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna be doing a lot of
That's
that.
bad news. All right, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Please don't puke on my bed. What are you doing? All right, until next time, guys. We are out of here. Peace. All right. Why? Whoa, what? Tucker just yo, let me know what's going on with that. Let me know what's going on with that. Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome. We are about to head over to the Discord. And you are, of course, a member. So I would say come on through. And again, in case anybody doesn't have the link, then I will drop it for you in this moment. We've got a couple people hanging out in the after party already. So I am going to do that. And indeed, I will be back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. Just like always, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So make sure you hit that subscribe and ring the bell, because you know YouTube sucks with notifications and you never want to miss an Indian Jesus live party ever. Again, thank you so very, very much, guys. Big shout out to all the donations. Oh my goodness, we had everything, and we had Angry Amputee with the Cash App. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, we've got the Overlord. That is my co-host, Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, make sure you subscribe. We are out of here. Peace. Oh, shit. Wrong one. Until next time, guys, we are out of here.